Chapter 1527. The non-commissioned officer was carried away. He was not drenched by the rain, but his sideburns were wet. Brother E. Li Longji took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Don't worry, third brother. I'll publish a military report for the soldiers at the border. Also, I'll give the students who didn't pass the exam this year something to do. I'll tell them the questions for next year's exam in advance. I'll ask them to write poems and songs at the border. I'll ask the soldiers at the border which poems and songs they like to sing. When the time comes for the exam, one poem will make up for one wrong question. One song will make up for two wrong questions. If someone answers all the questions correctly, they'll get extra points for the poems and songs. They'll get a special grade. Li Yi knew what Li Longji wanted to say, so he gave him a solution and looked at Guozi at the same time. Guozi got a special grade in the military examination. How high was his position? When other people took the arts and martial sciences exams, even if they got first place, they would still study first before becoming a rank 7 official. Guozi started as a rank 6 official in history and was still a rank 6 official now. The highest rank in charge of the Winged Knights was a rank 6 official. The officials looked at each other, speechless. They thought that Li Yi would tell them the number of things given when His Majesty called him Brother Yi. However, Li Yi didn't mention it at all and talked about something else. It meant that Li Yi didn't need to worry about the number. He was thinking about the big picture. The difference appeared again. How could he use the book of 10,000 people to beat people up? Good. Li Longji was satisfied. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to do something. He might as well ask Brother Yi directly. Wang Damu was excited again. He was involved in something big again. The noodles would be finished eventually. He drank the last mouthful of soup and walked out under the instructions of others. He changed into a new set of clothes and went home to wash them. When he reached the entrance of the tent, he turned around slowly. The officials suddenly became alert. Li Dongzhu, I'm leaving. Wang Damu left and went out. Goodbye. Li Yi replied. Sigh. The four officials sighed at the same time. They finally didn't have to hear the book of 10,000 people. They were so happy. The soldiers at the border have it tough. Without a strong backing, it's hard to gain military merit. Li Qingqi picked up the teapot and added water to the pot. The boiling soup instantly calmed down. Defending it is a military merit. The only thing that matters is the land that cannot be given. Li Yi had never believed that killing the enemy was considered a military merit. Their responsibilities were different. Those who guarded the city were responsible for ensuring that the city did not fall, which was a great merit. The quartermaster delivered the baggage to the destination within the stipulated time, which was also a meritorious service. Song Jing stared at the simmering soup. If you don't give us the land at the border, why? Ugh! When will it open? He was used to rebuking Li Yi, but he changed his words at the critical moment, afraid that he would be rebuked again. We'll still use them to guard the land. They're used to living in one place, especially the Heshi Jidushi and Longyu Jidushi's prefectural troops. If the land was not given to them, it would be given to others. Others would farm the land, while they were only responsible for being soldiers and receiving a salary. After performing meritorious deeds, one would be awarded medals based on their contributions. The more medals one had, the higher their salary would be. For example, if he were to raise his salary by one level, he would receive an additional 5 yuan every month. Only in this way could he put an end to the problem of the Qin dynasty's generals and soldiers who had rendered meritorious service without any rewards or titles. Old Bai, what do you think? Li Yi explained his idea and asked Bai Gu. Bai Gu pondered for a moment. Using land as a reward is because the imperial court has no money. Since the imperial court has ample finances, it's more practical to give them money. Song Jing sat back. That was close. He almost blurted out that he would have to think twice before talking about Li Yi in the future. Su Yi's eyes lit up. If that's the case, can the Zhejiang's prefectural troops train more in the future and take back their land? Give them cattle. Some of them will take turns to raise the cattle, while others will patrol and train. They will be used as local security personnel, but they won't be controlled by the local government. Try to separate the military and politics. Heshi Jidushi and Longyu Jidushi will be the pilot. Li Yi objected to taking back the former land. He wanted to take back the land as the next stage of the policy. Raise cattle. Why? Su Yi didn't understand. Feed them grass. Li Yi joked. They still need to drink water, right? Su Yi looked at Li Yi from the corner of his eyes. Without land, they will feel uneasy. The currency will depreciate. If there's more food, it will also depreciate. They don't need to sell the food. They can eat it themselves. Can their stomachs hold more food? Li Yi didn't want to answer such a simple question. He had food in his hands, so he didn't panic. The soldiers of the Zhejiang's prefectural troops had families. If the land was taken away, what would their families do? They would have to rearrange it. The soldiers at the front lines would be worried that their salaries weren't sent to their families on time. Their parents, wives, and children would starve. If the enemy spread rumors, how would the morale of the troops be raised? Zhang Jiling stood up and walked to the entrance of the tent. He looked at the rain outside and asked, Gang Ro, what should the military report write? His Majesty and the chancellors need to take action. They need to meet the injured soldiers and send gifts to the families of the martyrs. They need to spread the spirit of protecting the family for the country, the gratitude of the people of the Tang dynasty to the soldiers, and the relationship between the army and the people. They need to make the soldiers feel that they are sacred, dedicated, and sacrificed. They will also send civil servants to different border posts and publish it in the newspapers. They will send the newspapers to the front lines and the soldiers will see it. Li Yi was good at how to spread the news. He just copied it. He had seen too many similar things in the past. He knew that it was propaganda, but he was still touched by it because it was all true. Song Jing hesitated again and again. Isn't the bonus point of the imperial examination too simple? Let them pass the exam and be assigned to a place. If they can't do it, then take them down and bully them. They can't blame anyone. If they are assigned to a remote and poor place and don't want to go, they will be removed from their official position and never be hired again. Li Yi's voice was calm, but his words were harsh. It was the same punishment as when he joined the army and didn't want to live a military life and insisted on leaving. No, the Tang dynasty was stricter. The Zhejiang of the Tang dynasty didn't ask for personal opinion when choosing a place. They said that if you were a soldier, you would be. If you don't want to do it, you will be beheaded. However, it wasn't the same for the officials. If an official was assigned a position and refused to take the position, they could still be reconciled. They could wait and see if another one would work. There were also some who became officials and didn't do proper work. For example, in history, Wang Wei passed the imperial examination and insisted on playing with monks and Taoist priests. When Song Jing became the prime minister, he removed 2 officials from their official positions and made them Taoist priests. Wang Wei, on the other hand, did not give them any face. Instead, he replaced them with empty positions and continued to play with the monks and Taoist priests. Li Yi didn't allow it. Did you officials think it would be fine if you didn't go? The local people were waiting for the officials to take the position to help improve their lives. If you delay it for a month, it might be the spring plowing or autumn harvest. Who would compensate the people for this crucial time? This year, many students failed the imperial examination. However, the students who rented the houses by the river in Zhuangzi all passed the exam. There were few A's, many B's, and many others who didn't pass the imperial examination. Song Jing felt that he wasn't criticized. Li Yi only talked about the method, so he mentioned the results of the imperial examination when Li Yi was away. Last night, I learned that the students who didn't pass the imperial examination still wanted to live in the houses. The Li family Zhuangzi is not open to them. They can only rent houses in the south of the city. After next year, they won't rent houses in the south of the city. The situation changes every year. The students who hesitated missed the opportunity every year. Li Yi smiled slyly. The first-year students didn't look good. They all got A's. The second-year students didn't receive the same treatment as the first year. They all got A's. In the third year, a large group of people passed the imperial examination. In the fourth year. Chapter 1528. No one understood Li Yi's intentions. Zhuangzi didn't allow people to enter, and the riverside buildings weren't a hindrance. Brother Yi. Li Longji was used to addressing Yi Qing as such today. One day, if I suddenly say that the first batch of students will live in houses open to the public and only accept 42 people, will they work hard for this condition? Li Yi spoke of his plan. Was the row of houses precious? Everyone nodded. Those who had children wanted to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. If one of them entered, he could help the other children become officials. The number of places in the imperial court was limited. Lu Huaishan was tempted. What kind of condition? Many people are unwilling to learn the knowledge I teach, so I will test them on this knowledge and choose the top 42. In fact, I should choose the first few hundred students and only open the houses, nothing else. I will think of a way to teach the students of the Li family Zhuangzi and guarantee that they will achieve good results and be promoted. Li Yi didn't shy away. This was his plan. All the major academies and schools had to stand aside. This was a middle grade school. Xiao Yi, I remember 2 years ago when you asked for people to come over, everyone was busy and couldn't make the trip. Could you? Yao Chong asked regretfully. Aren't your 2 sons fine? Li Yi was surprised. 3. Yao Chong stretched out 3 fingers. Yes, 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 3. The eldest is not dead. The eldest and the second are just using your position as the prime minister to cheat people. Li Yi remembered and looked at Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu cupped his fists at Li Yi. He didn't need to say anything. He saved his life and even helped him vent his anger. My brother also has children. Yao Chong could only say this on this special occasion. Your brother's children committed a crime. You are a member of the group. Li Yi thought of another problem. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lu Chong said. I promise to take care of it. Yao Chong can't protect him. Old Yao, I'm not accepting any offers recently. I'm busy. I still have to practice surgeries later. Give out a set of my books and learn them first. Li Yi refused. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to start over. This wasn't a game. That's fine too. Yao Chong agreed. What else could he do? Old Zhong, what are you doing now? Li Yi suddenly thought of someone. Who? Several people asked in unison. Zhong Xiaojing, the former Minister of Revenue, became, the Vice President of the Tang Dynasty's Calligraphy Publicity and Research Cooperation Association. Li Longji did not forget about this. Third brother has a good memory. What's my position again? Director. The weather was warm, so activities were organized. In the capital office, the people were working hard to learn how to read and write. They were divided into different levels and held calligraphy and painting competitions. Everyone who participates in the prize will be given 10 coins. Depending on the level of the group, the prizes will be different. Li Yi felt that he was not qualified to be an official. He did not organize activities and did not donate money. The newspapers, dictionaries, and the words used were all written by old Zhong. He was exhausted. The officials were at a loss. What did Li Yi want to do? Your calligraphy is good. Even if it's terrible, who dares to say it's not good? At least we don't dare to belittle it. We are afraid that it will spread and the people will write a book about it. Forget about it. Don't have nightmares tonight. Wang Damu, you're harming people. Li Yi turned around and used a spoon to scrape the foam out of the soup pot. The water in the kettle was cold just now, and the foam at the bottom was stirred up. He patiently scrubbed the foam and said, with special publicity needs, promote the development of the local economy, form industrialization and scale, establish a culture with local characteristics, and create a local business card. It's not written in the book. A large group of officials wanted to cry. This sentence was written, and they had an impression. Then what? Calligraphy and painting require brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, brush holder, paperweight, cutting knife, brush washer, brush hanger, arm rest, and so on. Every item is divided into different grades and has a place of origin. This includes the extra wax that Xuanqing's fingers use in painting. If these things are listed and publicized, the local economy can be invigorated by providing these things. Old Zhong is really not suitable to be the Minister of Revenue. He doesn't have any means to make money. Ah, old Bai, I'm not talking about you. It's really not. You can do it. Li Yi saw that everyone didn't understand, so he could only explain listlessly. Xiao Yi, if you didn't say the last sentence, this old man would be very grateful. Bai Gu's expression was ugly. Everyone. I take back the last sentence. Li Yi nodded at Bai Gu. Thanks. Bai Gu gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed again. That's what it means. When the people have more money, the cultural atmosphere will rise. The earlier it is, the more important the local industry is. Even if you make smoked chicken, braised chicken, salted duck, roasted goose, century flower eggs, rice noodles, they can all succeed. For example, the pickled mustard that they make is obviously worthless, but after a series of processing, it has added value. As the Prime Minister's assistant, you cannot implement the specifics, but you can't not know the policy. 2 heads are better than 1. I can't take care of everything. There will always be oversights. Everyone, please help me check and fill in the gaps. Li Yi was not angry at this time. He couldn't afford to be angry. He would die of anger. After that, he finished skimming the foam and scooped some soup to taste. He turned around and took a large piece of ginger. After washing it slightly, he held it in the palm of his hand and began to slice it with the knife. According to the storytelling, each knife was faster than the last, and each knife was tighter than the last. One could only feel the knife's light, but not the knife's blade. Pieces of ginger, as thin as cicadas' wings, flew into the pot. Others were stunned, but the little girl Feng Qingdai's eyes were shining. The ginger was connected, and the knife had to be fast enough. How could it not cut the hand? If this is an execution, how many cuts can it make? No, it's fish slices. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Gao Lisher actually thought of cutting people first, but then he realized and changed his words. Bai Gu took a deep breath. Xiao Yi, it's just practice. Why do you have to do this? If this old man wants to practice, half a month will be enough. Not to mention cutting ginger, I can also cut meat. Okay. Old Bai, you practice for half a month first. I'll find you a piece of beef brisket to cut. Li Yi finished cutting the ginger slices and said while washing his hands. You mean the calligraphy and painting competition? I don't need half a month. It's no problem for me to draw beef brisket. Bai Gu didn't want to argue with Li Yi because he was young and ignorant. Third brother, I see many courtyard walls in the square haven't been torn down. Paint with mortar, paint, and paint to enhance the color of Chang'an. Li Yi wouldn't really ask Bai Gu to cut beef brisket with his hands. If it were him, he would use a scalpel, but not a kitchen knife, and not this way of cutting. Li Longji was pleased. He listened to Brother Yi talk about economics and watched Brother Yi show off his knife skills. It was so comfortable that even his breath felt cool. Not only was it cool, but it was also a little cold. It had been raining outside, hadn't it? Good, good, good. That's what I should do. As soon as Brother Yi came back, I felt at ease. Li Longji didn't care whether Zaifu and the people in the group were sad or not. He told the truth. Brother Yi came back from planting seeds and didn't have much rest. He still answered all the questions and said everything he knew. For a moment, the whole Tang dynasty seemed to be alive. As for Zaifu and the people in the group, alas. Someone had to do the hard work. Keep them. Chapter 1529. Li Lang, wipe your sweat. Princess Yongmu came over with her handkerchief to wipe Li Yi's non-existent sweat. She just wanted to express her joy and declare her sovereignty. Look at the men her aunts found. All of them wanted to do it with her aunts and then use her status to get close to her father and become a high-ranking official. Those men had a common characteristic, which was to write poems and compose poems. The meaning of the poems was still very empty. Her Li Lang was still the best. He knew everything. He was good at cutting ginger and carpentry. But why couldn't it be opened? Just now, she saw Li Lang doing it. He put it together, took it apart, and put it together again. Which one should he start from? Tonight, I'll make a big plate of chicken for you and Xiaolan. Chicken, yam, chestnuts, oiled carrots, whole wheat noodles, fungus, seaweed, and mushrooms. Li Yi enjoyed the service for a while and remembered something. He gave the menu for tonight to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. It was time for the two of them to have their period again. It was still raining outside and the humidity was too high. There was a dehumidifier in the house, but there was no dehumidifier outside. The cold air entered the body through the water vapor and would hurt. Li Lang, I know. Eat ginger. Princess Yongmu wanted to show her knowledge. The little girl's eyes widened. No, we can't eat ginger for dinner. Master has already thought about it. We won't even eat garlic. Otherwise, we'll eat mushrooms, fungus, and seaweed. My eldest disciple is really reassuring. Humans should be equal. Of course, sometimes a person's worth is more than a few thousand people. Only when a few strong people compete with each other and need the support of the weak will they promote the equality of humans so that they can get more weak people to defeat other strong people. For our own selfish reasons, we are all in this framework. In order to reproduce and become stronger, we have to know how to compromise. Any behavior and thoughts that sacrifice the lives of the people to support their own interests are poisonous to human development. Li Yi analyzed human nature, society, philosophy, and survival in a few simple sentences. Therefore, everyone was thinking about the problem in Li Yi's words and neglected Princess Yongmu's physical condition. Li Yi was selfish. He changed the topic and stopped staring at his future wife's biological matters. When he thought of this matter, he felt that many people in his time lacked knowledge in this area. Some people didn't know that there were places where they could get condoms and medication for free. Some people didn't know at all. Some people knew a little but were unwilling to get it because of their reputation. This showed that they had been deeply poisoned by biased Confucianism, including women's rights. Women's rights were only reflected in the family and society. Very few women with women's rights would take the initiative to go to maternal and child health centers to get medicine and condoms. Li Yi did not agree with many things. Why would a man help a woman carry a small bag? It wasn't like the woman couldn't be carried. If a woman was really tired, the man could carry her on his back, and the woman could carry her own bag. Carrying a small bag for a woman, it was a man who was kneeling. The woman with the bag on her back was a man standing. It was like riding a donkey to the market. If you were afraid that the donkey would be tired, you would carry it yourself and ride the donkey home. How could anyone understand Li Yi's thoughts? They were discussing a philosophical issue, the contradiction and unity of civilization, society, and the law of the jungle. Li Yi was explaining the structure of the Luban lock he made to Princess Yongmu. Then he said, "At night, go to your own courtyard. There is a shower inside and adjust the temperature of the water. Rest early. After the metabolism accelerates, it will make people more sleepy because they are in the recovery period. Don't eat sugar before bed. If you drink soup at dinner, don't drink milk or goat's milk." Okay. Princess Yongmu listened carefully. In fact, Li Yi had said this many times. Princess Yongmu listened carefully every time. She didn't listen to the content, but Li Yi's care. Li Yi also had many men counting the days. Their counting was different from Li Yi's. Li Yi counted the days in consideration of the woman's health. Some men didn't need to wear that thing when they were calculating the first 7 and the last 8. This was the difference between scumbags and warm men. But it was not important. Since ancient times, deep love could not keep people. Only tricks could win people's hearts. There should be more people in the group. We must investigate thoroughly. Your Majesty, your team is too ruthless. Why are you still monitoring our group? Just investigate those who have close correspondence with the Prime Minister. Old Lu, I'm not talking about you. The last time I investigated, your Lu family sent someone to greet me. So I investigated thoroughly. What did I say? I didn't ask you to investigate. I even took the initiative to avoid suspicion. The officials were tricked by Li Yi. They formed a circle and attacked and defended themselves. Li Longji listened happily. Everyone was monitoring each other. Very good. Brother Yi was indeed different. He put so many people with conflicts in the same group. No one could think of mitigating the crimes of their own people. Like Lu Huaishan, he had a family and others watching him. As for Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan had already retired. He tolerated Yao Chong when he was in power. Now that he was retired, why would he care about Yao Chong? He would deal with those who used to be on good terms with Yao Chong. This included Li Riji and Lu Youqiu. They each had their own conflicts and hatred. Now that the Prime Minister was not in the group, Zhang Jiuling did not like Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong. Seeing that Song Jing thought the other party was hypocritical, Bai Gu should be his ally sometimes. Song Jing was recommended by Yao Chong. He could not be too heartless. Su Yi was recommended by Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua was in charge of Hunan province and could return at any time. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong did not get along well. Therefore, Song Jing recommended by Yao Chong and Su Yi, who was on good terms with Zhang Shua, naturally did not get along well. The relationships here were messy. No one dared to bend the law. Others were waiting for you to make a mistake. However, this was Li Yi's goal. Among the group of officials, local officials could stand on anyone's side. As long as they made a mistake, it would be useless. The other party would not dare to protect you. The most important thing was Li Yi. Li Yi watched the fire burning across the river. He did not rely on the emperor now. He could deal with everyone by himself. The yacht stopped at the Ba Shui pier. He had saved a lot of life and even brought seeds. As long as he wanted, the entire capital government was within the range of the rocket launcher installed on the yacht. If not for the sake of the rise of the entire Chinese nation, he could have flown to Tubo long ago to clean up the people there. The rain has lightened up. It looks like there won't be any flooding. Wang Xing ran over with an umbrella. He wanted to see Li Yi. Yang Si-sun followed behind Wang Xing. In theory, he was Wang Xing's superior. Now that Wang Xing was not under the jurisdiction of the palace, he was in charge of contacting Li Yi. Everyone knew that he had stolen people's corpses. He had helped Li Yi do it. Most importantly, he had saved a child in the process. The crime of 1,000 thieves could not compare to the virtue of saving a child. A child was absolved of all the crimes of stealing corpses. Now, many people hoped that Wang Xing would steal them. What if he had survived? The common people thought that Wang Xing was a yin-yang person who had crossed between the two worlds. Taking advantage of the carelessness of the king of hell, he stole people's souls. The chances of being discovered were very high. That was why only one survived after stealing so many. But who did not hope for their loved one to be alive? What if, right? What? Hoping for their loved one to die and then inherit the inheritance. This did not count. This was not human. Today, Wang Xing brought Qian, and Sun, here. He had special feelings for Sun, Back then, he had dug the child out from the ground. When he found that he could still be saved, he had stuffed him into his arms and ran desperately to find Li Yi. Alive, really alive. As long as he was sent to Li Yi with a breath, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Look, how cute the child was. He would not have a son. This child. Chapter 1530. Sun, and Qian's eyes lit up when they saw Li Yi. They ran to Princess Yongmu's side with their short legs. Do you like to play with the girls in the Li family, Zhuangzi? Li Yi looked at them with disdain. Dongzhu, someone copied steamed pot chicken and sold it in Hunan province. They even developed steamed pot duck. Wang Xing almost called him Brother Yi again. He complained that steamed pot chicken had made him a lot of money. Customers will see the steamed pot chicken when it's served. People who know how to cook can learn it at a glance. Steamed pot duck is just a change of chicken to duck. Li Yi didn't care. He couldn't arrest people. Since poultry and pigs were raised to eat locusts, the number of chickens, ducks, and geese increased in the south of Taihang Mountains. The people picked up eggs and made salted and rotten eggs. They sold them to other places. They couldn't be sold at a high price, but the people ate them every day. They didn't lack protein. There was no drought even if they wanted to. The wells played a role. At first, it was named after Li Yi. Later, it was renamed after His Majesty. There are people in the capital government who sell steamed pot chicken. There are at least 6 families selling it in the eastern and western markets. It's called authentic steamed pot chicken. Wang Xing continued to complain. Isn't ours called steamed pot chicken? Others don't dare to use the same name. Brother Wang, you want to ask if there's anything new, right? Li Yi suddenly realized that Wang Xing didn't want to teach people a lesson. What's the use of telling me? Yes. Wang Xing looked at the others carefully, especially His Majesty. Brother Wang could easily get himself killed. There's a capital advantage in business. It's written in the book. Li Yi glanced at the officials. Everyone nodded. They had an impression. What kind of advantage? Give an example. Brother Wang, the money you make from selling one chicken can't compare to the money you make from selling them separately. You can kill 50 chickens at a time. Li Yi began to talk about the details. 50 chickens had 50 heads, twice the number of wings and drumsticks. Chicken could be stir-fried, made into chicken chops, and chicken fillets. Chicken heads could be braised, roasted, and so could chicken necks. Chicken wings were divided into the wing root, middle wing, wing tip, and drumsticks. Even the chicken skin and the chicken buttocks without glands could be fried, roasted, and stir-fried. Even if it's a chicken rack, I can sell it for a higher price alone. I'll teach you how to make iron chicken racks. Each chicken rack can also provide some chicken oil. You can stir-fry vegetables, pancakes, or make soap for me. The downside is that if you eat too much. No, it's fine. Nowadays, everyone has to work and is tired. It's normal to eat oil. Li Yi talked for a while and finally concluded at the power of capital, scale, and industry segmentation. Others can't learn it. Wang Xing was very angry at the fact that someone had secretly learned it, but there was nothing he could do. Others don't have the capital, including some small merchants. They kill a lot of chickens at once and can't sell them. If the imperial plantation is for the farmers to eat, who will they give it to? Li Yi poked through the window paper. The thing was there, and he couldn't learn it. Big businessmen. They are rich in Chang'an. They raise pigs. Wang Xing looked at Li Yi. In truth, he wanted to ask Li Yi to make a move and restrict the others. If they want to learn, we can immediately change to wholesale and hit the market with volume. If they want to learn more, we can change to ducks. I have a set of methods for ducks. After learning about ducks, we still have more. You should find someone to specialize in new cooking methods. Li Yi was not afraid of others learning. He could find a recipe and eat different dishes every day. It would take him decades to finish it. Wang Xing was satisfied. He first filled a bowl of soup for Yang Si-sun and then for himself. He found a corner and squatted down to drink. It was cold outside. Yang Si-sun held the soup and drank it. He was short, but his face was fierce. Qian Er and Sun Er had been avoiding him along the way, but no one in the shed was afraid of him. Yoji, what's the matter? Li Yi greeted Yang Si-sun. Nothing. Come back. I want to see you. Yang Si-sun shook his head slightly. The 6th Bureau of the Department of Internal Affairs took the wealth of the right treasury for Her Majesty's needs. Usually, we can only make money by making false reports. Everyone divides it. The people below can't get any money at all. Li Yi picked up 2 stools and brought them to Yang Si-sun and Wang Xing. Yes, it's not easy to get money. Yang Si-sun admitted. He usually asked Wang Xing for money and used it to win people's hearts. The big families in Nankou always hold singing and dancing competitions and local selections. They are the judges. There are many capable people in the Department of Internal Affairs. In order to promote the various skills of the Tang dynasty, the Li family Zhuangzi is going to hold a competition. It's mainly about clothing, food, housing, and transportation. They want to invite people from the Department of Internal Affairs to be the judges. They want Vice President Zhong Xiaojing to inscribe. They will pay 1,000 yuan to polish the pen. The other judges will pay slightly more. It will be held once a month. The winner will help promote it in the newspaper. Li Yi thought of a way to transfer the benefits in 10 seconds. It's difficult to save money for the Department of Internal Affairs. But there was a way. Yang Si-sun grinned. It was scarier than crying. Sun Er and Qian Er hid behind Princess Yongmu again. I came to the right place. If Gongru wants to give people money, there are countless ways. Yang Si-sun was happy. Finally, he didn't need to take money from the other imperial plantations. Tell the imperial plantations that even without you, I can still get money. I just need to know Li Yi. The officials, for the time being, they were impressed again. As for how long they would forget, it would depend on their state and needs. The Department of Internal Affairs could also help them get money. Bai Gu furrowed his brows. Xiao Yi, you're using the Li family Zhuangzi's money to give to others. This isn't good, right? Old Bai, why should I use the Li family Zhuangzi's money? I'm organizing an event. If I don't make money, why should I lose money? Li Yi was surprised. How is that possible? I'm using the Li family Zhuangzi as the venue. Why should I put money in? Is there such a thing in the world? How are you going to make money? Bai Gu thought for a while, but he couldn't think of a way. Old Bai, you're the Minister of Revenue. You don't care about such things. I'm just a small person. I'm just trying to earn money to live. Li Yi didn't talk about the details. He turned around to look for the 2 children to play with. I don't want to be a minister anymore. You have to say it today. I'll retire after I learn how to make a living. Bai Gu didn't agree. The other officials nodded to show their support. Yes, you have to say it. We don't want to be officials anymore. Li Yi didn't believe it. Anyway, the people in the shed didn't know anything. No one could force you to resign. In this world, if there's light, there's darkness. If there's the sun, there's the moon. If there's rivers, there's mountains. If there's a beauty, there's a handsome man. If there's peace, there's war, please get to the point. Bai Gu held back his anger and said to Li Yi. We're about to talk about the place. If there's a need, there's an exchange. Under normal circumstances, there's a need first, then there's a supply. There's also a situation where we provide goods. If others find it useful, they'll buy it. Li family Zhuangzi's new farming tools are considered providing services and goods. Zhuangzi wants to hold a competition. Naturally, it's the latter. We'll provide what others want, including Wen'an Lanxiang Pavilion. Li Yi finally said the last sentence, and then he introduced it. Old Bai, think about it. What do others want? For example, you. Li Yi said again. I want to hit someone. Guess who I want to hit? Bai Gu clenched his fist. He didn't want to listen to this. He just wanted to know how to operate it. Chapter 1531. How should I say this? There are many ways to do it. Old Bai, which one do you want to hear? Li Yi was very conflicted. There were too many things that he could do. You. Say it. What about you? Kaka, Aya. Bai Gu pressed his knuckles with both hands. He did not press his left thumb properly. With a cracking sound, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Grandpa Bai, let me take a look. The little girl quickly went forward and grabbed Bai Gu's big hand, massaging it. Master, it's not a big deal. Just apply the ointment. The weather today is not good. It's raining. You have to rest for 2 to 3 months. Otherwise, it will hurt when you move in the future. The little girl let go of Bai Gu's hand and went to find her needle box. She took out the silver needles. The silver needles were made of real silver and were softer. She also took out a small bottle of alcohol and used a cotton wool dipped in alcohol to wipe the silver needles. Silver itself was able to inhibit the growth of bacteria. If there were no other conditions, she would use the silver needles as acupuncture needles. If there were conditions, she would wipe the needles with medical alcohol. It was double insurance. The little girl performed acupuncture for Bai Gu. The moxa sticks were ready. The air was humid, so moxibustion was needed. She also used moxa ash to seal the eye of the needle. Old people don't use their muscles and bones to determine their abilities. Let's talk about the dark side first. Whoever gives me money, I will let the judges rank his or her methods as the best. Li Yi first talked about the dark side of the program. It was simple and clear. Sorry to trouble you, Qing Dai. Bai Gu felt that he could not move his left thumb. His whole arm was numb just now. This is what I learned. Qing Dai touched Bai Gu's arm with her hand and performed acupuncture through his clothes. Look at Qing Dai, and look at you. You don't know how to respect your elders. Bai Gu found fault with Qing Dai as a patient. Don't know how to respect your elders means that you don't respect your elders. I will apply the ointment later to see if you are allergic. If you are allergic, you will need to use the antihistamine method. Li Yi was not worried. His bones were not broken, and it just happened. It was easy to solve. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Bai Gu glared. You won't die now. I don't believe that you'll suddenly die while I'm sitting here. I can create an intensive care unit in an instant. I have all the equipment and medicine. I can even let a dead person live for 3 days. Li Yi felt that unless it was a mechanical injury, it would directly damage the head, neck, and body connections. Otherwise, the others could be saved. However, saving them did not mean that they would be able to live forever. I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. What can you do about it? Bai Gu argued. There are only 3 ways to die from biting one's tongue: death from painful shock, death from blood loss, and death from asphyxiation caused by blood and body tissues blocking the respiratory tract. I'm sorry, but with me around, none of them will die. If you hit your head against this stove and break it, I'll miss you during the holidays. Li Yi was very patient as he explained to Bai Gu. Little brother Yi. Li Longji was anxious. In addition to this, there's also the dark side, the title sponsorship. The Chang and Garment Alliance sponsored the Tang Dynasty clothing competition. They gave me money. The title sponsorship fee is 100,000 yuan. I have to give them a championship. The second and third place can't be. No matter what, I have to make it fair. In addition, the carpenters in Lantian County have connections with Old Bai. They look for Old Bai, and Old Bai looks for me, saying that he will reduce Zhuangzi's taxes. They even find beautiful women to bribe me with their beauty. I'm greedy for beauty and directly take the money. However, beauty is not enough. Beauty is a stepping stone. Li Yi gave a few simple examples. There were more, but he was unwilling to say. Darkness, we don't believe that you will agree. Light. Yao Chong knew that Li Yi's methods would work on others, but it would not work on Li Yi. I promise to take the title sponsorship fee in the form of advertising. You can't buy a place. In addition, whoever participates must pay the participation fee. I don't think I can take this. If I take it, no one will come. Sell the tickets. Since it's such a competition of skills, ordinary people should not participate. Auction the right to watch. Li Yi was too familiar with this. He had done all kinds of things, including those in the dark side. Okay. Li Longji responded and motioned to continue. Take the money from Beitsiu. Zhongxiu and Nanku do not need to use their beauty to attract people. The girls from Beitsiu have agreed to take half of the money. They will sit next to the rich people who buy the tickets. They will dress up prettily and be responsible for shouting, "Ah, wow, oh my God," in the audience. Or they will just show their excitement to set the atmosphere. At the same time, they will be noticed by the people who buy the tickets and negotiate the price. Li Yi said and signaled Qing Song to take the thing back. The thumb of the left hand was fixed on the shroud. Later, he would put it on for Bai Su. His thumb and wrist should not move. Qing Song knew where the things were. He took the umbrella that Wang Xing carried and ran out. Brother Yi, do you have more? Li Longji asked on behalf of everyone. Yes, there are items in the competition. They will be auctioned one by one. The Li family Zhuangzi and the Ministry of Household Affairs will give a certificate. During the auction process, the Li family Zhuangzi auction house will take a cut. The cut is usually 30% to 50%. They will use the money to help raise the price. They would rather spend it on themselves and wait for the next auction. The price can't be low. Li Yi said another way to make money. Without waiting for others to ask, he continued, before the competition, they will know whose skills are better. They will sign a purchase contract and even send people to the local area to buy. They will wait for the first place and publicize it in the newspapers. When the price of these things is raised, they will sell it. In addition to these, there are too many things. During the competition, they will provide a 20% discount, booking service, off-site gambling, and so on. Let's not talk about it. It's too tiring. The officials were speechless again. Gang Ro, you definitely won't go hungry. Zhang Jiuling cupped his fist. Jiuling, I'm not doing this to earn a little money for myself or to help the Ministry of Household Affairs. It's raining outside, and Yoji came to see me. I'm bored. Next time, I'll go to the southeast and southwest. I'll take the sea route and get other seeds. Good crops are the foundation of the people. Li Yi waved his hand. He didn't care. If it wasn't to protect the reputation of the Ministry of Household Affairs, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to give money directly? If he had the time to waste, how much could he get by fishing for coral? How much could he get by digging for diamonds? There was also jade, which was popular in the Tang dynasty. However, the others didn't think so. Yang Si-sun was still grinning. He didn't express his gratitude. Like Gao Lisher, he had his own strength. Gao Lisher was known for his thoughtfulness. Oh, and loyalty. He was also loyal, but he was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. In the future, if anyone made Li Yi unhappy, he would just take action. When he smiled, his humble two brothers were afraid and hid in Princess Yongmu's arms. You too, come here. You're a man. You can't be timid. Li Yi walked over and grabbed the back of the children's collars, one in each hand. I smell the fragrance on Sister Tian. Sun finally told the truth. It had nothing to do with fear. Qian nodded and admitted that his brother was right. What fragrance? Where? Li Yi flicked the foreheads of the two children. When Princess Yongmu was about to pout, he continued, it's not just fragrance, it's very fragrant. Brother Yi. Li Chenqi cupped his fist. Good, Brother Yi, you're amazing. I learned something again. I'll ask your sister-in-law to try it later. Chapter 1532. While they were talking, the rain outside was getting lighter. The water rose quickly and fell quickly. There was already a shortage of water in the fields. It was only because of the heavy rain that the water didn't seep in for a while that the water overflowed. The people at the bridgehead who were hiding from the rain and drinking soup ran out one after another. Many of the greenhouse vegetables had been taken down and were ready to plant other vegetables. Most of them were the last batch. When they were done, the other vegetables in the fields could be eaten, such as cabbages, shallots, lettuce, and chives. The vegetables were drenched by the rain and obviously couldn't survive overnight. The people buying vegetables looked like they would lose money if they didn't lower the price. The vegetable seller lowered the price. In fact, many vegetables were covered. It was okay to leave them overnight, but it was troublesome to take them back. Yo yo yo. Cucumbers have thorns on the top. If you take them back today, they'll rot at night. Lower the price, I'll sell 6. The people buying vegetables bargained as if they were fighting an enemy. No, I'll give you one more, but you're still greedy. If you say more, I won't sell it to you. The vegetable seller refused. I'm helping you. Look at the vegetables drenched in the rain tomorrow. Do you think you can sell them? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're clearly taking advantage of my difficulties. I won't give in. I'm clearly helping you in your hour of need. If I don't buy, you'll lose more. I'll just give you one more cucumber. I won't talk anymore. Then I'm leaving. I'll buy from someone else. Your vegetables can't survive overnight. I'll give it to Li Dongzhu later. Okay, give me one more cucumber. I'll pick a good one. The seller won because he had an extra card. The buyer didn't lose anything and got an extra cucumber. There were also customers who got extra eggplants, radishes, coriander, and other things. The sun didn't set in the west, but the sky slowly darkened, telling everyone that it was almost night. The people setting up the stalls sorted out the things that couldn't be kept for a long time. They said goodbye to the people guarding the bridgehead of the Li family Zhuangzi and retreated. The night market people came with carts or poles. There were many of them, but the rain still came. They mainly sold things to the people living in the buildings. The families of the Southwest barbarian slaves worked and earned money, so they also ate snacks. The Southwestern barbarians were working hard to accumulate points and prepare to exchange for a contract, turning the slave contract into a long-term employment contract. This way, no matter how hard they worked, they would still be paid. They never thought of leaving the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't beat or scold people, and the food was still fine. But if he took his family away, what was he supposed to do? He had no land of his own. The Li family Zhuangzi's people went over to collect the goods. There were signs on the goods, and the farmers looked at the quality of the goods and estimated the discount price. The discounted price was usually lower than the cost price. When the stall owner had to pay the stall fee, the discount would be deducted. The people who set up the stalls tried their best not to leave anything behind. If they really couldn't, they could still make some money back. If a large vegetable merchant tried to lower the price, the Li family Zhuangzi would help to lower the price. For example, the price of bean worms remained stable. Li Yi would calculate the cost of breeding, the amount of protein and other nutrients. Then, he would consider the cooking method and taste, compare it with other similar products, and draw a line for the price, including the size and activity. When the restaurants and stalls bought the bean worms, the price had to be higher than the Li family Zhuangzi's. Before dinner, Yang Si-sun called the heads of the Department of Household Affairs over and told them how to make money. They couldn't take all the money. The money they got would be given to the Department of Household Affairs. Whoever put in more effort would get more, and those who didn't put in the effort would get the least. In addition, the imperial plantations all over the country had to add a third industry, like Wang Xing was in charge of the imperial plantations. Not only did he not lack things, but he also made extra money. The imperial plantations of other places didn't need the 6 Li manor, and the Department of Household Affairs had no jurisdiction over them. There was also Shaolan Manor. The 12 bureau chiefs, they were called Fengyu. There were 2 Fengyu in each bureau, and there were many people in the Department of Household Affairs. The 12 Fengyu lowered their heads and took notes. They copied the Li family Zhuangzi's people and wrote with a pencil. As they spoke, they began to eat. Today's main dish was big plate chicken. Some people couldn't eat spicy food, so they set up another stove. The cafeteria made 100 big plate chicken this time. It was estimated that they could eat until tomorrow morning. Those who took over in the middle of the night continued to eat. The chickens of the Tang dynasty weren't like Li Yi's 40-day-old meat chickens. Zhuangzi's chickens were much bigger. Of course, if the people of Li Yi's time wanted to eat a small 40-day-old chicken, there would be leftovers if they couldn't finish it. If it were the people of the Tang dynasty who did manual labor, they could finish a big chicken in one go. They could even eat a bowl of noodles. From morning until now, the officials felt that 10 days had passed. They were tired, mentally tired. Yao Chang's eyes were filled with memories. He thought of the situation when he first met Li Yi. Li Yi was like this in the past. He would find something to do every day. After a long time, the frequency of asking Li Yi for advice was not high. Unexpectedly, Li Yi was still the Li Yi of the past. Whether he could come up with an idea or not depended on whether he encountered something. In this day, he learned a lot of knowledge. At the same time, he also solved the income of the Department of Internal Affairs, the promotion of local specialties. Old Zhong's situation, Li Yi was indeed different when he was serious. When the others were compared to what they had learned from the books, they were dealt a huge blow. They were dejected and depressed. If it was on the battlefield, it would no longer be considered a defeat. Instead, it would be a one-sided massacre. I'll rest well tonight and tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, when Tianlan Pavilion will open. I'll go and make a lot of money. Princess Yongmu picked chestnuts to eat. Only the Li family Zhuangzi could keep chestnuts until now. The drunken immortal house in Lantian County produced 10 caddies of chestnuts every day. Xiaolan sat next to Princess Yongmu. She ate Chinese yam. As long as the Princess Yongmu liked to eat something, she could choose not to eat it based on the quantity. Give this side a bowl of chestnuts. Leave a few pieces of Chinese yam. Li Yi instructed. Gu Yan was close to the door. He turned around and flashed out. Master, I like chestnuts too. The little girl was in charge of taking care of the twins. The twins did not use chopsticks well enough. They used spoons to scoop up the chestnuts and then used their hands to grab them. The two of them also had a soft spot for chestnuts. They were sweet and tasted better than Chinese yams. I'll allow you to eat 5. Don't eat too much. I'll start looking for someone to treat you tomorrow. Li Yi was afraid that his eldest disciple would consume too much sugar and affect his condition. If there was time to prepare for the interventional surgery, he would try to adjust his diet. I'm not eating. I'm afraid of death. The little girl told the truth. When she knew that she would not live to 15 years old, she thought of a situation. When she realized that she could live for many years, it would definitely be a different situation. Li Longji was in a good mood. He did not eat staple food and drank beer. He was in a daze. He was afraid that he was dreaming. He wanted to confirm that Li Yi had indeed returned. Without Li Yi in spring, the flowers did not seem to bloom. Yesterday, he was still in a daze. Today, the sun was shining brightly. The sound of rain dripping from the eaves outside was proof. Did I eat at noon? Li Longji did not feel hungry. He drank glass after glass of beer and could still drink. You ate half a bowl of noodles left by the non-commissioned officer at the source of the Yellow River. Gao Lisher stood behind Li Longji and gave the answer. Since I've eaten staple food, I won't eat at night. I'll drink beer. Li Longji picked up his glass again. Chapter 1533. Get the melon seeds and longan for third brother to drink. Put the dried shrimps on a plate. Li Yi watched Li Longji drink and didn't persuade him to eat. When eating for the sake of drinking, it was best to eat snacks. Snacks didn't fill the stomach. If one vomited after eating melon seeds and drinking beer, they would recover quickly the next day. The more they drank and ate, the more uncomfortable they would feel after getting drunk. They would vomit a bunch of things and wouldn't be able to recover the next day. Longan was sweet and could help to break down the alcohol. Dried longan was called longan, and fresh longan was called longan. Sometimes, fresh longan was also called longan, and dried longan was called dried longan. Li Yi was also drinking beer. He waited until he was almost done drinking and took a break before eating a bowl of noodles. If he was drunk, he couldn't eat anymore. The officials followed him and drank yellow rice wine. They needed alcohol to help relax their nerves. They were scared today. Did Li Yi go crazy after returning from the sea? Was he going to make up for the strategy he used when he was at sea? They felt like they had been attacked by a super-saturation attack and were lucky to survive. Their heads were buzzing. They ate slowly and occasionally were in a daze. When ordinary people heard Li Yi speak, they would remember if they could. If they couldn't remember, there was no need to spend too much effort to think. How could they not think about it? They would make decisions from the general direction and then directly implement the specifics. The whole meal was dull. When they were almost done eating, each person had a cup of toad oil. After eating, they went back to rest. The next day, Li Yi woke up early at 10 o'clock. He took a bath and found someone to massage him until noon. He ate a bowl of wonton and felt refreshed. He led the nurses to find death row prisoners to practice. He had practiced the interventional technique many times on animals. The little girl observed from the side. She didn't practice and didn't eat the string. The death row prisoners' bodies were well nourished. Some of them had some minor problems, but the nurses and imperial physicians who stayed behind helped to treat them. They wouldn't first freeze a certain part of the body and then use hot water to collect data. Any surgery would be damaged, even if it was minimally invasive. The death row prisoners were given a chance to live. As long as they went through one experiment and recuperated, they could become a team member of the squatter team. Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Those who were given a chance to squatter belonged to the category of people who were guilty to a certain extent. Those who didn't have the right to set up the duds deserved to die. Everyone, pay attention. Based on the scans and imaging, this patient is indeed a patient. We should put a stent on him. I'll have to sacrifice my lifespan. This person. How could he? Ugh. Give him a brace. One is enough. Li Yi was giving a lecture when he realized that the prisoner on death row who was lying there under general anesthesia needed a stent. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to die while working. The fake patient had become a real patient. He could no longer use the little girl's treatment method. Let's not bother with him after we finish practicing. An imperial physician nurse from the Imperial Medical Department did not treat the death row prisoner as a human being. He's an exchange. If he dies while we're practicing targeted surgeries, he deserves it. But he's not that kind of person. There's no such thing in the contract. Even if he's going to be beheaded tomorrow and is sick today, we still have to try and treat him first. He should have died because of the law, not because of illness, unless there's nothing we can do. Li Yi was a principled person. If a person who was about to be executed suddenly suffered a myocardial infarction or cerebral hemorrhage, he must first save them. The death penalty was the death penalty, and humanity was humanity. It was precisely because of this that humans could become a civilization. Therefore, everyone was busy. They made several mistakes during the operation, but they finally put the stent in. This person could live a normal life. If there were any problems in the future, Li Yi would not care. He would belong to another department and have another contract. As a bomb disposal personnel, if something happened during the bomb disposal process and a sudden illness occurred, it would depend on the level of the local doctors. If they could save him, they would save him. I'm alive. The patient woke up after the operation. Before Li Yi could ask a question, the patient asked first. Yes, you're alive now. What about in the future? Li Yi had to ask. Usually, he asked logical questions and preoperative memories. People who knew that 1 + 3 = 4 might lose other memories, such as their surname. In the future, when you enter the place where the bomb disposal is done and get enough points, it will become a fixed-term imprisonment. The death row prisoner looked at the ceiling and blinked. Do you have anything you want to say to your wife and child? Li Yi opened his hand and waved it in front of the death row prisoner's eyes. Did you find a wife for me? Whether you shake it or not, I can see things blurry. Am I going blind? The death row prisoner's pupils were adjusting. No, my hand is too close to your eyes. I'm sorry. Look, is it okay this time? Li Yi was quite embarrassed and raised his hand. Your thumb is big. Circle, what do you say? In your other hand, you have 1 dipper of poverty and 2 dippers of wealth. The condemned prisoner finally saw it clearly. First, you're not nearsighted or farsighted. Second, your mind is clear. Third, you're more superstitious. Li Yi was relieved. The surgery was successful. Rest well. When you're well, you can go to the bomb disposal. They rested for an hour. First, everyone relaxed. They did not get the ball, but the lower stent was operated first. If anyone had the same problem in the future, the lower stent would not be so flustered. The male and female nurses' clothes were drenched in sweat, and they were all exhausted. The requirements of the interventional surgery were too strict, and their spirits were always tense. Forget it, this is the only one today. Go back and think about the process. Don't be afraid in your dreams. Li Yi gave up on the next experiment. He was worried that everyone would make too many mistakes and kill the death row prisoner. If he died, there would be 1 less test subject and 1 less labor force. Master, there's a curved channel in a bead, and it's spiral. How do we thread it? I thought there was only the ant string method to find its mother. Today, I found out that we can use the interventional method. The little girl concluded that there were two ways to solve this problem. My good disciple, you're underestimating me. It's just a bead that ants can pass through. How can we use the interventional equipment? A wire transmitter will do. The material determines the result. If ants can pass through, why should we use the interventional wire? An ordinary one will do. And there are at least two methods, the buoyancy traction method and the vacuum suction method. Li Yi had many methods. Threading a thread was not a big deal. Master, I don't understand. The little girl lowered her head as if she felt that she was too stupid. Li Yi looked around and found that he could not continue the surgical experiment, so he simply brought his eldest disciple to play. Read the book first. I'll arrange for old Bai, old Yao, and the others to come over and bully them. Li Yi wanted to look for fun, and the ministers were the most suitable. Li Longji did not go to court, and there was nothing for him to solve. There were 4 prime ministers and assistants, and the problem of money was no longer a problem. Li Longji was playing chess with his eldest daughter. At this moment, his forehead was sweating, and he was very anxious. It had been 6 games, and every game had been a draw. At first, he wanted to let his daughter win at the last word. In the end, as the game went on, it was a draw. One game and another game were obviously different, which meant that he didn't want to make a draw. Who was better at chess than him? Chapter 1534. Party A's 1 general and 1 kill, Party B's 1 general and 1 kill, Party A's 1 change moves, if not, it's a loss. Party A's 1 general and 1 kill, Party B's 1 general and 1 kill, Party B's 1 change moves, if not, it's a draw. Father, you're too amazing. You always let me win and play chess with me. Princess Yongmu moved the chess pieces a few times, and it was a draw. It was impossible for anyone to checkmate the other. Li Longji played chess with his daughter for the first time, and he was defeated. As the emperor, if he couldn't see that his daughter was deliberately playing chess with him, he would have been dealt with by others. Yuan, do you feel wrong to betroth you to Li Yi? You're so smart, you can play 7 games in a row. Li Longji considered his daughter's intelligence and high IQ. It wasn't a free love, it was a forced arrangement. Ah. I learned it from Li Lang. When Li Lang played chess with me, it was a draw. Father, are you saying that I should find someone else? Who should I find? If I find someone else, Li Lang won't be mine. I won't agree. How could Princess Yongmu feel wronged? Looking at appearance, some people were indeed good-looking. Men were more beautiful than women. Li Lang couldn't be compared to this, he was just a little bit worse. Of course. Then she couldn't find a few men. She couldn't beat Li Lang in a fight, but Li Lang could fight with Guozi for more than a dozen moves. Needless to say, others couldn't write poems. Li Lang also knew how to do farm work, make tools, know how to raise animals, and know about economics. Li Lang could bring her flying, but could others? Get a yacht parked on the Ba River for this princess to see. The key was that Li Lang's braised pork was the most delicious. Brother Yi, oh, Xiao Yi taught you chess. Li Longji felt better. It was normal for his daughter to learn from a good person. Playing chess, playing chess. Li Lang has a lot of chess manuals, I read them. It's very simple, I can learn it after reading it twice. Also, I've read less than 60 Go manuals. Li Lang said that the Go of the Tang dynasty was too soft and lacked attack. Once they get used to it, it will be detrimental to the Tang dynasty. Princess Yongmu said as she placed the chess pieces back in place. She had a large number of chess manuals provided by Li Yi to play. I won't play anymore, I won't play anymore. Li Longji waved his hand. He was already traumatized by the game. Your Majesty. When Gao Lishe received the little eunuch's report, he leaned forward and said, Li Yi ordered people to make 1 or 9 beads, and wanted to thread the beads with silk thread. Find the ministers for entertainment. Princess Wenqing gave Songzan Gambu a question. Princess Yongmu instantly thought of something. Is it convenient to find the ant? Li Longji knew the answer. The silk thread was tied to the ant. Lure them with food at the other end, or block the hole with the bead, and the ants pass through with the thread. Simple. Li Yi said not to use ants. Gao Lishe pointed out the key point. Then it's interesting. Let's go and have a look. Li Longji wanted to have a look. At noon, the ministers rushed over with official documents and prepared to work in the Li family Zhuangzi in the afternoon. After lunch, Yao Chong spoke first. Shao Yi, take out the beads. Let's have a look. A pile of painted glass beads was sent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shao Yi, the pillar is wrong. It should be vaguely transparent. Otherwise, how can we know there are 9 beads? Bai Gu blew at the hole with his mouth to breathe, but he couldn't see how many beads were inside. Just to increase the difficulty, use transparent glass beads. Li Yi was prepared. He ordered people to make a large number of glass beads and prepared to sell them. Another batch of beads was brought. The songs inside were different, so it was impossible to make them exactly the same. Everyone looked at the transparent glass beads and had doubts. How to make the channels in the beads? Li Lang, how to make the holes in the glass beads? Princess Yongmu helped to ask the doubts in everyone's hearts. It depends on the softening temperature of the glass. Make the inner core with something with a higher melting point than the softening temperature of the glass. Things that are resistant to high temperatures can also be dissolved in water, acid, or alkaline solutions. It can also be volatilized. After the softening glass is wrapped around the inner core is melted, and the inner core is melted away. The resulting glass beads will have holes in them. Don't tell anyone about our family's secret. If anyone accidentally eavesdrops, remember to kill them. Li Yi whispered at the top of his voice and looked around vigilantly. Everyone looked enlightened. It was simple. Let's go through. I don't believe there's any other way except for ants. Lu Huaixin couldn't wait. What do you want to bet? Li Yi looked around again. We came to observe not because we don't trust you. Su Yi didn't fall for it. What was there to bet? They came to eat and drink this spring's good tea. The others nodded gently. Don't talk about this. Hurry up. Sigh. Li Yi sighed, my eldest disciple, let me show you. Everything has its own method. Those who use it well are respected. All living things have their own fate. Those who treat them well are benevolent. The law of the jungle is the law of heaven. Those who can be killed but not abused are the laws of man. Make the best use of things in a good way. Make the best use of people in a good way. Only in this way can the government be harmonious. Thank you, Master. The little girl bowed. The officials looked at each other and understood why Li Yi had asked them to come here. Class. Of course. Do we need you for this class? Do you think we don't know? Li Yi didn't waste any more time. He took a large glass bead and a small iron bead. He threw the iron bead into one of the holes in the glass bead and shook it hard. After shaking it a few times, he stopped and looked at the situation inside. He shook it again and the small iron bead came out from the other hole. Isn't it simple? What ants are you using? Li Yi placed the glass bead into the little girl's hands. He then took a small wooden bead and put it into the glass bead and put it into the water. He shook it again and again and the wooden bead came out from the other hole. For the third glass bead, he took a wooden bead and put it in. He used his hand to block the hole and used his mouth to suck on the bead. He loosened his hand and the wooden bead went in. He sucked until his mouth was numb. The wooden bead still hadn't come out. Anyway, that's what it means. It will come out. Li Yi stopped sucking. His cheeks hurt. If I knew this would happen, I would have made the bet just now. Bai Gu regretted. You bet that he would suck it out. One glass bead is enough. It would be a waste to make so many. Song Jing realized that the process was not difficult. The ants could be laid off. Wen Tian, today's newspaper has announced that tomorrow Wen Tian Orchid Pavilion will be open for business. Bring the glass beads over and sell them. Li Yi ignored Song Jing and said to Princess Yongmu. Just tell them to wear the beads for fun. Princess Yongmu didn't know how to explain. Who can understand a girl's heart? Li Yi blurted out the advertising slogan. Selling the glass beads with holes didn't require a high price. They had to sell their feelings. Okay. Then let them wear it. Princess Yongmu showed that she understood. No, ask their men to wear it. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If we sell more glass beads, Wen Tian will donate a lot to the soldiers at the border. Li Yi looked at everyone. Don't talk too much. Yes, keep it a secret. Bai Gu became serious when he heard that money was involved. Whoever is found to be not tight-lipped will be convicted of harming the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing supported. Princess Yongmu donated a lot of money. Chapter 1535. The officials found their own places to work, and the Li family Zhuangzi had their own courtyard. Other than so many palace maids and eunuchs, the officials of 5th rank and above could find their own places in the Li family Zhuangzi. Under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to come in casually. If there was something, they would come and go through the zip line. There were 2 poles in the Li family Zhuangzi, one high and one low, and it was the same on the opposite side. When documents were sent over, the Li family Zhuangzi's high pole would slide to the opposite side. When documents were sent over, they would slide to the Li family Zhuangzi's low pole. In order to save the distance from the Tyrant Bridge, the zip line between the 2 points was the shortest. If it weren't for the fact that the zip line had its own weight and wasn't easy to straighten, the zip line could directly go back and forth from the Li family Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace. Not to mention the zip line, even the string used to fly a kite was light enough, but it still made a big arc when it was high. After I treat Qing Dai and everyone's illness, I will make a wired telephone and connect the wires to the imperial city. It will be convenient for old Bai and the others to work. Li Yi was sunbathing with Princess Yongmu and the others through the glass. Whether or not the glass could block the ultraviolet rays depended on what kind of glass it was. The permeability of lead glass was very low. A large group of children were in the Li family Zhuangzi. There were more than 20 princes and princesses. Ever since the other princes moved over, Li Longji's women also moved to the imperial plantation in the north. There was a large group of palace maids and eunuchs coming and going. The palace maids and eunuchs in their own palace took turns to come over. In the original palace, there was a gloomy feeling, but when they came to the Li family Zhuangzi, there was sunshine. After Li Longji killed Princess Taiping after the Xuanwu Gate, he didn't dare to live in the imperial city and went to live in Xingqing Palace. Now, everyone took turns to go to the imperial plantation and Li family Zhuangzi. Their mentality was better, and they smiled sincerely when they met each other. In the past, they schemed against each other to fight for Li Longji and for the position of women. Now that Empress Wang's position was stable, even without Li Yi, she could take care of the imperial harem, let alone with Li Yi personally teaching Shang'er. If they couldn't fight for positions, they should fight for benefits. However, there was no need to fight for benefits. He could have everything he wanted. Li Longji didn't look for more women now. He was too busy and had a bunch of children. Li Yi had told him that if he were to look for another woman, it would cause him to work too hard and reduce his lifespan, and he believed him. Li Longji was currently very comfortable. He had never dared to dream of such a life before. The Li family Zhuangzi could heal all kinds of pain, mainly psychological. Every villager was happy all day long. The social circle a person came into contact with was very important, especially in life. If others smiled more, one would also be full of smiles. Instead, it was the group of people who were sighing and feeling vexed. If he was with a group of mentally ill people, would he have to emphasize that he wasn't mentally ill? He really wasn't, they were. Then he heard several patients next to him say, "I'm not mentally ill, I'm really not, they are." Then, was he or was he not? Li Longji didn't understand the problems of the mental hospital. He was analyzing the situation of the Li family Zhuangzi. "Brother Yi, why are the villagers always happy?" Li Longji rocked the baby in the cradle. "Because there's a comparison. Their lives are better than those outside, and there's hope. There's less social pressure, and they don't have to worry about material things. They also have Zhuangzi's management system. Among them, management is the most important. A Zhuangzi has a sense of superiority and is more willing to accept management. When the people of a country have a sense of superiority, they will support the government more. Third brother, look at families. If a husband and wife have hope for life, and encourage and comfort each other, the family's life will be good. If a husband and wife, one party gives the other a feeling of oppression for a long time. Complaints, silent violence, verbal violence, and even under normal circumstances, the man will hit the woman. In some cases, the woman will hit the man. This family can't compare to the former, whether it's the economy, the social circle, or even the children's growth and learning." Li Yi said while lying on the rocking chair. This was his duty and responsibility to advise His Majesty and promote the development of the Tang dynasty. As he spoke, he raised his leg to stop Li Longji from rocking the baby. The baby had already fallen asleep. "Why are you still rocking him?" He signaled the palace maid to push the cradle further away and try not to be affected by the adults' voices. There was a rule in Zhuangzi. When the child was sleeping, the child was not allowed to hear the adults' voices. The distance had to be controlled. In other places, the children were sleeping, and the adults were chatting with the neighbors who came to visit. The child was sleeping comfortably, especially during his afternoon nap. He was woken up by the noise. The child was still young. He didn't know why, but he was particularly irritated and a little scared. He cried. The adults came over to hug him and coax him. While coaxing him, they said loudly to the neighbors, "I don't know what's wrong with this child. He's been sleeping well, and now he's crying." The neighbors said loudly, "You gave the child cinnabar to drink. It's very effective." Then whose family is it? His family. The child was already irritated. The source of the noise was closer and louder. It was uncomfortable. The crying was even more painful. Li Yi knew that there was no such thing in the Li family Zhuangzi. When a child was woken up from his afternoon nap, he would usually hear a drawn-out voice when he woke up. When the adults spoke normally, the child would hear 3 to 4 times slower. It was the same feeling when one woke up from a short coma due to lack of oxygen in the brain. Listening to others speak was very, very slow. Li Yi had done research before. He didn't do it alone. He gave a research topic, invested money, and others helped. In this state, his neural response was actually too fast. It wasn't slow. If it was slow, he should be able to hear very fast words. He wouldn't be able to hear them clearly. Human vision was sometimes like this. He could see that others' movements were slowed down. In other words, it was bullet time. If he could speed up his movements, the research topic was over. There was no money. Other people were doing research by the country. What was he? If he couldn't research that, he could analyze the child's state. This was simple. There were both psychology and biology. Bao was pushed away. He was basking in the sun under the glass in the distance. He couldn't stay outside. The rain had just stopped last night. It was cold today. The temperature in the room was suitable. Bao-er's breast was exposed. He lay in the baby cradle and slept soundly. His mouth moved from time to time. Mouth movement was a physiological reaction. He was still drinking milk. When was the most comfortable time? For a baby, it was the most comfortable time to eat. It was also comfortable to be hugged by his mother. When he slept and basked in the sun, he had a conditioned reflex and his mouth would always move. Cut cucumber strips. I'll dip it in chili sauce and drink beer. I'm only half full at noon. I'm hungry. Li Longji relaxed and touched his stomach. He wanted to drink. Make a handful of spring onions. I want to drink some too. Do you still have peanuts? Li Yi only ate half a bowl of rice at noon. He was too affected by the surgery in the morning. He had never done such a surgery before. The nurses had never done this surgery before. He was the backbone of the operation. It was his first time operating on a human. The moment the stent was successfully placed, his adrenaline soared. He could perform interventional surgery. His endocrine system was out of balance. His stomach secreted too much, and he couldn't eat. Now that he looked at Bao-er's cute appearance and basked in the sun, he wanted to drink and relax. Chapter 1536. Dongzhu, the peanuts have been eaten by the children as snacks. Do you want to eat sea cucumber? Songda, who was sitting at the door, rubbed his eyes and said. He had his own big courtyard and was about to marry Huer's wife. Li Yi's dowry and betrothal gifts were all prepared. A big courtyard with 3 entrances, a small 2-story building, a sewing machine, 2 bicycles, and a couple's watch. Songda did not receive officials below the 4th rank. He had no choice. Dongzhu had obtained the title of General of Heavenly Strategies and the status of the stewards had risen. This was not like the 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister's residence. The General of Heavenly Strategies could open his own residence and directly appoint officials. The 2nd steward was in charge of the Crown Prince, the Imperial Censor, the Imperial Censor, the Imperial Scholar, the Wanyan County Magistrate, and the Chang'an County Magistrate. Now, Songda had to take over as the 2nd steward. Sun Xian had not returned from the source of the Yellow River. He was now guarding the door, guarding Li Longji, Li Yi, and Princess Yongmu. Grill a chicken rack and bring some meat. Don't really give me bones. You'll spray vinegar. Li Yi did not want to eat sea cucumber. The best food for grinding teeth was the kind that ate for half a day but did not eat anything. I want to eat too. Princess Yongmu was hungry when she saw others eating. I'll go grill it. Li Yi got up. Brother Yi. Li Longji wanted to stop him. They were just drinking and chatting. Why did you have to do it yourself? Li Yi went out and found 4 big chicken racks. He first grilled them normally. The charcoal had to be broken into small pieces to heat up quickly. The chicken racks were placed in large iron wire clips. There were no skewers. The whole rack was grilled. Oil was brushed and the fire was strong. The chicken racks could not be grilled, especially at the corners. They were thin and would lose moisture easily. When they were grilled to medium well, they were handled separately. 2 of them continued to brush oil and spread the charcoal apart to reduce the fire. The other 2 used brushes to press sugar on the chicken racks. The sugar was poured on the chicken racks and the brushes slowly brushed the melted sugar. After brushing one side, he changed to the other side. A chicken rack could be pressed with 2 ounces of white sugar. Then, he sprayed vinegar, added a little cumin and salt, and cooked. If it was roasted normally, it would be sprayed with vinegar, chili powder, cumin, and salt. It would not be brushed with hot sauce. Li Yi came back with 4 chicken racks. Li Longji waited for him without eating or drinking. Princess Yongmu called the palace maids and eunuchs over to eat. Each person could eat a few mouthfuls. The bigger the chicken rack, the more meat there would be. Li Yi and Li Longji ate one of the 4 chicken racks. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the little girl ate one each. Li Yi first drank a mouthful of beer, burped, and tore a small piece from the chicken rack. He put it in his mouth and took half a bite, then put it down and continued drinking. Li Longji tore the chicken into pieces as well. When he was eating, he looked puzzled. Brother Yi, your grilled chicken rack is still the best. The last time I ate it, I always felt awkward. Someone else tore the chicken rack for you? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Longji nodded. The most taboo for a grilled chicken rack is to be torn by others. When you tear it yourself, you know what you want to eat. It feels like there's a lot of meat. If someone else tore it, they won't be able to eat the meat. Li Yi told him the reason why he didn't tear it up and bring it over. Li Longji was slightly taken aback. Indeed, but why? People who eat mainly eat. In order to eat where they want to eat, they will break the bones. Those who tear it don't eat it themselves. They tear it in the most convenient way. They tear it from the meat. Those who ask them to tear it eat it themselves. The place where they tear it is different. There are outstanding people in any industry. Talent is one aspect, but nurturing is also important. When the local officials are in charge of governing, they must keep their bodies submerged and not cause any trouble. Li Yi said as he tore off the chicken tip and put it on the plate in front of Princess Yongmu. One for each of us. Princess Yongmu had long been thinking about eating the chicken but unfortunately, there was only one, so it was not easy to share. Xiaolan chewed the food in her mouth and nodded. She swallowed it. Chicken racks are delicious. You should teach the common people how to make them. The common people have less money, so it's more delicious to eat chicken racks. Li Longji heard this and tore off a little. After he finished eating, he asked, Brother Yi, is this easy to learn? One chicken rack costs 2 taels of white sugar. Li Yi gave the answer directly. Learn from the common people. Actually, stewed chicken racks are more delicious. Li Longji was helpless. With 2 taels of money to buy candy, why eat chicken racks? Wouldn't it be better to eat meat? The shed has been stewing. All the meat is shaved clean, leaving only a little chicken fat. Stew the bones until crispy. After eating, bask in the sun more. It can also replenish calcium. Li Yi looked outside through the window. The grass outside was deliberately trimmed neatly. The gradually westward sun made the shadow of the grass tilt. A grasshopper jumped out. A half-grown chick suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and caught the grasshopper. It swallowed and ran. Someone chased after it. Go back, I'll tie your feet next time. Ha 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 ha, Li Yi looked at it and laughed. The restrictions on travel are relaxed this year. I'm afraid there will be deserters. Li Longji looked at the villagers catching chickens and thought of the Tang dynasty catching refugees. The newspaper said that the yield of new seeds will double in 2 years. Who would be willing to leave the land and run away? It's time to test the administrative ability of the local officials. Li Yi understood the purpose of restricting the movement of people. If the transportation capacity was poor, it would be difficult to allocate resources. If there were few people in one place, the land would not be easy to grow. If they went to other places, there would not be enough food. There was no online identification system, and it was a planned economy. It was necessary to write letters of recommendation. This included food stamps. If you took the city's food stamps, you could not buy things outside the city. There were also food stamps for the province and the country. The Tang dynasty did not use food stamps. If you wanted to leave the county, you had to have the county's recommendation. If you wanted to leave the province, you had to bring the province's proof. Since the policy was relaxed, many deserters took small roads and many passes to run to the capital office. Otherwise, why would the price of things in the capital office increase? This was under the premise that Li Yi helped to solve the problem of employment. Li Longji understood the meaning of the song. Where are the second batch of Zhuangzi students going? The capital office has no use for them. It's a waste of talent. When they arrive, write to me if they have any difficulties. I'll help them. However, they can't neglect their studies. I've been away for a long time and have been busy recently. I've been practicing and returning to my studies. Li Yi had been teaching the students about physics, biology, chemistry, and mathematics. He did not teach literature, but economics and finance had entered the second stage. Li Longji frowned slightly. If they leave, I'm afraid the capital office will be unstable. With them overseeing the counties, the capital office has no worries. They've already trained people in the local areas. The officials who are incompetent can just stay there. The ones who really do the work are the officials and exiled officials. Li Yi wanted to change this, but he could not directly impact everyone's enthusiasm for the imperial examination. There were problems with the current imperial examination. Looking at the examination questions, calculating, and practical things, it was not as good as entering the imperial examination. If one took the imperial examination, they might become the prime minister. Current affairs were more important. Third brother, there's still a problem in the imperial examination that needs to be solved. Li Yi picked up his cup and did not drink. He frowned deeply. Li Longji's hand stopped tearing up the chicken rack. There's one less section in the newspaper. It's a section on disputes over the policies of the Tang dynasty. Let's call it a comment section. If you want the students to think more about current affairs, there must be a debate. I'll add it later. Li Yi said that he had a problem. It was only right for everyone to have a war of words in the newspaper. Chapter 1537. Li Longji gnawed on the chicken rack as he calculated in his mind. From the information he had, the people liked to read about national affairs in the newspaper. The content that they came across was all written by the Li family Zhuangzi. The local ink and waxed paper were printed with excerpts of the important content of the Li family Zhuangzi newspaper. The rest was mainly about the local situation. Brother Yi, are the ministers having different views on the court? Li Longji was worried. If the ministers fought over the newspaper, would they be able to work properly? The minister said that this was the right thing to do, and the assistant minister said that this was the right thing to do. The doctor gave a third explanation. What if the minister got angry and took care of the assistant minister and the doctor? Li Yi smiled and waved his hand. Third brother, you worry too much. It's the views of Confucianism, legalism, Moism, Taoism, Gongyang, and other schools of thought. Oh. Li Longji nodded and understood, so it's against Confucianism. No, I won't admit it. I also copied books from Confucianism with annotations. In the process of Confucianism's development, they maintained their ruling position while learning the theories of other schools of thought and using them for their own use. If not restricted, Confucianism would definitely influence the court and cause a lot of interference. There is no right or wrong in Confucianism, only those who use the teachings for personal gain. After the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty worshipped Taoism and Buddhism. After many changes, it was precisely to resist Confucianism's power, but in the end, it was not successful. Li Yi knew what Confucianism wanted to do. After the Qin dynasty, the 100 schools of thought were abolished and Confucianism was revered. It was a problem of leaning left and right. The Qin dynasty used law to rule the country and placed too much emphasis on the law. In fact, the law was not perfect enough, and the criminal law was too heavy. Usually, it did not care about the cause, only the result. When Qin Shi Huang died, Confucianism rebounded. Those who wanted to usurp power used this point to serve themselves. After that, when everyone saw the benefits, they used Confucianism's methods. At every critical moment, especially when a regime was declining and a new regime was rising. Confucianism would guarantee that they would do something. Even when Li Yi fought the war and established the country, Confucianism did not give up on the opportunity. In the end, they met the great Dongfang Hong and were completely wiped out. What kind of Confucianism? One must believe in the most superior party. Li Yi admitted that this party was superior. The more difficult the time, the more the importance of the party. Winter, and then the pine and cypress will wither. Li Yi was going to do the same thing now, to build up the Tang dynasty's national confidence and sense of honor. The greatest belief of the people should also be the political power that embodied Chinese civilization. Only then would there be cohesion and the people would not be used in the name of other religions. You make the arrangements. Li Longji still wanted to ponder. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of his eldest daughter, who was happily eating the chicken buttocks. He realized that he didn't need to waste any effort. He had never seen a slightly capable man who would personally cook for his wife. He felt that Li Yi was quite spineless in front of his Yuan. However, if one were to say that Brother Yi was weak, he would kill without batting an eyelid. Usually, he was all smiles and good-natured, but when it came to dealing with people, he was so sinister. 2 grams of sugar. Can you get fat after eating it? It's not good for your body to be too fat. You can get sick easily. Li Longji was worried about his daughter's health again. No. Princess Yongmu's voice was muffled, but her mouth was not idle. She was eating, delicious. Third brother, let's build a new Tianshu in a few days. We won't treat all countries as our subjects, but only for the prosperity of China. No matter how good the Lingyan Pavilion is, it's only for a small number of people. Although the Tianshu is high, it's for the survival of the Tang dynasty. If it's destroyed, then so be it. Our skills are good, so we can build a high one ourselves. While we're at it, we can also put the martyrs' cemetery next to it and erect a monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty. Next to the monument, we can put the achievements and names of outstanding craftsmen and other people to let the people know what the Tang dynasty values. Li Yi thought of giving good craftsmen extra treatment, but he realized that there were still many things missing. There was nothing wrong with putting down the Tianshu, but he must not leave a building that deposed Tang Songzhou. He raised the women in the harem high, and those women would try their best to find ways to kill the emperor. The feudal era was different from the democratic era. The current head of the Japanese empire was a woman, and it wouldn't be the same in the future. Putting down one, naturally, he had to build a new one to feel the honor of all countries and protect the position. Li Longji sat up straight. Build one? I think it's okay. We don't lack money. Li Yi supported financially. Build. Li Longji's face turned red with excitement. He had wanted to build one for a long time, but he didn't have the money. Now that he had money, he could build a tall and big one. Brother Yi, do you want to use concrete? Li Longji thought of materials. No, use stone. Concrete is far worse than stone. White marble, and so on. Li Yi waved his hand. How could concrete compare to stone? In terms of preservation time, concrete could be preserved for a long time, but it couldn't be maintained. It was made of white marble. How beautiful it was. According to the chemical and physical characteristics of nature, no matter how awesome concrete was, it couldn't be compared to jade. Therefore, it was something that could survive the erosion of nature. Li Longji clenched his fists and hesitated. Will people say that it's a waste of money? Third brother, be confident. The people are not afraid of labor, as long as you give them money. Money doesn't matter, as long as you can earn it. Li Yi encouraged Li Longji. Let's do it. Let's build it. Li Longji heaved a sigh of relief. I forgot. Now, if you ask the people to work and pay them, they will be willing to work and do well. The main thing is the tools. Good tools must be used. Don't let the people working get hurt, or even their lives will be in danger. Li Yi automatically ignored a certain word in Li Longji's words. He didn't understand it. Or maybe he heard that word as true. Who doesn't speak in a lower tone or with a dialect accent? Who will pay for it? Li Longji was in a dilemma. He was rich, and Li Yi was also rich. Who should spend more money? The imperial court will pay for it. This is a national matter. You can't use Yu Zhang's and my money. In the future, the imperial court will be in charge of the maintenance. Li Yi didn't lack the money to build things, but he definitely couldn't pay for it. He could think of other ways to help the imperial court earn it back. Li Longji suddenly understood. Yes, the imperial court will pay for it. It has to go through the official channels. Your Majesty, you have to find someone to raise this matter. From the bottom to the top, and from the top to the bottom, this is the right way to do it. Otherwise, if the name is not correct, the words will not be smooth, and people will criticize it. It won't be good if it is built. As long as it passes, I promise to help the imperial court earn a sum of money in a short period of time. It will only cost more than building high-rise buildings. Li Yi patted his chest. The clothes on his chest were smeared with oil. It was oil from the chicken rack. Brother Yi, you have worked hard. You have to build good relations with a group of incompetent ministers all day long. Li Longji didn't care if his words were spread out and into the ears of the ministers. So what if you heard? If you have the ability, you can be more powerful than my brother Yi. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something. Brother Yi, if you put the place of the dead and the important symbol of the imperial court together, won't it feel gloomy? Gloomy? How is it gloomy? Li Yi was surprised. Chapter 1538. Li Yi had been to the martyrs' cemeteries in several places. Some of them were closed at night, so he went there during the day. Some of them were not guarded at all. The people who were paid would help maintain them and let him in. He sometimes went there during the Qingming festival, but he didn't have time during the day. He also went there in the middle of the night. Even if it was a public cemetery, it could scare people to death. He didn't care about entering the martyrs' cemetery. If he was afraid, it could only be because there were bad people and nothing else. After installing surveillance cameras, he wouldn't be afraid of bad people. What would bad people do there at night? If they did bad things, they would definitely be caught. Now, he wanted to put the Tang dynasty's largest martyrs' cemetery together with the new Tianshu, as well as the merit monuments of excellent craftsmen and officials. The Tianshu represented the status of the Tang dynasty, the records of skilled craftsmen and excellent officials, and the martyrs who died for the interests of the Tang dynasty. The three didn't conflict with each other. On the contrary, they were very harmonious. Without the last one, where would the second one come from? Without the last one and the second one, wouldn't the first one become a joke? Third brother, people's fear is the unknown. This unknown can be understood in various ways. However, to put it bluntly, we don't know. We don't know where the enemy is coming from, so we're afraid. We don't know if the river bank will burst on a rainy day, so we're afraid. We don't know if we can survive typhoid, so we're afraid. We don't know if the land is short of water during a drought, so we're afraid. Then, we don't know who the people in the cemetery are, and whether they will hurt us if they run out, so we're afraid. If there was a cemetery and we told the people that the winged knights died here to protect the people of the Tang dynasty, would the people be afraid? Li Yi analyzed Li Longji from the perspective of behavioral psychology. What were people afraid of? The key was that until now, people didn't know if something would hurt them or even kill them. Naturally, they would be afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid? The martyrs' cemetery was not unknown. It was known. Those heroes who sacrificed their lives to protect themselves would not hurt themselves, so they were not afraid. Li Yi felt that there was no need to detain people for a few days for slandering martyrs. Detention was cruel. It should be gentle and educated. For example, they could tie those people up and throw them into the cemetery of martyrs at night. If they were detained for 15 days, they would be thrown there for 15 nights. There were flower wreaths and paper figurines all around. When the wind blew, the paper figurines rustled and a faint singing voice could be heard. Rise up, those who do not wish to be slaves. I believe that in less than 15 nights, they will soon be singing along. Rise up, those who do not wish to be slaves, take our flesh and blood. Their souls would be baptized, which was much more effective than being locked up. Of course, whether the method was good or not was another matter. The act of throwing them into the cemetery of martyrs in itself was a kind of blasphemy to martyrs. They did not deserve it. If the heroic spirits had souls, they probably wouldn't punish them. Instead, they would forgive them. Yuan, no, Wen Tian, do you dare to go to the Winged Knight's cemetery in the middle of the night? Li Longji asked his eldest daughter, whose mouth was full of oil. You dare. It has nothing to do with daring. If I want to go, I will go during the day and see clearly. I can't see the names on the tombstones clearly at night, but I remember them. Some of them died too early. Li Lang told me what they looked like. They even cried during training, crying for their mothers. I still feel that they are alive. I can't see clearly when it's dark. There are flickering lights everywhere. They are not ghosts. In my eyes, they live under the sun. If I'm afraid of light, I will plant more pine trees and cypresses. Evergreen will not be defeated, and I will be depressed for 1,000 years. Princess Yongmu raised her head, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and said frankly. When will we start? Li Longji understood. Propaganda, let the people believe in it. Only then can the people support the imperial power. After the railway is repaired, there will be enough manpower. Look for more white marble. First, let's say in the newspaper that the people who died for the country in the past in the house of Zhicheng will be reported. In addition, I will mention this in the military newspaper that will be published tomorrow to give moral support to the soldiers at the border. Li Yi was worried about the manpower. Most of them went to build the railway. The cemetery of martyrs was large, including the Tianshu. Waiting for a while did not affect the brainwashing of the people in the newspaper. Li Yi admitted that it was brainwashing. What was amazing was that even if he knew, he would not be afraid. Okay. Li Longji remembered that the railway was the most important. Wait for the Tianshu. A yellow door rushed to the door. Gao Lisher went out. After a while, Gao Lisher returned. The Duke of Wei, Yang Yuanyan, has passed away. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was holding a torn chicken rack. He is 79 years old. His body is weak, unlike Yin Zhizhang who is 50 years old and Ma Huaisu who is 60 years old. Both of them are compiling books and are quite tired. Let them rest in advance to recuperate and take care of education. Also, the provincial governor of Tong province, Jia Wan, has sent him many health supplements. I don't know if he can survive. He is over 80 years old. Isn't a 79-year-old younger than an 80-year-old? Princess Yongmu did not understand. How did you know that the one who died was dead? Why did you send health supplements to him? One of them is still in office, while the other went home early. Since he is still in office, it means that his body is strong. Feed him some good food and let him live for another year. Li Yi did not have the time to care about anyone. He was not sure if this 80-year-old could survive. Li Longji sighed. Another one had died. The Duke of Wei, this. I have to send someone to take care of him. Those who are still alive have to be taken care of. Brother Yi made the arrangements in advance. The 4 ministers working in the Li family Zhuangzi's office received the news at the same time. They prepared to send a document. After all, he was still the Duke of Wei. Shigu, you are getting old. Every day you live is a day of happiness. Song Jing said to Wei Zhigu, who had come to talk about the Ministry of Works. I am sick. I fell ill suddenly. It's not Sholu. Longza also needs to take care of himself. Wei Zhigu was 72 years old this year. Bai Gu was younger than him by 3 years. Xiao Yi gave me dental implants. I eat well. Bai Gu did not want to talk about age. Yin Zhizhang and Ma Huaisu were assigned to take care of the children. They are not writing books anymore. Li Yi, on the other hand, gave them a bunch of books. Su Yi talked about the other two. They kept an eye on those who were assigned by Li Yi. They wanted to see how things were going. Those who were assigned knew what was going on. They quickly maintained a happy mood and ate their nutritious meals. They did not feel uncomfortable. However, those who were not assigned by Li Yi were afraid. Several died every year. Li Yi did not do anything. Did he not know? Or was he not willing to save them? The ministers were superstitious. They believed that as long as Li Yi wanted to save them, he could definitely save them from the king of hell. They knew that the water screen sent the children to the Su family. They felt that Li Yi was deliberately using the water screen to cover it up. Without the water screen, he was afraid that others would see the truth. The truth was that he had indeed beaten up the king of hell. In my opinion, it is best to work in the Li family Zhuangzi. If you are in the imperial city and sent to Zhuangzi, you might not have enough time. Yao Chong walked in from the door. He had also received the news. According to this, I want to move closer to the east gate. Where is Zhigu? Bai Gu thought that he lived far away and was not as close as Yao Chong. Rent a house. Why don't you live in the Zhang family's village or the building in front? You can't live in the Li family Zhuangzi, right? Wei Zhigu's house was in the west of the imperial city. It was far. Chapter 1539. Yang Wen resigned at my time. In the courtyard, Li Dan was full of emotions when he learned about the situation. He knew Yang Yuanyan's character. He was cautious and knew when to advance and retreat. Just like him, he was the emperor and retired. He became the emperor again and retired again. It was important to stay alive. He was sad that he was protected by Li Yi. Li Yi did not even mention Yang Yuanyan. Jia Wan still drinks a glass of deer antler blood wine every day, eats ginseng and black chicken stew from Yongxing County every 10 days, and stewed tortoise and turtle blood for half a month. Li Dan thought of another person who was 83 years old. Jia Wan's food was sent by Li Yi. Li Yi bought a lot of land in Tongzhou to support the surrendered families. Li Yi let Jia Wan have some free time. To be able to place Jia Wan in the same prefecture as the provincial governor, it showed that the imperial court was always worried about the Tujue, Shi, and Khitan. Jia Wan had resigned more than once and insisted that he be sent to Tongzhou. Tongzhou was on the west side of the Yellow River. It meant that if the Turks attacked, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would not be able to resist. Jia Wan could still form a solid line of defense. Some people said that he was the commander of the army and could predict the enemy like a god. He had been the protector general of Baiting, the pacifier of the western region, the chief supervisor of the Shuafang army, and the chief supervisor of the Shuafang army. If he was placed in Tongzhou, Chang'an would be safe. Li Yi would do his best and leave the rest to Tianming. There are also vegetables. Noble consort Lu knew some things. Eat eggs, soy products, mutton, milk, fruits, sunbathing, fish, and dried fruits. There are oxygen cylinders. When the weather is bad, give them oxygen. Take a walk and do some simple exercises on weekdays. Noble consort Lu said with a smile. They were also supervised now. She and Lan Bao's sister-in-law Huang were taking medicine to try to have a child. The sun is good outside, but it's cold after the rain. Li Dan wanted to go out for a walk, but he was worried that he would get sick. It'll be hot tomorrow. Let's have breakfast and rest for a while before we go for a walk. Noble consort Lu said as she went to exercise and stretch her legs. She had to nurse her body back to health so that it would be easier for her to give birth. Just look at Empress Wang. The people living in Zhuangzi were in a good mood, but the rich women living in other places started to get anxious. The people in Cheng and city did not have a good lunch. It was written in the newspaper that when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion would be open for business the next day. There was a special section in the newspaper. It was very small, and it had been written before, when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion is temporarily closed. Today, there are finally different characters. Let's get ready to go shopping. On the other hand, there were always people in charge of the massage, beauty, and bodybuilding building next to it. It was just that they couldn't buy anything good. In fact, they already knew who Wen Tian from Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was, but they couldn't say it out loud. If they did, it would easily lead to the destruction of their sect. Some of them were rich, some were wives of high-ranking officials, and some were ladies of aristocratic families. Naturally, there were people who knew about Princess Yongmu's situation. They told their daughters not to offend her. What they offended was not only Li Yi's woman, but also the emperor's daughter. In the past, when Li Longji was in the prince's mansion, he had to Empress Wang's father pawned off his leather coat to eat a bowl of longevity noodles on his birthday. Princess Yongmu lived with him. She didn't eat well, didn't dress well, and was always on tenterhooks. Now that Li Longji was the emperor, would he think of anyone who offended his daughter? Would he bully them like before? Then what's the point of being the emperor? News couldn't be blocked. The other women had a good relationship with each other. As they chatted, one of them let it slip, so, Princess Yongmu opened a shop, and the Li family Zhuangzi provided the technology behind the scenes. She only bought goods at Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. The next day, Li Yi ate and rested for an hour. Then, he continued to train the nurses. Princess Yongmu and the others went to work. The 16 guards and the winged knights each sent people to work. Oh, Xiaolan, I forgot to ask Li Lang if he'll come back at noon or if Zhuangzi will send someone to deliver food. Princess Yongmu looked at the scenery outside the window and suddenly felt worried. Princess, we can cook upstairs and provide food for people. Xiaolan reminded her. It was always like this. It doesn't have the taste of home. Although it's made by the Li family Zhuangzi's chefs. Princess Yongmu waved her hand outside the window. The people outside made way and bowed slightly. She rode Li Yi's ambulance. It was safe and well equipped. The people didn't know who was in the ambulance, but it didn't matter. Even if it was a stranger, if they could ride Li Dongzhu's ambulance, it meant that Li Dongzhu approved of them. When they saw a woman waving in the ambulance, the people knew who she was. She was the owner of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, Li Yi's woman. Xiaolan, do you think I'm proud of my husband as a wife? Princess Yongmu never thought of becoming Empress Wu Zetian. When her great-grandmother established the Zhou dynasty, she was not proud of men. Xiaolan thought for a while and lowered her voice. Princess, the Empress is respected because of her son. You're asking for a beating. Princess Yongmu glared. Yes, yes. Xiaolan snickered. When you come back, you don't know how much money that building made. You should see what the soldiers at the border need and other people from the House of Subjugation. The people from the House of Subjugation didn't go to war but stayed in their positions to improve the welfare and status of the soldiers. That's why more people are willing to fight for the Tang dynasty. Princess Yongmu clenched her small fist. She didn't need money. She was willing to give the money she earned from the rich to the soldiers and their families. When a princess married, she needed a dowry. Usually, it was higher than the bride price of the groom. The groom's princess was called Princess Shang. Princess Yongmu knew that her family couldn't give a dowry higher than the bride price of the groom because the groom gave the Tang dynasty. The entire imperial power helped to protect the Tang dynasty, and the people of the Tang dynasty benefited. As for the specific money, well, the groom's family printed money. When the bride's family had enough collateral, they would help the bride's family print money. She didn't need to save up her own dowry, and her father didn't need to think about it. "Stop the car!" Princess Yongmu thought and suddenly shouted. The team stopped. Princess Yongmu looked outside through the window. There was an umbrella on the side of the road outside. Under the umbrella was a child who was cleaning shoes. The child's right calf was swollen. He was squeezing the wound with his hand. Princess Yongmu didn't need to say anything. 4 winged knights went over. 3 drew their swords, and 1 squatted in front of the child. The others quickly scattered and vigilantly looked for any possible problems. At the same time, they stopped passers-by from approaching. Princess Yongmu didn't get out of the car. She just looked through the window. Suddenly, there was a bang on the roof of the car. A familiar voice said, "I'm here." Guozi went up with his gun. At the same time, the person holding the big shield leaned against the car. The squatting winged knights took the medicine box from someone and began to treat the child's wound. They also took out a needle to test the child's sensitivity. The people who were stopped were very cooperative. They didn't move forward. They just stood in place and craned their necks to watch. "His leg is too swollen. He has a fever. Send him to Zhuangzi. Someone, tell Dongzhu to test his sensitivity after the shot." The person in charge of the winged knights shook his head, indicating that he couldn't do it. A few people took a stretcher and carried the child up. They told the child not to worry about making money and ran to the Li family Zhuangzi with the stretcher. A few people in the crowd saw it. They looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. It's impossible to achieve the purpose of an attack through such means. Even a normal child would be so vigilant. Isinba muttered. Chapter 1540. Women have become smarter these days. Bo Xia led a few people to a corner and watched the team leave. His face was filled with fatigue. The child was injured. It had nothing to do with them. What they saw was that it was impossible to trick someone into getting off the car because they were sick. "Since when are women not smart?" Isinba asked. In fact, he thought that Princess Yongmu would get off the car, but she was watching through the window. The protection team instantly dispersed to guard against an ambush. It was said that no one could damage the car. The ballista couldn't penetrate it, and the catapults couldn't crush it. Even so, the shield soldiers formed 3 shield walls first. They didn't even give them a chance to assassinate. Dream on. The team left. A winged knights was packing up. The child wouldn't be able to shine shoes for a while. The people came forward to help. The people of the Tang dynasty were simple and honest. When someone fell, they were willing to help as much as they could. They never thought about being blackmailed because they didn't. Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and other faiths were still very common in this aspect. Moreover, if one was caught blackmailing someone, it was definitely not something that could be solved with just an apology. The Tang dynasty's law had a countermeasure. If one failed to blackmail someone and was caught, they would have to bear the punishment that the blackmailed person deserved. After packing up, the winged knights took the children back to the Li family Zhuangzi. Theoretically, this set of things would be replaced with new ones after the child recovered, including the thermos. There were dictionaries, newspapers, and books for school use. The child had obviously been studying. These things were obviously obtained for free. After helping to pack up, the people happily did their own things. They weren't worried about the child. The winged knights took over and sent the children to the Li family Zhuangzi. Princess Yongmu's team swaggered all the way and smoothly arrived at the East Market. A woman was sitting outside. When she saw the ambulance arrive, she immediately ran into the building and shouted. A large group of people rushed out and prepared to enter the building to buy things. Red coral accessories were unloaded from other cars. The rich women and unmarried girls immediately went upstairs. When Li Yi came back, he deliberately let people see the blood coral. The yacht was anchored. That day, Li Dongzhu hugged Princess Yongmu and flew in the sky. Blood corals were considered a local tribute. Even if they were sent over from the coastal area, not many people would make jewelry out of the tiny branches. Princess Yongmu knew how difficult it was. She found a good spot and then dived down with an oxygen tank to fix and salvage. Otherwise, he could only drag out very small branches, so small that each branch was no more than 1 centimeter thick and no more than 10 centimeters long. Even so, it was still worth a lot of money, and it depended on the color. The Tang dynasty did not have such good bottom-sinking net technology and nets. Only when someone dived into the coastal waters and found them could they grow into plants. If one were to dive dozens of meters without oxygen tanks to fish for corals, then blood corals were indeed blood corals. Every branch was stained with blood. At that time, Li Yi's fishing technology was advanced. A pair of red coral earrings was a genuine live coral. According to the place where Li Yi caught it, it was worth more than 10,000 yuan. If it was not good, it would cost more than 1,000 yuan. The main problem was the labor cost. The material cost was less than 100 yuan. It was the same as silver jewelry. A gram of silver was more than 2 yuan. If it was expensive, it would cost more than 3 yuan. A 20-gram silver bracelet cost more than 60 yuan. The material cost. There was also the labor cost. The labor cost was actually not high. The bracelets were industrialized and so on. But there was also the cost of making old bracelets. Generally, those who sold silver bracelets would have a coating on them. They looked simple and unadorned. They were not from Eastern Zhou or Western Zhou. They were from last week. Then this 20-gram bracelet could be sold for 1,600 to 1,700 yuan. There were actually people who wanted to buy it. The red coral that Li Yi caught was good stuff. It was the ring face of a jewelry ring. 1 gram of it was worth at least 3,000 yuan. Today's red coral, let's look at the sample and then order it. On this small earring, or chest pendant, bracelet, or ring face, you can have a miniature carving. If you don't want a miniature carving, it will cost at least 2,000 yuan. If you want a miniature carving, it will cost at least 5,000 yuan. Look, this is a miniature carving. Princess Yongmu did not know how to introduce the products. She wanted to maintain her noble status. Xiaolan did not speak now, so the maid spoke. The maid took off her earrings and clipped them to her earlobes. Then she took a magnifying glass, which was 5 times bigger, and looked at it. One could vaguely see the words on it: a bottle of wine cannot be drunk, 2 candles are easy to burn. One must be proud of one's life, tonight I want to dream. Another maid at the side said, it is shaped like blood tears, and also like red beans. Red beans grow in the south, and a few branches grow in spring. May you pick more, this item is the most lovesick. Therefore, this pair of earrings is also called lovesick tears. The sound of a violin sounded, and there was also a pipa playing. Then a maid sang softly, people say that lovesickness is bitter, leaving the heart of the pain lingers. A little worry, a myriad of emotions, red beans should be speechless, this was not the end. There was also someone reciting, get married and keep watch at night for Junlian, Yi Chu urgently reported to the army. The husband was ordered to guard the border, the bride bitterly hoped to be returned. But the husband slept forever, weeping blood in front of the fence of the courtyard. In front of the fence grew 2 trees entwined with roots and leaves. The noblewoman and the young girl watched, listened, and thought, and shed tears. In fact, it was just selling a pair of earrings, but selling and selling were different. People who sold steamed buns with high production could say that the steamed buns were everlasting, and one could be passed down forever. Do you think I'm selling earrings? Wrong, I'm selling my feelings. Princess Yongmu didn't know before. She didn't rehearse. She was stunned. She didn't want to sell the pair of earrings now. Princess, sell things. Find Li Lang for this story. Li Lang has a lot, don't fall into it. Xiaolan was also quite touched. Her eyes were red, but she was calmer than Princess Yongmu. After she finished speaking, the singing over there stopped 3 times. The violin also stopped, and the cello sounded. No one sang again. It was the melody of the bass resonance, like crying and complaining. Princess Yongmu hurriedly pulled Xiaolan to her small room. As soon as she entered, she complained. Li Lang asked them to train him, but he didn't say anything. He made them cry. But Li Lang is really amazing. We haven't been open for business for a long time. As soon as we opened, Li Lang arranged it like this. They were all bought over. Xiaolan looked like she was complaining. From Princess Yongmu's point of view, she said that others were wrong. However, the content of her words was a little different from complaining. Why are you arguing with Li Lang? I'm just saying why Li Lang always coaxes others to tears. Princess Yongmu didn't want to teach anyone a lesson. Yes. Xiaolan winked at the 2 maids standing at the door. See, I've helped you. Don't worry, our princess has to follow her. She can't bear to teach her own people a lesson. Is there anything else? Princess Yongmu was very willing to listen to this song. She wanted to hear more. No, just this one. Dongzhu told us to give you a surprise when he told us. He also said that the earrings could be sold for a high price, and the others would be even higher. The maid replied carefully. She had no choice. Li Yi didn't let her say it before. If she didn't say it, she could still live. If she said it, she would definitely die. Chapter 1541. Women from rich families rushed to buy things as if they were free. Women from poor families also went in. Most of them looked around on the first floor. The things on the first floor were relatively close to the people. Some people looked through the big glass outside and then turned around to continue strolling. Many women with young children in the East Market brought their children to work or buy things. Princess Yongmu once gave out a lot of baby carriers. It was the same now. If they had children, they could go to Li family Zhuangzi's place and ask them to bring their children here. They could put a small fingerprint on their children and register them. Usually, they would come the next day or go to Li family Zhuangzi's shop and tell them where they could get them. The women would bring their children to get them. One baby would be sent once. Some children fell sick and didn't make it. Their families would cry and bury them with the carriers. Rich people bought baby carriers after receiving the carriers. Or they bought unqualified bearings from Li family Zhuangzi and found someone to make baby carriers. Unqualified bearings didn't meet the standards of bicycles, propeller boats, and ships. When there was no problem pushing baby carriers, others bought them and put them on the carriage. Envoys from foreign countries also bought them. If they didn't work, they would take them back as tribute. Tubo people were rich. They couldn't buy qualified bearings alone. They bought ships and took the bearings back. Not all the people were rich. They found their own ways. They knew what the bearings looked like and used wood to pick them. Baby carriers didn't need to bear too much weight. They could even be pushed without ball bearings. Carriages in the past didn't have ball bearings. When buying groceries, the women pushed their children in their carriages and put things on the carriages. Those who didn't push the carriages put their children in front of their chests or behind their backs. The bigger ones were on their backs and the smaller ones were in their arms. When the babies needed to sleep, they would sit inside. When the babies woke up, they would look outside. The smaller ones couldn't sit. The carriers would be adjusted horizontally or diagonally. When Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion opened for business, the people brought their children to take a look. They nodded in relief and went back to their own business. They knew the power behind Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. They also knew that Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion donated a lot of money to the border. In the past, they didn't dare to enter the building because they didn't have money. They were afraid of being laughed at. Now, they also entered. They couldn't afford it. Li Dongzhu's women's place. Would she laugh at them? Who in the world could be richer than her? She could be laughed at by anyone. Princess Yongmu sat in front of the window and looked at the people below. The people in the East Market were busy. Princess, what book would you like to choose? Xiaolan brought over 2 bowls of tea and sat across from Princess Yongmu. I don't want to look. I just want to stare blankly. Princess Yongmu shook her head. The sun shone in to warm her up, but she couldn't read. It was more interesting to watch the people coming and going in the East Market. The ground in the market is all big cement. Xiaolan had just discovered that the East and West markets were originally dirt roads with drainage ditches. The streets of Chang'an were paved with bluestone. Some of the streets were paved with stones, while others were paved with mud. There were also people raising chickens and livestock in the streets. It was dirty and messy. Later, it was cleaned up and the 2 markets were paved with yellow sand. Now, it had become cement. There would be holes at regular intervals. The surroundings looked flat, but in fact, the holes were the lowest. As long as there was a slight slope, the water would flow into the hole after the rain. Under the hole, there was still a cement channel, and the water gathered and flowed out. There is a lot of cement, and it can't be used up. Princess Yongmu still didn't know who paid for it. She had 2 choices in her heart, Li family Zhuangzi and her father. Why would Bai Gu pay for it? The management fees paid by the East and West markets were given to her father. Father was poor at that time and couldn't afford to raise soldiers, so there was Heavenly Earth. Father couldn't take out enough money for the tools to dig the salt well in a short period of time. He threw the winged knights to Li Lang and said that Heavenly Earth had 10% of Li Lang's profits, so he could use it. At present, the imperial court is rich, father is rich, and Li Lang is printing money. Isn't it interesting? Princess Yongmu's eyes were bright. Looking at the people below, she felt a kind of vitality. Xiaolan didn't dare to talk about Li Longji, so she said something else. The various gateways of the water network are interesting. If there is a drought, the gateways can be sealed and used as reservoirs. Li Lang had thought it through when he designed it. With the addition of the wells, father doesn't have to abandon the people of Guanzhong and go to Luoyang. Princess Yongmu knew that when the emperor went to Luoyang, he would watch a group of people run to eat. Some of the people of Guanzhong also followed, and the others lived a difficult life. Whenever there was a drought in Hunan or Guangzhong, it meant that countless people lost their lives. Princess Yongmu knew the situation, but she didn't know the history. In history, there was a locust plague in Shandong, followed by a drought in Guangzhong. Tubo sent troops, Tuki Shur allied with the White Coat Arabs, and Tujuez sent troops. The Tujuez troops were broken by Hao Lingquan, and the Tujuez Khan Mozi was killed by him. Guo Zhiyun defeated Tubo, and Tang Jiehui sent Ashina Xian to deal with Su Lu. At this time in history, a group of generals had fought one classic battle after another around the Great Tang. With Li Yi's reality, he planned ahead, spent money, and researched firearms. Originally, Tubo's request for peace was rejected, and the Tujuez request for peace was accepted. Instead, it became Tubo losing a large piece of land and obtaining peace. The Tujuez side was not easy to use, so they continued to fight. If they had money, why would they make peace with you? The Tujue was a grassland. They occupied a large piece of land, so they naturally had to make peace with Tubo. Tubo was a plateau. Princess, the horseshoe business should be easy to do. Xiaolan still didn't want to talk about Li Longji. On the cement road, the horses' hooves were worn down, so they had to nail the horses' hooves. There are many iron mines and coal mines. Iron is cheap, and good horseshoe nails don't need to be put into the rack. Just pick up a nail. The worse the horse is, the more disobedient it is. Throw it into the rack, put on a pole, and hang it with a rope. Princess Yongmu had seen the horseshoe nails of the winged knights of the Li family Zhuangzi. The horse was very obedient. When it lifted its hooves, it would cooperate with you. When you lifted the worn-out horseshoe, you could repair it and replace it with a new one. The working horse always kicked people. It was fixed, but it couldn't hit people. Hitting it would make it even more irritable. Ordinary people would hit it, but the people of the Li family Zhuangzi would usually give you an egg. When the egg was in the palm of your hand, you would open your hand and feed it to the horse. Princess, it's almost noon. They've all come up to eat. A maid came over and reminded Princess Yongmu that it was time to eat. Oh, what are we eating for lunch? Xiaolan, what do you want to eat? Princess Yongmu was listless. She didn't feel hungry. I want, squeak, the ear-piercing sound of air was heard. It was so familiar. Princess Yongmu looked up through the window. A person appeared in her field of vision and flew over. The person held a lunchbox in one hand and an assault rifle under his armpit in the other. He landed on the roof of a nearby building. I'm hungry. Princess Yongmu swallowed her saliva. Her stomach was telling her that she wanted to eat. The person there landed and walked down with the lunchbox, disappearing from her field of vision. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan hurriedly went to the passageway connecting the two floors and waited. I killed another cow and made braised beef for you. There are no potatoes, only carrots. There's also cabbage stir-fried with fungus, dried pine mushrooms in a pot of forest frog, egg with tune sprouts, and cat ear soup. Li Yi walked over. He didn't avoid the other girls. They all knew who he was. Cat ear wild vegetables were called dringers. They had fine fur and tasted interesting on the tongue when eaten. Even when cooked, they could still taste them. They were wild vegetables and especially fresh. The other people on this floor who were preparing to eat heard the sound of the aircraft and saw Li Yi coming over to deliver food. They were suddenly envious. Princess Yongmu didn't wear blood coral because she didn't suffer from lovesickness. A man was delivering food. Chapter 1542. Princess Yongmu didn't mean to show off or be proud. She looked distressed. How long would it take to fly? She quickly pulled Li Yi's hand to the corner. Li Lang, let's eat together. Is it enough? I'll eat the food made by the chef in Zhuangzi. I made this for the two of you. You two need to adjust your physiological state. If I don't come over, the two of you won't want to eat. You'll be in a daze when you bask in the sun. People are like that. I'm worried about my safety, so I just flew over. The cement floor below should be watered. It's hot, so let it cool down. Li Yi took out the food box one by one and placed it on the table in the corner. The staple food was fried steamed bread slices. They were all small pieces, one bite at a time. Cut them after frying them. Otherwise, there would be too much oil and it would be greasy. A small plate of pickled vegetables, garlic eggplant, fried shredded tofu, and vinegar radish skin. Give me a portion of braised pork. Do you have sorghum rice and water rice? Li Yi shouted in the direction of the kitchen. Dongzhu, there's no sorghum rice, but there's rice. The person in the kitchen responded and told him the truth. Rice and water rice. Add more water. Do you have salted beans? Li Yi was not picky. I'll fry the beans now. Dongzhu, wait a moment. Add more green onions and pepper. The person in the kitchen took over again. Okay. Don't fry it. Give me 2 ounces of white wine. I'll accompany Wen Tian and Xiaolan to eat first. Give me some green onions soaked in soy sauce and a handful of dried shrimps. Li Yi decided to eat upstairs. Upstairs was not a changing room, although men were not allowed to come up. Those women didn't think that they were being harassed by men. They had men and didn't have men. They couldn't wait to have an in-depth conversation with Li Yi. The rich ladies who had men had never enjoyed the treatment of their husbands flying to deliver food. No, the treatment of delivering food was because their husbands couldn't fly. Look at Princess Yongmu. Li Dongzhu was afraid that she couldn't eat well, so he personally cooked and delivered food from the sky. Princess Yongmu dragged Xiaolan to fetch water. One carried a basin, while the other carried soap and towels. When she came back, she helped Li Yi wash his hands and wipe his face. Even if Li Yi didn't want to, she had to serve him. Wen Tian, wash your hands. Stop wiping. If you continue wiping my face, I'll be bald. Also, Xiaolan, why are you holding a nail clipper when you've already washed your hands? I don't keep my nails. I'm a doctor. Do you want to cut my flesh? Li Yi was being served with a pained expression. Only then did Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan stop. They washed their hands and looked at Li Yi with sweet smiles. The two of them didn't care about the things, and the maid quietly took them away. Their reactions were normal. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even during Li Yi's time, when the world's richest man's boyfriend personally cooked for him and flew over on a flying device to deliver the food, many people were also mesmerized. The most important thing was that the food was delicious. It was specially made to cope with the lack of nutrition during the menstrual cycle. Dried shrimps and soy sauce with spring onions were served in less than a minute. There was also a wine bouquet that was boiled in boiling water. The two of you can't eat anything that accelerates your blood circulation, or else you'll have more endocrine hormones. Actually, it has nothing to do with that. You should have restricted your diet before that. But you're always restricting this and that. It seems reasonable, but in fact, science's research on the human body is as ignorant as the research on the universe. Li Yi said a classic sentence from medical school. The difficulty of studying the essence of life was the same as studying the universe. The microscopic and the macroscopic were opposites and unified. Research, he found that he entered the field of philosophy, and then the field of theology. The so-called theology only meant that the level of science was not high enough. All theology was science. After thinking about it again, Taoism and Buddhism all had this kind of thinking. Christianity, Catholicism, and ISIS did not. Buddhism flourished in India, but it was also abandoned in India. In the later stages of development, the only Buddhism in the world was China. Buddhism was tolerant, and Taoism was more natural. The other religions were all about killing. Kill. Kill. Killing others was not satisfying, so he divided himself into several sects and continued to kill. 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 The other sects could not stand up to scrutiny. God created man in the face of Darwin's theory of evolution. This was the reality of some countries' selective blindness in education. Li Yi himself knew that the whole world was lacking in faith at that time. Those people found that the various sects were all fake in the end. What really worked was the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. According to the religious beliefs of the sects, the whole world should have sunk. However, there was a country whose civilization was not passed down by sections. So many hieroglyphs and civilizations were abandoned, but they still existed. It did not need to rely on other beliefs. It was a contradictory complex. It could correct mistakes and record traces on its own. No one could destroy its heritage. On Earth, it was the only civilization with a complete heritage. The most infuriating thing was that not only did it have a complete heritage of civilization, it also had a complete industrial system. It was also the first country in the world to have a complete industrial system. As for using technology to choke its neck and prevent it from developing, that was short-sighted. During the Five Barbarians' Rebellion, didn't it still stand up? Time and time again, it survived the crisis of 100 years. How could it lack more than 10 years of technological suppression? To put it in layman's terms, I grew up with people holding knives and not dying. Today, you're using your mouth to scare me. You don't even dare to stretch out your fist, right? Li Yi was the only one who knew this kind of thinking. He took a sip of wine and ate a bite of green onion. You should eat white onion. This is the relapsed green onion left over from last year. It's too spicy. Princess Yongmu nodded. Li Lang, I'll remember. I promise not to eat it. Are the carrots oiled? No, the carrots are steamed. After the braised beef is done, put the steamed carrots in. The soup blends, and the carrots don't have the taste of beef. Li Yi naturally knew the steps of cooking his own dishes. He did not release the carrots, fry them, or boil them. He steamed them separately and ate them with the same taste as the braised beef stewed in the hot pot. Because the two of them were in their prime, he did not add coriander and green onion. It was also impossible to add spicy side dishes. Li Lang, look below. The cement surface, how many years can it last? Princess Yongmu helped Li Yi pour wine and pointed to the cement surface outside. I can't give you specific data. There are too many variables. How many people are going, how many cars are going, and how much load? I don't know. Big data also can't be given. This is Cheng, an East City. Li Yi saw the condition of the cement surface. How could he know the lifespan? Repair it. Even if it was a bridge, it was impossible to say that the bridge was built 1,000 years ago. It was not a problem until now. It was all due to the efforts of the people from 1,000 years ago. When the people of later generations were repairing the bridge, they would quickly change the stone pillars or something when they saw that the bridge could not hold up. The purpose of repairing the bridge was to maintain its application. The purpose of repairing the bridge was to maintain its application, not to show off. It had not collapsed for many years. That was all nonsense. Repairing bridges and roads had been done for generations. People were walking on the bridge and suddenly found that a big stone was broken. If they stepped on it again, it would fall. Of course, they would report it to the government. The government sent people to take a look and came to a conclusion. Change 6 stone pillars. The deputy county magistrate told the county magistrate that the county had money and asked the official registrar to allocate it. When the official registrar came, he said, if you don't repair it, you can't leave. He wanted to see if any rich families were willing to donate money. If they did not donate, how could he report to the provincial government? This was how the ancient buildings were passed down. Don't talk about the things that were built for thousands of years or hundreds of years. If they could still be used now, the quality and skills of the people who built them would be good. If they knew how to repair it, they would just throw it away after they finished building it. Chapter 1543. The entire floor was filled with the aroma of food. The other women were not having a good time eating. They glanced at the table at the corner of the window from time to time, wondering if they should go home and ask their men to cook for them. After thinking for a while, they gave up as they would probably be beaten up. Li Lang, don't always cook for me in the future. Other people's men don't cook for them. Princess Yongmu did not want to be called a shrew. When a man cooks, he can cook by himself. His wife is not around and he has no money, so he can only cook by himself. Li Yi thought of two people. One was Du Fu. When Du Fu was escaping, he ate acorns and yams. Otherwise, he would be hungry. It was said that his cause of death was because he ate a full meal and did not survive. The other was Su Shi. Su Shi also had times when he was poor. When he had the upper hand in the political struggle, he would punish others. When others had the upper hand, he would also be punished severely. However, he was more tenacious. His political opponents kept moving him to different places so that he could not adapt to the climate and die faster. In history, Liu Youqiu died like this. One moment, he was arranged to be in this place, and the next moment, he was moved to another place. He was angry and tired from the journey. He could not adapt to the environment and died. Su Shi was not like that. Su Shi was awesome. He could even make himself sick and write poems for fun. When he was a small official in Huangzhou, Hubei province, he wrote, "Don't listen to the sound of leaves breaking through the forest. A misty rain fills my life. No wind, no rain, no sun." He caught a cold. He also wrote a poem on the Red Cliff, "The waves of the great river east flow away." After that, he was sent to Hainan Island. During the Song dynasty, it was definitely not a good place. He also wrote poems there and opened a school. Dompa pork was created by him. He was greedy. There was no beef or mutton to eat, so he could only eat pork. Li Yi felt that Li Bai could also cook. Li Bai was not only good at writing poems. In the place where he was born, he needed martial arts to ensure his safety. Li Bai could walk around with a sword. It was normal for him to kill a rabbit. What if someone talks about it? Princess Yongmu did not know Li Bai or Du Fu, let alone the unborn Su Shi. Listen to other people's words to change, but live for others. The cement floor does need to be splashed with water. After a few days, it will burn the feet. When Li Yi saw that there were still people walking barefoot without even wearing straw sandals, he felt uncomfortable. "Do you see that person? Ask him why he's not wearing shoes." Li Yi believed that everyone should live a better life where he was. The maid ran out with a whoosh. When she went down the stairs, she held onto the handrail with one hand. She directly jumped and her hand fell on the handrail. Li Yi, he was full of memories. Back in school, he used to do this as well. He would fall down diagonally for more than 10 meters and land on the ground. It was fine. He could even put his butt on it and slip down. In any case, he could do whatever he wanted. The man was quickly caught up and stood there talking to the maid. The maid ran back while the man waited in place. "Dongzhu," he said, he was alone. "I just came to Chang'an yesterday and couldn't find a job. I ate free black bread in the shed and stayed there for the night." The maid explained. "I'll give him a job and ask him if he knows how to weave straw sandals. I won't arrange for him to learn how to weave straw sandals for a day. Speaking of which, I thought of a set of tools for making straw sandals. It's ordinary and not very beautiful. It can be used for a few days and can be made 50 to 60 pairs a day. If it's a good one, he can't even make one pair a day. I'll draw a picture and put it on the newspaper." When Li Yi heard that the man had just arrived and hadn't found a job, he thought, "Arrange it. You've already sent someone to ask." Straw sandals were very fast and would be worn out in a few days. The maid beside him hurriedly looked for the tools. At the same time, the maid beside him continued to write in a small notebook. She wrote down what Li Yi and Princess Yongmu had said. If she saw someone without shoes today, she would ask for the tools to weave straw sandals. When the tools were brought over, Li Yi quickly drew on his fingers. He didn't need a scale and only needed to mark the data. Take it to the workers' union's place and ask them to make it. It's close. This broken thing isn't worth the workers' effort. Li Yi made a set of tools for making straw sandals. The structure was simple and didn't need to use hands to thread. There was a small wooden buckle for the thread. To weave straw into a rope, one usually had to rub it. Li Yi's tools were a few strands of straw. The middle part would be rotated by force and from top to bottom, the rope would be pulled out. Of course, this kind of rope wasn't strong enough and would definitely break. The key was that it was fast and skilled. Weaving 100 pairs of straw sandals a day was like playing. "Husbandly, what are these used for?" Princess Yongmu pointed at the grooved wooden pieces of varying lengths that were connected at the bottom. Long legs. Aren't straw sandals suitable for other people's legs? How many times do you need a rope of the same length? The amount should be decreased and increased each time. There's a formula to calculate how many times you shake it. Originally, one was enough. I was afraid that their brains weren't good enough and couldn't calculate. So I directly made a bunch and shook it. This is a thread binding device. This is called a rotating rope braiding device, a thread hooking device, and a thread leading device that crosses up and down once. Actually, time is wasted on organizing the straw sandals. When it comes to weaving, the tools are changed back and forth. Li Yi introduced the use of each tool. In order to pursue speed, it was as convenient as possible. If it's an assembly line job, everyone will only be responsible for one step. Wouldn't that be faster? Princess Yongmu instantly thought of the convenience of division of labor. Yes. Li Yi gave Princess Yongmu a look of approval. Xiaolan followed up, organize everyone and work together. Li Yi also gave Xiaolan a look of approval, but said, what's the point of making so many straw sandals? I drew the blueprints for the tools to give people a way of thinking. If it can be used to weave straw sandals, it can be used to weave other things. We will soon have a large amount of rabbit meat and rabbit skin. The soles of the shoes will be made of bamboo, wood, and fine hemp. If you are rushing to the capital, soft leather shoes will also work. Walking on other roads will hurt your feet. Felt soles are also good. Rabbit hair can be made into felt. Pig hair is better for making brushes. Making straw sandals doesn't make money. What's the point of making them? Xiaolan asked with a pout. I give him money. After he finishes weaving them, he puts them outside each workshop. Whoever happens to have broken shoes can take a pair. In many places in the Tang dynasty, the villagers will weave straw sandals and hang them under the eaves or on the fence. Especially in places with many mountain roads. When walking between villages, they have to prepare shoes. Others can't carry money with them, and it's inconvenient to exchange, so they just take them. When the villagers go to other villages and their shoes are broken, they also take a pair. No one will take more than that. It's so tiring to carry them. They can make them themselves when they get home. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan didn't know that Li Yi was explaining the customs of the Tang dynasty to the people of the Tang dynasty. There was no industry in the Tang dynasty that specialized in selling straw sandals. If they sold straw sandals to other shoe shops, how would they earn money? 2 pairs for 1 coin. If they sold straw mats, hemp shoes, or leather shoes, a pair of straw sandals would be fine. Unless the grass used was different, and it was woven tightly and sturdily. If they wanted to sell it as art, dream on. Chapter 1544. Dongzhu, he asked if there's any work he can do now. The docks don't want him as he doesn't know how to work. He used to be a fisherman by the sea. His family died 5 years ago. He's 16 years old. The maid held onto the handrail and jumped down. She came back to report that the man wanted to work today. What happened at the docks? 16 years old. His family died when he was 11 years old. Fishing. No boat. No property or land. Li Yi put all the keywords together. He was doubtful. I'll go ask. The maid nodded and turned around to rush to the stairs. Go down. Don't you know whose maid you are? Do you think you're a fairy? You're flying and flying. Li Yi shouted. This is the 2nd time. You still dare to imitate me? I'll break your legs if you jump again. I'll watch. Xiaolan spoke up for her again. She didn't say anything. This maid would probably be taught a lesson later. Don't put the rules of other places on me. I'm afraid I'll fall. Li Yi understood immediately and was unhappy. I just said a few words, and you're going to find trouble with that person behind my back. The maid changed her posture in an instant. She felt that the movement of her feet was very stable as she floated down the stairs. She was wearing a long skirt and her small steps were fast and steady. Her upper body didn't move, but when she walked, it was as if she was floating. Not long after, the maid floated up and spoke without panting. "Owner, he said that he beat someone up. Someone had taken over his property, and he used a stick to beat them up. I don't know if he killed them, but he ran away." Li Yi looked down. The man, or rather the big boy, was standing there waiting. "Send someone to investigate. The Li family Zhuangzi is sending something to the south of the city." He followed the car and unloaded the goods. Li Yi gave her another job. It was a temporary worker. She would earn some money today and make straw sandals tomorrow. The other maid floated down. She couldn't be too tired. The women who were eating nearby looked at each other and recognized Li Yi. Today, they saw how Li Yi treated the commoners. So Li Yi was this kind of person. He cooked for the women and personally delivered the food. When he saw that the commoners had no shoes, he quickly thought of a solution. There were rumors that Li Yi killed people without batting an eyelid, but how could that be true? Look at such a delicate Li Dongzhu. How could he kill someone? He would probably faint at the sight of blood. Princess Yongmu didn't know what the other women were thinking, but she knew her future husband well. The weapon he invented could kill a large number of people. Fainting at the sight of blood? Li Lang was always telling lies, and people still believed him. Even if that so-called artery ruptured and blood sprayed onto his face, he was still able to stop the bleeding expressionlessly. His hands did not even tremble. "Li Lang, you're not scared at all when you see a big wound. How did you train?" Princess Yongmu whispered to Li Yi. Li Yi frowned. Some memories were not good. He had encountered it many times. At the very beginning, he didn't dare to fight. In a fight, a person's face was cut open. How do you suture it? Looking at the wound, he could empathize with it. He was finished. It was the department director who did it personally. He stood at the side and watched. Under the mask, his mouth was open and his teeth were clenched. Blood circulation was accelerated, breathing was rapid, hypoxia, gastric pressure was high, fingers were pale, cold, trembling, and slow to react. His hands were shaking when he handed over the needle holder. Then, he got used to it. He chatted while suturing the patient, and they talked about casual topics. It was not that the doctor was numb. Such a doctor would give the patient a sense of security. A patient was about to undergo surgery. Li Yi was the chief surgeon. No matter what he thought, he did not show it on his face. At the same time, he said, "It's a small surgery, easy." Of course, if he was in another state, he would say something different. "It's a small surgery, don't be afraid. It's not a problem. You can do it. I guarantee that you won't die. Don't worry." The patient's family member who was about to enter the operating theater was relieved. Li Yi continued. "Although it's your first time performing surgery for others, you've seen a lot. There's also a teacher teaching you. Now, the department director is helping you. Go ahead." The family member and the patient were probably speechless. This thoracic surgery was different from the nurse's acupuncture, right? It was the nurse's first time performing acupuncture on the patient. If she made a mistake, then so be it. It was an intravenous drip. She could always find the blood vessel after 2 more injections. Li Yi raised his hands and rubbed his face. "It's a habit. It's no different from a chicken laying eggs. You can tell if the chicken has eggs or not with just a touch." Huh? Including Xiao Lan, the women around them looked at Li Yi in surprise. They had a good life and had been in the palace since they were young. How could they know the situation of the poultry in the common people's homes? You don't know. The common people raise ducks and geese at home. They usually know if the eggs are lost. Li Yi continued to explain. You can feel it. Before the egg is laid, it's soft, but you can feel it. When there's a bulge, the eggshell will appear. If it's soft, it will slowly harden. If there's not enough calcium, the egg that comes out will be a soft-shelled egg. Before the chickens, ducks, and geese are released, you have to touch them to know which one is going to lay eggs. Chickens usually lay eggs in the chicken coop. Occasionally, they will lay eggs in the haystack outside. They can't hold it in. Ducks and geese are free-range outside. When they come back, you can touch them again. If the eggs are gone, you have to pick them up. If there's not enough eggs, you'll lose the eggs. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at everyone's expression as if they had learned something. He shook his head helplessly. At that time, he was already a city dweller. It was understandable that he didn't know these things. How could the ancient people not know? Li Dongzhu, I heard that a blind man went to the river to pick up the eggs of ducks and geese. He can pick them up with just one pick. He's better than people who aren't blind. What's going on? Finally, a woman couldn't help but ask. She wanted to know something. Ducks and geese have to choose a place to lay eggs. The humidity, temperature, and the hardness of the ground are all familiar to blind people from a young age. This is the distance between life and death. It must be mastered. In fact, blind people can't compare to normal people. It's just that when a blind person does something that normal people can do, others think highly of the blind person. Li Yi was stunned as he spoke. He looked at the cement ground outside. Remember, draw the blind path. Go back and do it around Chang'an. Tell the blind how to distinguish and teach them to step on the blind path. Where the blind path is, there shouldn't be any debris piled up. But if there's a blind person, other people should give way. At key intersections, blind people should pass through. Even trams and carriages have to give way. Li Yi was very guilty and blamed himself. There were many blind people in the Tang dynasty. It was caused by various reasons, especially after the age of 30, when there were problems with their eyesight. Children fell sick and didn't receive timely treatment. They also couldn't see. He only wanted to improve the living standards of the people and forgot that there were some special groups. As a doctor, he shouldn't have. Li Yi had his own understanding of medicine. Many doctors were actually not good at literature. They belonged to science. The word medicine itself contained many things. Medicine, when broken down, was the sum, the arrow, the sum, and the unitary. Looking at it alone, there were several explanations. But in fact, it was a curse, a ritual. The arrow was a needle, the needle of acupuncture. The sum had edges but no blades. What was it used for? Scraping. Can't it be scraped with a blade? Do you want to use the razor's blade to scrape the skin? The unitary was soup, the decoction of medicine. The word medicine contained the means to treat diseases. It wasn't the so-called medical explanation of putting things in a container or throwing arrows into a jar. If it could be translated into such a person. Let's put it this way. Anyone who could understand the ancient music subtraction score would not interpret the word medicine as anything else. Chapter 1545. Others didn't understand that Li Yi was thinking from a doctor's point of view, but they knew that Li Yi was indeed thinking for the people, even if he was blind. They didn't feel that they had wasted money to build an easy road for the blind. Instead, they were proud because this was Chang'an. Who in the world would have this ambition? The Tianshu on the ground of Luoyang had fallen, but the Tianshu in the hearts of the people of the Tang dynasty had risen. True faith was never shown by external objects, but only in the heart. Shao Yi, come over here to eat. We can't go over. While everyone was thinking about this, someone shouted from the building diagonally opposite. It's Bai Zaifu. Princess Yongmu saw him. Bai Gu was actually in the equipment warehouse of the Winged Knights, where Wen Tian stored things. It was next to the sports center. Let's go and eat with them. Li Yi was helpless. They were a group of old men. What could he do? Everyone moved, carried things, and brought lunch boxes for them. They promised that they wouldn't bring their own food. A large group of people looked down from the top of the building through the railing. Some people had temporarily set up a shed with tables and chairs, waiting for the food. I'm having a meal with my family's Wen Tian. You all know. Li Yi found a seat and sat down. You're flying in the sky. It's probably spread all over Chang'an. What about your daily life? Bai Gu looked at the maid and asked for something. Daily life is for the emperor. You can't call me that casually. Do you want to kill me? I don't even have personal freedom. Li Yi motioned the maid to give the note to Bai Gu. Look, I'm open and above board. Bai Gu waved his hand. It's not my turn to look. Can I drink? He saw Li Yi holding a beer and craved it. You don't have to work in the afternoon. Li Yi motioned Bai Gu to stretch out his arm. He wanted to feel his pulse. Bai Gu rolled up his sleeves. I don't have to work. The others rolled up their sleeves one after another. I just thought of something. The imperial court will pay for it. Relax, it's just a small amount of money. Don't be nervous. My heart rate immediately went up. Li Yi shook his head. Why did she change her attitude when money was mentioned? How much is Xiao Yuan? Bai Gu stared at Li Yi. When Li Yi talked about money, he also used 10,000 taels as a unit. In the city of Chang'an, including the surrounding area, there are about 1,000 goats. Li Yi estimated that it wouldn't cost much to find a craftsman. Qian Yao, you're asking the imperial court to come out. You just casually took it. Bai Gu let out a long sigh. Was Qian Yao considered money? The convenience project will increase the people's sense of support for the imperial court. I pay, and the people support me. You can have some grape wine. Drink 2 or 3 taels and eat while drinking. You don't have to eat the main course. Ask someone to go back to Zhuangzi's greenhouse to dig up some radishes. Dip them in the sauce and cut them into cucumber strips. You'd better drink white wine. It's 50% proof, 100 grams. Li Yi raised his head and walked away. The maid beside him handed him a wet towel to wipe his face. He then went to other people's tables. Okay, I'll drink white wine. There's no difference between the people supporting you and the imperial court. What's the use of paying 1,000 goats for the imperial court? Bai Gu looked at the green onions soaked in soy sauce and smacked his lips. The blind road is a road for the blind. The blind don't need to use a blind stick to find the right direction. Li Yi took out a stethoscope from his pocket and showed it to Song Jing. Song Jing was nervous. Why did he have to use other equipment to check his pulse? Song Zaifu, drink beer with ice. Li Yi recommended beer after listening. Okay. Song Jing was relieved. After Li Yi took a look at everyone, the radishes and other pickled vegetables were brought over. However, there were no green onions. It was not suitable for the old men to eat green onions for lunch. Xiao Yi, tell me about the construction of the blind road. Bai Gu picked up a radish and looked at the people below. Take the existing road and make it into strips and dots with cement. The strips represent execution, and the dots represent intersections and turns. Li Yi followed the common standards of his time. Why not make it into a triangle or a rhombus? Bai Gu finally understood why there was less money. It was because it was simple. Cement, labor, and wooden strips. First, use the wooden strips to make a frame. After mixing the cement, pour it in, smooth it, cover it with grass, and water it. When it was about time, take the frame down. The cement strips and dots were just a little higher than the surrounding ones. Step on them and you will know. How do you solve the problem of crossing the carriages on the blind road? Lu Chong looked at the track road and asked. Adjust the dots and tell the blind that there is a track in front. The blind person can slowly move over. Li Yi said according to the railway method, the road can be left with a blind road at the crosswalk. The track can only let the blind person walk over and tell them that there is a track in front. If there is a car. Su Yi also wanted to find a place where the accident could happen. There is a bell, and when the blind person crosses, there is no one beside him. Won't it be solved if the blind person helps? Li Yi did not think this was a problem at all. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, when he was a blind person crossing the road, if there was someone beside him, they would help him. The blind person also did not refuse. Ding ling, ding ling. Just then, a carriage came over. Su Yi, Princess Yongmu slowly ate her lunch and did not speak. She looked at the people below. There were many people eating lunch. Some people did not have a stove in their house. They only had a stove after the stove was built. They did not cook and only boiled water. In the past, they drank cold water and got sick in the summer and winter. When the others found someone to talk to, Princess Yongmu whispered to Li Yi, there is no black bread in the East Market. There are indeed many rich people. There should be. Bring your own rice. As the weather gets hot, it is not easy to store it. Black bread is now 1 coin per piece. There is a profit. Li Yi remembered the black bread that was used to subsidize the people's losses. 1 coin per piece was enough to last them for a day. Those with a small appetite could last them for 2 days. How can it be profitable? Princess Yongmu had never looked at the report. Money is valuable. Productivity increases and prices decrease. Selling 10 pieces of black bread used to cost 1 coin. Now, selling 10 pieces of black bread earns 1 coin. Yes, Zhangsun Xian should be very happy to sell black bread in Lantian County. He wants to learn everything from Zhuangzi. Li Yi thought of someone who should have been beaten to death. Zhangsun Xian used his official position to do business. When he earned money, he was willing to throw it away. He repaired bridges and roads, donated military funds, provided help to the people who had difficulties in their lives, and arranged jobs for them. He had won the hearts of the people in Lantian County. It would be difficult to kill him. Li Yi, where are you? Li Yi had just mentioned Zhangsun Xian when Zhangsun Xian's voice was heard. It was familiar. He was downstairs shouting towards the upper floor of Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion. He had brought 4 aides with him. The aides were all officials, but they still helped him. Please come up. Li Yi did not know why Zhangsun Xian came to look for him. Could it be that there was a new good thing? The maid went downstairs. Another maid quickly went upstairs to get the tableware. There was no need to tell them. If they waited foolishly for Li Yi or Princess Yongmu to say, who is going to get the tableware? These maids would not be in their current positions. They would not be able to survive in the palace. Zhangsun Xian jogged up, proving that he was in good health. He first cupped his fists and bowed. Everyone responded to him. It was not because of his official position, but because he had done many good things in Lantian County. Li Yi, you will never expect that I have a good idea. It can provide jobs and make management more convenient. Zhangsun Xian probably could not hold it in anymore. He hooted as soon as they met. Chapter 1546. After Zhangsun Xian finished speaking, he thanked the maid who brought him water to wash his hands and looked at Li Yi confidently. All the officials' eyes lit up, and then they shook their heads. Especially Yao Chong. He did not think highly of Zhangsun Xian. He used to be as ambitious as Zhangsun Xian and sent the craftsmen to Li family Zhuangzi. If Li Yi was not as capable as Zhangsun Xian, How could he have his current status? Princess Yongmu was surprised. Could it be that after her uncle made money from selling black bread, he became arrogant? How dare he challenge Li Lang? If he is really capable, I will recommend him to my father to be the prime minister. Do you want to drink beer with ice? Li Yi saw Zhang Sun Xian's attitude and calmed down. He did not need to wait for a while to find a job. Yes. I have rushed all the way here. I am thirsty. Zhang Sun Xian sat at the table on the left. The maid served the dishes, beer, and ice cubes and then retreated to the side. Zhang Sun Xian picked up the beer cup and took a big gulp. Zhang Sun Xian burped, Li Yi, even His Majesty would be surprised if I told him about my method. Ah! Awesome! Black bread is profitable now. Li Yi nodded and asked about what he said to Princess Yongmu. How do you know? Oh! Li family Zhuangzi is also selling black bread. It is the same as me. Zhang Sun Xian paused for a moment and then figured it out. Bai Gu heard what Zhang Sun Xian said and wanted to find an imperial physician to take a look at him. What does he mean by Li family Zhuangzi is also selling black bread? Li family Zhuangzi was the first to promote black bread. Zhang Sun Xian thought again. Xiao Yi is here, and there is no need for an imperial physician. Li Yi picked up his cup and took a big gulp. Let's talk about the job. The people of the Tang dynasty need more jobs. Okay. I will teach you today. I think, this is amazing. I am so good in front of other people. Can't you just say it? Yao Chong glared at him. We still have something to talk to Li Yi about, but you suddenly came over. Speak, I'll speak now. Everyone, are the people unwilling to move to another place? Zhang Sun Xian asked. Everyone. Since no one agreed, you can say it yourself. I have a way. For example, I know where there is a mine or where I want to build a large workshop. I'll let the people go there. There are jobs and they can earn money. Give them a little more money and they'll move. I'm talking about the people who don't have land. They rely on that, handicraft industry to make money. Once they're there, everyone can make the necessary arrangements and manage it together. This will save the court a lot of trouble. What do you think? Zhang Sun Xian did not care about the awkward silence, and explained his thoughts. A large group of people looked at it seriously. That was a good idea. Inspector Zhang Sun, did you come up with this brilliant plan? Yao Chong looked at Li Yi as he spoke to Zhang Sun Xian. Of course, there are aides to help. Zhang Sun Xian did not take credit alone. The 4 Luo brothers came with him. Can we lure the aboriginals out? Zhang Jiuling knew about the problems of the aboriginals in Guangzhou. Li Yi had solved many of them. Most of the aboriginals still stayed in their own places and did not come out. Of course. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. If there are any escapees, can they be led to a centralized management? Song Jing took this seriously. Of course. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. The Zhang Sun family indeed has capable people. It's really good. It solved some problems. It's also a skill to be able to find good aides. See what's suitable and do it accordingly. Let's let Inspector Zhang Sun do a pilot. The others can learn from him. Everyone praised, and Zhang Sun Xian's face turned red. Princess Yongmu pouted. She did not like others suppressing Li Lang. She picked up a piece of braised beef and held it in front of Li Yi's mouth with one hand. Li Lang, eat the meat. Your cooking is the best. Xiaolan quickly poured Li Yi a full beer and nodded vigorously. The two of them expressed that they would always support you and stand with you. You are the best. Li Yi opened his mouth and ate the meat. He chewed and drank a mouthful of beer. This can be tried. The management of the enterprise itself represents administrative management. If the government can participate, it will be supervision. Li Yi, do you admit that I'm good? Zhang Sun Xian felt proud. I can surpass Li Yi one day. Good. There are a few situations that I have to say first. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Sun Xian and his aides could think of social management. Not bad. The Tang dynasty needed such people. They had to be open-minded and could not always stick to the old rules. Ah. Say first. You know, go ahead. Zhang Sun Xian was a little scared. First, you are not allowed to rent houses. If you build a mining base or a large-scale workshop in a place, the latter generally needs to be supported by the surrounding resources. If everyone goes there and there is no house to live in, you build a house and rent it out. Others will have to bear the additional rental costs. Li Yi raised a finger, not a middle finger. Yes, building houses, not renting. Don't the Li family Zhuangzi have rented houses by the river? There are also installments. Zhang Sun Xian suddenly thought of the Li family Zhuangzi's migrant workers' settlement. Li Yi admitted. Yes, they are basically runaways and refugees. Sell the houses to them. Second, you are not allowed to build a shop and ask for high prices. You are also not allowed to sell daily necessities to make a profit. Li Yi raised another finger and gave a peace sign. You can take a picture now. Bang! Zhang Sun Xian was stunned. After a few breaths, she said, you can make money like this? Third, you are not allowed to lend money to migrant workers. For example, they are all your shops. If you build a house for rent, build a shop for yourself, and buy things for your employees, you can book them in advance and add it to your monthly salary. Then, because it is spent in advance, you can collect interest, including medical and educational expenses. Li Yi raised his third finger. He changed the fingers, pinky, ring, middle, and index finger back. If the index, ring, and pinky finger were called orchid fingers. If the thumb, index finger, and pinky finger belonged to the president who knew everything, it was said that this hand gesture represented the brotherhood. Zhang Sun Xian blinked. This can also make money. Why didn't I think of it? I'm going to use all three of them. I'm going to be rich. Sigh. Several people sighed at the same time. They thought that Zhang Sun Xian's idea was good and Li Yi didn't understand it. Who would have thought that Li Yi directly pointed out the drawbacks? I call this a corporate community. It even has its own law enforcement department for internal management. Of course, it doesn't have the right to trial. Whoever breaks the law must be investigated by the court. There can only be administrative punishment by the company itself. Whoever interferes with the criminal side is rebelling. Li Yi summarized it simply. In the past, his state-owned enterprises operated like this, and it was even more powerful overseas. The owners of the company, or shareholders, had too much power, not power. And because the employees lived in a certain circle, they were in fact exploited in multiple ways. If the salary was high and they could save a lot of money, it didn't matter. It was much higher than the wages of workers in the same industry in other places. Oh. Li Dongzhu, is there anything else? Zhang Sun Xian changed the way she addressed Li Yi. A new open community model, based on education and guidance, not limited by fixed positions and fixed areas. For example, residential buildings in the Baishui area. This is better than the corporate community model. Li Yi pointed to the east. I am using it there. Chapter 1547. Ding ling, ding ling. Another carriage passed by, and the noise of the East Market became the background music. However, it was unusually quiet above the warehouse. No one spoke. Zhang Sun Xian, whose face had been flushed with excitement, was now pale. The other officials' eyes were filled with shock. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan held hands and looked at each other. They could see the happiness and pride on each other's faces. The maids puffed out their chests and felt proud. The existence of the community is like each of the 108 squares in Chang'an. The difference between the business community is that it is located far away from the political and economic center. In terms of culture and information exchange, it is relatively closed due to the distance. If the government's administrative management and infrastructure services are not in place, it will form a situation where the business community is powerful. Even the village can have its own armed forces, not to mention such a large community. Li Yi spoke and pointed out the root of the problem. Can it be solved? Song Jing couldn't help but ask. He was actually not qualified to ask Li Yi directly. Of course. Li Yi said what Zhang Sun Xian said just now. Bai Gu laughed. Ha! Since Xiao Yi can raise the problem and find the problem, she must have a way to deal with it. It turns out that Inspector Zhang Sun also knows about the business community model. Zhang Sun Xian didn't know why, but he hated Bai Gu. Are you sure you are praising me? Su Yi didn't have time to care about President Zhang Sun Xian's depression. He asked Li Yi, how do we deal with it? The government is the main focus. It's like I provide a gold mine. I don't dig it myself, and I don't organize people. The government will go there and build the infrastructure. They will dig it themselves or hire other big businessmen to dig it. The government will have the management power. They will set up an administrative organization and establish a county. The county magistrate will arrange it. Li Yi gave a solution casually. So it's that simple. Sui thought it would be more complicated. Li Dongzhu, I want to fill the wasteland with soil. The soil in Lantian County is good. We can transport it elsewhere and fill it with a layer of soil. Is that okay? Zhang Sun Xian's face was no longer pale. He recovered quickly. He had thought it through. When competing with Li Yi, he seemed to have never won. He just had to get used to it. One of the reasons he came here was to suppress Li Yi, but he failed. Sure enough, Li Yi was still the same old Li Yi. It turned out that the Li family Zhuangzi had always adopted the best community model in the migrant workers settlement area in front of Zhuangzi. The other party didn't even play the backward community mode, so there was nothing wrong with him coming over and getting beaten up. The other was how to operate and improve the soil, and how to plant large-scale greenhouses. More importantly, was summer still useful? The Li family Zhuangzi's greenhouse was open all year round. What did they do? It wasn't easy for him to come here, so he hurriedly asked. Li Yi wouldn't haggle over such trivial matters with him. Li Yi raised his glass and took a sip of beer. The local pH is polarized. Or was it sand or yellow soil? Oh, you mean the sandy area? Zhang Sun Xian nodded again and again. Yes, it was a place where nothing could be done. You really knew. I haven't said anything yet, but you actually guessed what soil it was. Li Yi was distressed. He frowned. How do you do it? You cover the soil, and once you water it, it will seep down together with the soil and the nutrients in the soil. We don't have special tools to break stones. Those stones are cheap, and now the river sand is worthless. If you break stones into sand, you will lose money. You want to use some bad soil and make money at the same time. Is that right? Yes. Zhang Sun Xian was convinced again. He was always on the road of being unconvinced, provoking, being slapped in the face, and being convinced by Li Yi. He might be convinced now, but after a few days, he would forget and repeat this journey. It was a long and endless journey. It was not a nightmare, but a natural circle. Sometimes he was reluctant, sometimes he was tired, not because of the summer heat, not because of the winter cold. Like the mountains, like the gurgling water, like the changing clouds, the extension of the sun and the moon, sacred and ordinary, always moving forward. This was in the world of mortals, looking at the appearance of the spring flowers and tasting the sweetness of the late autumn fruits. Li Yi scratched his head. You want to make money? It's fine as long as I don't lose money. I have money, and I'm bored looking at the ground. Incompetent people are always used to compromise, and I think I can change. Zhang Sun Xian stated his purpose. What he pursued was not just material enjoyment. He wanted the kind where Kuafu chased after the sun, and he wanted Jing Wei to fill the sea. He had no choice but to look for Li Yi. Li Yi understood. He understood. Let me think. Are you willing to invest money and get it back in 10 years? Li Yi gave a long investment payback period, 10 years. He was in different periods of time, and the interest rate was different. When it was high, it doubled in 5 years. Later, the interest rate for large funds was high, and it could reach 6 points through the technical means of bank operations. Under the situation of compound interest, it doubled in 12 years. It was impossible for the people with little capital to guarantee, unless the central bank adjusted the interest rate. The central bank adjusted the bank deposit interest rate, usually accompanied by an increase in the reserve ratio, which meant serious inflation. Therefore, it was necessary to limit the currency circulation to reduce the crisis of the rapid rise of the CPI. There were many aspects to consider. The most basic was the real unemployment rate, not the official one. The people at the top knew that there were many unofficially unemployed people, and there were data models and corrections. Why not specifically implement it? If it was implemented, they would have to give benefits. If they pretended not to see or know, then the unemployment data would be less. First of all, you have to be employed, and you have to be in a public office, enterprise, or group that pays your insurance and funds. If you set up a stall in the beginning, then you can't be unemployed even if you want to, and you won't be given unemployment benefits. According to the official data, if you are not employed, how can you be unemployed? Alas! Li Yi heaved a heavy sigh and shook his head hard, trying to get rid of all the wrong thoughts and memories that he shouldn't have. I'm willing. Zhang Sun Xian was also thinking about it when Li Yi was reminiscing. Then he agreed. Because the interest of public funds was lower now, Li Yi didn't allow anyone to make money through this. The imperial court had the money to give salaries. Many inspectors ran out in batches, and they didn't belong to the same department. There were conflicts between different departments, and there was competition between different people in the same department. This department didn't find the problem, but another department found the problem. Then the department's funding would be reduced, and the people in this department would be investigated at the same time. The same department sent a batch in January, and the report said there were no problems. The ones sent in February also said there were no problems. When the ones sent in June, all the problems from January were found. The officials in June suddenly became rich and were promoted, and the inspectors from the previous 5 months were all cleaned up. Different departments hoped that the other departments would make mistakes, and the same department hoped that the previous departments would make mistakes. The local officials and families couldn't bribe them even if they wanted to. It was too frequent, and there were too many people. How could they bribe? The money they bribed was more than the money they got. What was even more terrifying was that the relay stations and local newspapers would also say that it was all bribes. The commoners could still run to the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Li family Zhuangzi would send people. How could they bribe the people sent out at this time? How much money could be exchanged for the lives of the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers? That Li Yi was said to communicate with Yin and Yang, and the villagers were loyal. Chapter 1548. Zhang Sun Xian considered the rate of return for lending money. He had done it before, and earned 20 to 30% a year. Now that it was not easy to earn money, and he did not want to eat the money anymore. If he wanted to do business, rather than lending money to the people, he might as well find jobs for the people. Li Yi poured wine for Zhang Sun Xian. Lantian County's quarry area has been there for many years. There are a lot of gravel, and the people are not willing to farm there. It's a pity that the land is barren. If there is still some soil, there will be grass in spring. Zhang Sun Xian revealed a sad expression. If it was all stone, it would be easy. Paving the road, burning cement, burning glass. With stone, sand, soil, weeds can grow, but not crops. Planted in a normal greenhouse. Out-of-season vegetables, cucumbers, watermelons can be planted directly. It can guarantee the watering. If we plant soybeans, the yield is still okay. If we use a greenhouse, we can grow seedlings in advance and transplant them out. In half a month's time, the price will be much higher. As for the other types of herbs, the medicine shops will accept them. Since Lantian County is not always dry, and sometimes it will flood, we can invest money into the soil and slowly improve it. Li Yi had a picture in his mind of the situation. The big mine behind Drunken Immortal Residence was diverted from the Su family's water. They built pavilions and corridors, and raised lotus flowers and fish. Very few people were willing to throw money into gravel fields. The investment and output were not the same. Zhang Sun Xian rubbed his hands. There are more than 50,000 mu. Ah! Did you include the scattered areas and the hillsides? Li Yi did some calculations. It was equivalent to 30 square kilometers. 5 kilometers by 6 kilometers, or 3 kilometers by 10 kilometers, Lantian County did not have such a big stone field. Yes. Zhang Sun Xian admired Li Yi for being able to guess everything. Do you have enough money? Li Yi began to consider not building a greenhouse. How much silk would be needed for a 30 square kilometer greenhouse? Without glass, the greenhouse would be small for watermelons. If it was a 30 square kilometer glass greenhouse, wouldn't it be better to sell glass? Zhang Sun Xian shook his head. I want to choose a place to try first. If I can make money, the rich will learn. I have looked for the people mining in Lantian County, but they are not at ease. They are raising pigs, and now they are raising rabbits. If you ask them to do it, they will believe you. Contract all the land and plant a portion of the soybeans. Don't build a greenhouse, let's cultivate the land first. There was still time to plant alfalfa. There were seeds everywhere. Hire more people to fertilize and water them. He bought a large number of bees. This year, there were many separate nests, so he bought them to raise the alfalfa flowers. In winter, cover it with a layer of fertile soil, piece by piece. Plant cucumbers and eggplants. Old Bai will give you a tax exemption. Li Yi didn't dare to ask Zhang Sun Xian to plant a greenhouse. He couldn't afford it. Zhang Sun Xian narrowed his eyes and calculated, but he still shook his head. I don't have enough money. Fertilizer is the most expensive, and labor costs are a little worse. I want to plant 5,000 mu of land first. I didn't ask you to apply fertilizer or water fertilizer. I won't ask you to pay taxes on the honey. As long as you plant things on this kind of land, they are all tax-free. Li Yi made the decision for Baigu. Zhang Sun Xian calculated again. Do you still raise bean worms? Bean worm? Do you have a special heavenly bean moth pupa in your family? Li Yi had almost forgotten about the bean worm. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. I have talked to many people. They don't have a place to put it, so they won't care. I will find people to deal with it and throw it into their fields. In the past, you would be beaten to death if you threw a bean worm pupa that was about to hatch into other people's bean fields. Now, they are grateful to you. I will invest in fertilizer and tools for you. I will take 70% of the shares. More than 50,000 mu of land. You can hire people, but I will appoint them. You will hire whoever I say. The price will be low. Others will work for 20 to 30 yuan a day, but you will pay the person I appoint 10 yuan. Li Yi thought of a new way to reduce the cost as much as possible. At the same time, He had other goals. Zhang Sun Xen looked at Li Yi carefully and stared at him. Why are you looking at my Li Lang? Princess Yongmu was unhappy. You are my elder, so you can't do it. Your Li Lang wants to ruin his reputation. Is it His Majesty, or are the officials dissatisfied? Zhang Sun Xen looked at the old men. I heard you all say that I am dissatisfied with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said not to collect taxes. Did I say anything? Bai Gu stared back. How can His Majesty deal with Li Yi? Have you forgotten that Li Yi has slaves and their families from the southwest? Their families work and take less money. They help the man earn more points. They will not complain. Teach them how to plant. In the future, they will have more skills. Song Jing instantly thought of a complete set of operations. As a chancellor, he still had some ability. Prime Minister Song is amazing. Li Yi admitted. That's right. Oh. I will pay for the seeds and the land contract and wages. Return the capital in 10 years. Zhang Sun Xen considered his own investment. He didn't care how much of a share he took. He could return the capital in 10 years. What 10 years? We will make money this year. We will share the dividends. Li Yi waved his hand. Shua, the group looked at him at the same time. There seemed to be tears in Zhang Sun Xen's eyes. The corners of his mouth moved, as if he was about to cry. Bai Gu took a sip of wine to calm himself down. He then exhaled, Xiao Yi, one should be kind. Others spend money and you say 10 years. If you participate, will you make a profit? How would I know that this is the case? You can plant whatever you want. You can tell the Yamen that you don't have to pay. It's already good enough that you don't ask for subsidies from the imperial court. You don't have to pay taxes to show others. As long as you can plant things on the barren land, there will be benefits. Now that Inspector Zhang Xuan's matter is settled, let's talk about you. You won't really ask me to come over for a meal, right? Li Yi said as he took a big gulp of beer. He then let out a long burp. It's not a big deal. Didn't you go out to sea? You brought back many things. I heard that some things have to be planted in hot places. Aren't you anxious? Bai Gu said to Li Yi while holding a cucumber dipped in sauce. The others nodded. They were afraid that the seeds would spoil after a while. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Do you arrange for people to plant the seeds? Or should I go? Li Yi was not afraid that the seeds would be damaged. They could be stored for a long time. I'm asking you. Yao Chong said. When I go out, you make arrangements in advance. When I don't go out, you still have to make arrangements. At this moment, Li Yi realized that he always forgot about his position. When he wasn't in Chang'an, everyone had to deal with him. Safety issues on the road and emergency communications in the imperial court were all issues that needed to be dealt with. Xiao Yi, you have to know how you got your position. You're free and unfettered. You have to fulfill your obligations, Bai Gu said. If you want to wear the crown, you must take advantage of its weight. Okay. Send people to plant the seeds. I'll stay in Chang'an. I won't go anywhere, Li Yi gave the answer. Everyone smiled. That's right. You just have to stay here. We don't have to ask you if we have questions. When we need to ask you, we can find you. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps came up the stairs. Everyone looked at the entrance. Not long after, a person appeared. It was Li Qingqi. Is everyone here? I heard that Brother Yi needs some craftsmen to make something. Coincidentally, I haven't eaten yet. Let's chat while eating. I'm fine. Li Qingqi wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, indicating that he was not in a hurry. Chapter 1549. The maid hurriedly brought him wet towels, iced beer, tableware, and a basin. After Li Qingqi was done, he stopped panting and took a sip of beer. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and said, "Brother, tell me." He didn't want to eat any staple food today. He drank beer and talked all the time. It wasn't easy to eat. Urgent report from Haizhou. The day before yesterday afternoon, 2 big fish were found on the beach. They were whales that went to the shallow sea and exposed a large part of their bodies on the surface of the sea. They couldn't get out. Li Qingqi said something important. The 2 whales were stranded. Eat them. There's no time to rescue them. Ah. Send someone back quickly. If there's something smelly in the whale's stomach. Yes, if there's something smelly and hard, leave it for me. I want it. Peel off the skin and eat the meat. Don't throw away the bones. They're all treasures. As for the oil, it's not boiled. It's better. I can use it if you bring it back. Usually, the oil takes up about 1/3 of the whole whale. It's quite a lot. Li Yi didn't ask what kind of whale it was. He knew that the people there didn't know. Chang'an was very far from Haizhou. They had to run desperately to get the news here in such a short time. Go quickly. Li Qingqi shouted. 4 of the people who came up with him picked up the ropes on the platform and threw them down. They grabbed the ropes with their hands, crossed their legs, and rushed outside. They used the strength of their legs to control their speed, not caring if their skin would be scratched by the ropes. Li Yi taught the winged knights how to descend from a high altitude. They had to free their hands so that it was convenient to hold weapons. Shoes were very important. They could help control the ropes. When they were about to reach the ground, they used their waist strength to do a 180-degree somersault in the air and landed on their feet. Wow! Some passers-by and people who happened to see them below exclaimed. The 4 of them landed on the ground and rushed to the tied horses. They untied 12 horses in a row, and untied the others as well. They got on the horses, shouted, "Make way, urgent report," and galloped away. Li Qingqi continued to wipe his sweat and relaxed. Brother Yi, before you came back, Haizhou sent some shark's fins and shark's lips. I haven't cooked them yet. I'll go back and have a look first. I'll choose a time to cook them. Shark's fins are mainly soup. Dried shark's fins and dried abalones are soaked. Speaking of shark's fin, it actually had neurotoxins. It wasn't too obvious, so some people like to eat it. Pufferfish is even more delicious. Have someone catch it and bring it back. I'll make pufferfish for everyone. You ate it last year, right? Li Yi calculated the time and decided to fish for pufferfish. It just so happened that the toxins were the strongest. He was not afraid of any problems as he had equipment to detect them. Can you eat it without worry? Lu Chong, who had just joined the group, had never eaten the pufferfish cooked by Li Yi. Ever since he was a child, he had only eaten it once, and he had always been on tenterhooks. As for what it tasted like, he couldn't remember it at all. When he was eating it, he was wondering if he would die. This was too delicious. Bai Gu was hungry. Xiao Yi's cooking is the most reassuring. You won't die from eating it. Every year, there are people who die from eating pufferfish. Heavenly World doesn't make it. The drunken immortal residence is even rarer. What a pity. Make more this year. Whoever wants it, tell me in advance. Then send it from Zhuangzi. It will take less than half a day to get to Lantian County by horse. Ask the nurses to handle it and test it again. Li Yi decided to increase his income. He ate pufferfish slices, steamed pufferfish, braised pufferfish and so on in Heavenly World and Lantian County's drunken immortal house. The head, liver, and fins were all edible. As for the poison, it depended on how it was handled. Everyone, you didn't come in vain, right? Xiao Yi said to make pufferfish. Bai Gu showed a satisfied look. I'll eat it if Gang Ro cooks it herself. Zhang Jiling had never eaten the pufferfish cooked by Li Yi. What about me? Zhang Sun Xian was anxious. He also wanted to eat it. He couldn't ask Li Yi to cook it himself. I'll call you when it's time to eat. I can send it to you. We're partners. I'm raising pufferfish in Zhuangzi that are not poisonous. They're a new generation. The taste is slightly worse. People who eat them can't taste it. When they grow up, how much should I sell them? Li Yi didn't raise wild pufferfish. He liked to eat wild pufferfish. Do you pay taxes? Bai Gu was especially good at stirring up trouble. At such a happy moment, he raised taxes. Inspector Zhang Sun, you dig a hole in the stone field and fill it with water. Put the pufferfish there first and then take it out. It's tax-free. Li Yi used reasonable means to avoid taxes. Pay taxes. What taxes? I brought back so many seeds. Did you reward me? Is the yacht not a lifespan? Is the fuel not a lifespan? Long Zai, I remember you said you had a toothache at noon yesterday. Wei Zhigu reminded Bai Gu not to look for trouble. Li Yi was not reluctant to spend money. My teeth don't hurt much. I'm distressed. Bai Gu held the wine cup aggrievedly. Shouldn't I, the Minister of Revenue, collect taxes? Why don't we exchange? I'll be the Minister of Works and you'll be the Minister of Revenue. Let's see what you can do. The dishes in front are good. Eat first. Let me see a new tool for making straw sandals. Li Qingqi drank a big mouthful of beer and threw a dried shrimp into his mouth to chew. He flipped through the blueprints in his hand. There were a lot of small parts that were not used to make straw sandals. Li Yi drew them specifically to increase efficiency and to draw parallels. Brother Yi, this was made by a craftsman from the Works Union last month. It's the same as yours. It's a wire twister. His was not as good as yours. It's missing the upper structure. Li Qingqi pointed to a tool that could replace manual twining of hemp rope. Hemp rope usually had 2 or 3 strands. 3 strands was better. It needed to be placed on one's leg and rubbed at the same time. Then, when the rope was closed, it would automatically twist. Li Yi's tool had the thread inside. When the thread was pulled, it would automatically turn into strength. There was also a wire twister hanging on it to gather the strands of rope together. Count it as his. Brother, guide him from the side and add more things. Li Yi was happy. It was a good thing that craftsmen liked to research. He did not need to fight for it. Moreover, the craftsman had researched it first. At most, he would add a wire twister. Okay. Li Qingqi agreed. Craftsmen would be rewarded if they were recognized for their research. Craftsmen were most afraid that their research would be said to be someone else's, especially the higher-ups or the people from the Ministry of Works. Because of this, the Works Union dealt with 20 to 30 supervisors. They were arrested and researched. They worked alone without a salary and were sentenced to prison. If they could research something new, their sentence would be reduced. If they could not, they would continue to be apprentices. Brother, look at the blueprints and see if there are any craftsmen who can make something similar. Give them a reminder. I don't need fame anymore. The reward money is not enough. If there are none, tell the craftsmen. If they can improve it, it will be considered a merit. Li Yi's thoughts were opened after being reminded. He did not care what he could get from the blueprints. If the craftsman saw his blueprints and improved it, it would be considered as promoting social development and increasing lifespan. Brother Yi, how many straw sandals do you want to make? 1 pair for 1 coin. Li Qingqi saw the problem. The quality of straw sandals was not good. The advantage was that it was fast. I will give it to you for free. I will take care of the government. If you don't have any shoes, you can take it. You are not allowed to use it to burn. If you are caught, you will be punished to death. Li Yi said with a smile. If you don't want money, what about the shoe sellers? Li Qingqi frowned. There are many shoes that are free. Those that cost money are easier to sell. Brother, let me teach you about consumer psychology. Li Yi's smile did not change. Chapter 1550. When the maidservants heard Li Yi talking about knowledge, they immediately put down their chopsticks and took out their notebooks and pens. Let's not talk about eating first. Everyone is eating downstairs. I guess there are more whole wheat rice and long grain rice. Li Yi hadn't eaten well, so he couldn't continue talking now. Both the maidservants and he needed to eat. Xiao Yi, you tell me. There's no hurry to eat. Bai Gu drank without delay. I'm in a hurry. You don't remember and just listen. Of course, you will feel comfortable. Li Yi refused. Li Lang, you don't know about this. They don't eat long grain rice. They eat rice flour made from long grain rice. Princess Yongmu finally realized that there was something she understood and hurriedly explained. Why don't they eat rice flour? Li Yi revealed a puzzled look. Rice flour requires a high starch content and a lot of techniques to make it. Even in the East market, no one is willing to turn good rice into rice flour. They might as well eat long grain rice. Princess Yongmu taught Li Yi a lesson. You have to know the importance of starch content. The new long grain rice has a shorter growth cycle and less starch. Are there many people who eat millet, sorghum rice, big yellow rice, and highland barley? Li Yi still asked for advice. There aren't many highland barley. In the past, the highland barley was planted with other crops. Have you forgotten? With the test paper, we can know the pH of the soil and adjust it. With the addition of natural fertilizers, the yield is high. Now, the yield of big yellow rice is almost the same as highland barley. Then who still grows highland barley? It's not like the animals don't eat big yellow rice. Steamed wheat rice can't be seen anymore. The porcelain core of the hand-operated flour grinder is broken. Now, there are specialized kilns for baking. It's cheap and doesn't need to be glazed. You can't see whole grain noodles and mantus in the East market. They will use the bad ones to make black bread. The people who sell wheaten food don't grind their own flour. Also, there's chicken and duck soup in the noodles. Unless you eat noodles with soy sauce, poultry. Princess Yongmu didn't say much just now. Now, she finally encountered something she was familiar with. She didn't care how much knowledge the person sitting in front of her had, she had to explain. Li Yi cooperated. He was puzzled, pondered, suddenly enlightened, happy, puzzled, enlightened, and agreed, that's about it. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. She picked up the beer and poured it for Li Yi. The ministers knew that Li Yi was playing with Princess Yongmu. However, they had to admit that Princess Yongmu was indeed different from other princesses. In terms of literature, they were about the same. Calligraphy and painting were slightly better. They had awesome masters to teach them, including the one surnamed Zhong, who wrote copybooks for them. Buddhism and Taoism couldn't be compared to the princesses of the previous generation. When it came to politics, people's livelihood, technology, economy, diplomacy, and other issues, Princess Yongmu crushed the once talented Shang Guanwan, her. Everyone present had the right to speak on this point. They had all been officials during Wu Zetian's time. Shang Guanwan, was talented and beautiful. She was also good at politics. However, Princess Yongmu was taught by Li Yi. Li Yi listed out all kinds of relationships, especially the political intrigue. He put the things behind the scenes on the surface. Therefore, no one dared to play the same trick with Li Yi. All the tricks were turned into benefits in Li Yi's form, and they were all blatant. Fortunately, Princess Yongmu wasn't ambitious. She only wanted to marry Li Yi and live a shameless life. No, she wanted to live a happy life. Is that the braised pork? Hey, do you have pig ears and pig tails? Li Yi saw a person pushing a cart below. It was too high and he couldn't see clearly. He shouted. Yes, 4 ears and 3 tails. The person below heard him and shouted back. I'm buying all of them. How many braised pork trotters do you have? Li Yi was used to Zhuangzi's braised pork and wanted to see other people's braised pork trotters. 9. The person below shouted again. Yes. Which brother is below? I will throw some money down and you can pay for it. Li Yi said as he rummaged through his pockets. He didn't take any money. Princess Yongmu opened her small bag and took out a 100 renminbi coupon. Then, she took 2 chopsticks and threw them down. According to the current prices, 100 renminbi could buy 2 servings. The pig trotters and pig ears had little meat and oil, but the pig tails were still acceptable. The most worthless dish was actually the pig trotters. Once eaten, it was all bones. 42 renminbi. I will give you 58 renminbi. The person below took the money and handed the things to Li Qingqi's imperial bodyguard who was watching the horse just now. He raised his head and said the price. No, do you have jelly? You should have jelly for these things, right? If you have it, cut a piece. Li Yi shouted. The pig trotters had little meat, but the pig trotters could be cut out to make jelly. It was better with the pig skin. If the pig skin was left, it would be jelly. If the pig skin was taken out, it would be called clear jelly. Yes, I gave you all of it. That's still a lot. I will give you 20 renminbi. The seller was embarrassed. No need. Hurry up and give it to him. Bring it up. Li Yi shouted. Okay. I will give it to you. Who are you? You are too rich. After the seller handed over the money, he took out a big piece of pig head meat. I am Li Yi. Tomorrow, you can go to the Li family Zhuangzi to have your eyes checked. I can see you clearly. You are short-sighted. I will give you a pair of glasses. Li Yi felt that the seller was short-sighted. He didn't think that the seller was stupid. How many people didn't know who this house belonged to? Li Yi, a good name. It sounds familiar. It is similar to that. Damn, Li Dongzhu, are you upstairs? I can't see you clearly. I don't want the money. I don't want it. Hey, come back. Don't run. I will give you the money. The people below took the money and wanted to chase after him. They were not fast enough and were stopped by others. No one wanted to take his money. When do you have time to go to Zhuangzi? I will give you a mirror. Tonight is fine too. Li Yi shouted at him. Li Dongzhu, you can't give me money. You are giving me face by eating my food. The seller was anxious. I didn't give it to you. It was given by the mistress of Wentian Lanxiang Pavilion. She is my future wife. You want to give my wife something? Li Yi thought of a solution. No, Li Dongzhu, don't misunderstand. I am going to sell the goods. Tomorrow, I will go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The seller was frightened. He quickly pushed the cart and ran away. He had no choice. The guard who stopped him just now pulled out his sword. Li Lang, eat shrimp. Princess Yongmu was happy and fed Li Yi the shrimp. Okay. Let me see if that pig trotter is okay. I will let you eat it. Cut it in half. Li Yi said as he chewed the shrimp. Shao Yi, cut the pig ears for this old man. Bai Gu said as he did not understand the situation. Li Yi took the knife and someone brought it to the chopping board. He cut it. The pig trotters they sell are not small. I thought the pig trotters they raise were thin. The pig ears are thick too. Cut it horizontally. Bai Gu was waiting to eat and looked at him anxiously. Pigs have a long growth cycle. It is a problem with the breed and feed. Hormones are added to the feed, so they grow faster but are not healthy. If we want to adjust the nutritional structure, we will need more food. If we want to exchange food for pork, I feel that food is more important. I will not exchange. Li Yi muttered as he cut the pig ears horizontally. He was worried that the pigs would die. How could the food be preserved for a long time? Now, most of the people who raised pigs were cutting grass to save feed. They would rather provide pigs half a month later to their partners to save food. Chapter 1551. Li Yi's eyes were filled with data. What to eat, how much to eat, how to eat, and how long to eat for. He needed to coordinate and see whether eating meat saved food or eating grain filled their stomachs. Xiao Yi, what do you think the people are thinking? Bai Gu was cutting cucumbers. There were 2 whole cucumbers for dipping in sauce. Bai Gu wanted to eat the thin pig ears himself. He refused to give in to his old age and personally cut the cucumbers. Old Bai, you don't have to mix the pig ears with other things. Are you cutting the heart of the cucumbers? It's all water. That's not how you cut the cucumbers. Li Yi went over to help. Don't waste the cucumbers, even if the cucumbers were worthless now. The people are mostly worried about material things. They have enough food, can eat meat, live in a sturdy house, wear comfortable clothes, marry a wife, have more children, and don't get sick. Li Yi knew that the people of the Tang dynasty had not considered traveling and playing all day. In that case, we'll make more money for the court and satisfy the needs of the people. Bai Gu watched Li Yi work and took a sip of wine. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu in surprise and then looked at the wine cup. Aha! Song Jing coughed. The key is to promote the development of new production technology and transform it into productivity. Su Yi followed. Continue to invest more in education and open up the minds of the people. At least they can understand the official announcements of the court and improve their learning ability. Zhang Jiuling put down his chopsticks. Improve the construction of infrastructure, increase the transportation of goods, and allocate social resources. After the 3 finished speaking, they looked at Bai Gu together. They wanted him to quickly change the way he said it. He was going to make Li Yi angry again. Bai Gu smacked his lips. Yes, yes, yes. We have to use the financial resources reasonably. We have to take from the people and use them for the people. Li Yi not only cut the cucumbers, but also the pig ears. He smiled. That's right. This is what the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty should say. What do you mean by making money for the court? If there's nothing but money, wouldn't that be inflation? They went to East City to look for Xiao Yi. Why would Xiao Yi go to the south to farm? Li Dan was having dinner with her sons. The weather was hot, so Li Dan didn't have much of an appetite. There were more than a dozen dishes on the plate. The main dish was sorghum rice and rice. Among the 4 sons sitting here, one was not his biological son, Li Sholi. Li Dan was his uncle, so he was one of the 6 kings of the 6 Kings Manor. They usually helped Li Qingqi with the affairs of the 6 Li village, the Workers' League, the Yi League, and the seaside. They all moved in, including Empress Wang's father, Wang Rinjiao, and her twin brother, Wang Shiyi. The 2 of them lived in the imperial plantation. Every single one of them was afraid of death. Whenever someone had a headache or fever, they would immediately seek help from the nurse. Li Sholi received a massage and medication to ease his old injuries. He could predict the weather. Before it rained, the place where he was beaten would hurt, but when the weather cleared up, it would be comfortable. Wu Zetian had tortured the Li family, killing and beating them in all kinds of ways. Li Longji did not mind the heat. He ate his rice and hot dishes. They should have sent someone to plant them. The pepper planted in Xiong province will bear fruit next year. He did not forget about the pepper planting. In Cheong Province and Leh Province, the pepper grew well in Cheong Province. The weather was hot, but Leh Province was cold in winter. Li Longji's brother, Prince Shen, Li Qingyi, had a good appetite as well. He had eaten several pieces of red braised meat. He gulped down a big mouthful of soup. The barbarian merchants are now selling pepper, and they're making a lot of money. Lu Zhou is also shipping pepper to Chang'an. That's why Chang'an has a supply of pepper. When the pepper from Cheong Province arrives, we can lower the price of the barbarian merchants so that they won't easily take away the good stuff from the Tang dynasty. The duck rack soup is fresh. He had been doing well recently. His wife was pregnant, and he had a problem. He had taken medicine for his sexually transmitted diseases. He did not have any children, so he adopted Li Qingqi's son. When Li Yi went out to sea, he went to the Li family Zhuangzi. After a checkup, there was medicine. He took it and it was effective. With this, he could not leave. He had to wait for the child to be born and grow up. Otherwise, what if something went wrong and the child was gone? Where's the duck rack and the meat on it? Prince Shui, Li Yi, knew he was drinking duck rack soup. He could not see the duck rack or the meat. It's here. There's stir-fried duck meat and duck blood. Li Dan pointed at her plate with her chopsticks and told her son where the duck meat was. Li Longji pointed at the bridgehead. Set it up outside. We'll stew it in the zhuangzi. Take it out and toss it into the free soup section to stew it. Make the bones soft so that others can chew it when they drink it. Many bones in the zhuangzi were treated this way. The zhuangzi guaranteed there would be soup for them. They would be stewed first before they were given to others. Otherwise, the bones could only be thrown away or used as fodder. There was still meat on the duck rack in the shed. There was no bone marrow from the pig bones. They were cut open and fed to the children and the elderly. Even so, the free soup section in the Li family zhuangzi was the best place to supply the bones. Everyone looked over and saw the sheds. They also saw the yacht moored there. After Xiao Yi came back, she said to adjust the crude oil distillation technology. She wants to use it on the yacht. Just a little change is enough. Too much desulfurization will damage the yacht equipment. If it's broken, it can't be repaired. Li Dan wanted to take the yacht out to play. He didn't want to go far. It was better than other boats. He also knew that Li Yi used his lifespan to exchange for fuel. He waited for the zhuangzi to improve the distillation technology. He took Li Yi's words to heart. He remembered that Li Yi said that the lubricant was also removed during the desulfurization process. Third brother, why don't we take a look at the yacht? Prince of Qi, Li Yi, had been thinking for the past 2 days. He couldn't directly say anything about Li Yi's things. Coincidentally, the yacht was guarded by the Yulin flying cavalry. Let's go. Li Longji didn't hesitate. The 6 officials who came down said that the yacht was good. The group set off. The food was brought by the eunuchs and palace maids. The 8 eunuchs and palace maids who followed Li Yi out were responsible for explaining the situation on the yacht. When they came back, they handed in the books and explained the situation separately. The yacht stopped beside Zhuangzi and went up with the gangplank. There were always people watching from the other side, including the envoys from Tibet. The rich people of the imperial governor's office would take the initiative to take a look and chat with the ordinary people. They didn't put on airs. They had a sense of pride. The big ship of the Tang dynasty was called the cruiser. It was very powerful. Li Dongzhu drove it. The envoys had their own thoughts. The people of the Japanese Empire were more honest. They were wondering if the ship was safe to return to Japan. Previously, they sent the cement production technology back and brought a lot of silver from their country. This year, they were going to let Dao Ci, who wanted to go back, bring new information. Dao Ci was a person's name. The people called him Ida. His master was Zhizong. This Dao Ci was not the Dao Ci of Li Yi's era. There was a big difference between the two. Bo Qiao and the other Tubo people looked at the yacht. They were worried that Li Yi would drive the yacht to the source of the Yellow River and then to the source of the Yangtze River. God knows what bad things Li Yi would do. Li Longji and the others were not in a hurry to visit the yacht. Eating was more important. It would be cold soon. Just as they sat on the deck, a group of fast horses came from the front. Report. West River Jidushi has an urgent report. The person on the horse shouted. The others made way. Chapter 1552. Su Lu said that he is willing to continue to block foreign enemies for the Tang dynasty. He said that his cavalry still has enough troops to protect the territory of the Tang dynasty. After checking the letter, Li Longji read it and told his father and brothers. Send the other letter to Shao Yi. Li Dan didn't want to care about the imperial court. It would be tiring to worry too much. Li Longji nodded. The winged knights ran away with the same letter. The team of people who delivered the letter was put on a flatbed cart and pushed into Zhuangzi. They were ready to take a bath, have a massage, and sleep. The horses that ran sprints enjoyed the cold water, eggs, and pepper treatment. They would snort from time to time to show their happiness. The people on the yacht turned their attention to the northwest and then back to the yacht and eating. No matter how worried they were, they had to wait for Li Yi's reply. This boat is more comfortable than the one we took when we went out. Li Qingyi felt the rocking of the boat and the condition of the deck and commented. He was right. The deck of the yacht was certainly better than the one he took before. Not only was the deck good, but the things around were also not comparable to other boats. This boat is faster than a horse. Unfortunately, it can't be lifted up. Li Fan wanted to go to the source of the Yellow River. He didn't want to take another boat because he was afraid of accidents. If they took the Huku waterfall, the yacht was too big. They had to build a new cableway to pull it up. The image of the Huku waterfall appeared in Li Longji's mind. He said, the Li family Zhuangzi is making steel wire ropes. Together with the rails and concrete fixed pillars, they should be able to pull a bigger boat up. Now they are building boats at the artificial canal upstream of the Yellow River. They don't have to pass the Huku waterfall. When they reach the waterfall, they can take the rails and horses. The canal can also help. Li Dan didn't want to think more about the imperial court, but he accidentally remembered it and then naturally thought about it. Li Sholi continued, the people in the upper section of the Yellow River can live a good life when goods are circulated. What they threw away in excess was precisely what was needed elsewhere. It's like the summer melons and fruits in the Yellow River. After they are picked, they are loaded on boats downstream. The capital government's worries about the expensive melons and fruits. The capital government's ironware and other tools are loaded on boats and sent over. There are also the mushrooms on the grassland. The spring mushrooms we picked this year are also on land, but it's very easy. The group of kings, including Li Sholi, were all studying hard, including their children. Those who did not learn the knowledge were not allowed to participate in the operation of the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund. Not for nothing, but to earn money. The imperial court gave money to the members of the imperial clan according to their official positions. The money was not little, but it could not stop them from spending too much. Holding a banquet, taking a group of people on a sightseeing tour, paying for the servants' monthly stipends, women's rouge, if he spent too much money, he would look at other people's extravagance. Unless Li Longji was happy and rewarded him with some money, the women at home would see Empress Wang and Empress Wang would give it to him. There was a salary for working in the fund. If one did a good job, the salary would be higher than one's salary. The requirements were that outsiders were not allowed to command professionals, and they were not allowed to be greedy. This included finding other people to set up a trading company and cooperate with the fund to transfer benefits. There were no loopholes in the operation of the fund. At the very least, they couldn't find the full set of plans that Li Yi had given. Unless there was a case like the Cheongzhou branch of the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia Foundation, where everyone from top to bottom joined hands to fake it. Even the inspectors of the fund participated in it. Under such circumstances, they could reap benefits during the audit period. At the end of the audit period, the summary would be given to Li Yi. Li Yi had a calculation model. How much did you invest in Cheongzhou? You gave me this and told me how the money was spent normally. Do you think I would believe you? I'll find everything from the model tree. The princes did their jobs and earned money with their own ability. At the very least, they did not have to buy luxury goods. The production of the Sixli village was distributed according to the situation of each residence. Adding in the seafood, the cost of holding a poetry banquet decreased. Take a look at the letter sent by the Anxi provincial governor. Li Yi received the letter and glanced at it. Then, he asked a maid to pass it to the chancellor. Did you give him his salary this year? Zhang Jiling asked Bai Gu. Who did you give it to? For our left Yulin great general and commissioner of Jinfang Dao. Bai Gu curled his lips. He continued, luring Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate to attack my Tang dynasty, I still have to give him money. Does he think that his position is important and that the Tang dynasty is afraid of him? Xiao Yi, do you want to remove him from his position? The last sentence was for Li Yi. Su Lu was still an official of the Tang dynasty. However, he was not given a salary this year. In the past, he was given a salary. Li Yi knew that this year in history, not only was Su Lu not dealt with, he was even given an additional title of Duke of Shun. In history, the Tang dynasty did not have money and could not fight. Later, the Turks asked for peace. Su Lu was also given an additional title. Li Shihua of the Khitans also got a princess. However, this was not the direction of history. Zhang Xiaosong was not captured and Li Yi was protected. He fought with all his might. Su Lu even bragged that he had an army. Why didn't he fight? There were more than 200,000 soldiers stationed at the Yellow River. In addition, there were the original Tubo tribesmen who had entered the Tang dynasty. They could send troops to the northwest at any time. Li Yi, if Su Lu moves, where can he send troops? Su Yi looked for Li Yi to discuss. He could not move troops and did not dare to do so. Send things to the Anxi Jidushi. No troops will be transferred and the Abbasid Caliphate won't move. Tell him to attack the Abbasid Caliphate and not give him anything. He promises that he will continue to stay and we will not rush him. When we need to make a move in the future, this is the best reason. Li Yi felt that the Anxi Jidushi did not have any troops. He could send over the monkeys, bags of explosives, and guns. There were many carrots planted there. If they sent a batch to other places, the other places would give them extra food. Carrots were delicious and horses loved to eat them. If a horse ate a carrot with a radish tassel in the morning, the horse would be happy for the whole day. If a child of the Tang dynasty was given a carrot, the child would be happy for several days. The carrot was sweet. Oh! Send a document to Zhang Xiaosong and tell him. Li Yi added. Zhang Xiaosong. What about Guo Zhiyun, Wang Juankui, and Zhang Zhongliang? When Song Jing heard Zhang Xiaosong's name, he frowned. Wah! He did not like generals moving around outside, and Zhang Xiaosong was the most chaotic one. If Zhang Xiaosong knew about the situation, would he pull the elite cavalry he brought over to the Abbasid Caliphate and beat them up again? You have to tell him everything. The main thing is to tell Zhang Xiaosong to prepare. He understands. Li Yi still believed in Zhang Xiaosong. This fellow was too formidable. To Li Yi, Zhang Xiaosong did not need to give him any specific orders. As long as he explained the situation and the logistics followed, he would naturally know what to do. Li Yi defined Zhang Xiaosong as a free man on the battlefield, an independent force. Restricting him to the source of the Yellow River was a waste of resources. There was no need for him in the area. He should continue to lead his cavalry to find opportunities to attack anyone. If he had the ability to destroy Sulu, the Tang dynasty would send more people to the front to stop the Abbasid Caliphate. What? He might turn around and attack the Tang dynasty. Then he would delay for 2 days. 1 day to fly, 1 day to fly back. Sigh. Song Jing sighed. On this point, he could not reach a consensus with Li Yi. He had to listen to Li Yi. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty had a lot of money. Chapter 1553. The 4 chancellors wrote memorials to Li Longji at the same time. Each of them spoke from their own point of view, telling Li Longji not to give Su Lu any money, but to send weapons and other supplies to Hashijidushi. Li Yi made the decision, and they helped him write the official document. Xiao Yi, you write it next time. Bai Gu finished writing and looked at his dishes. He was in a good mood. They were all cold dishes, and he was not afraid of them getting cold. It's not suitable for me to write it. Li Yi refused. He could not write it. If he wrote it, he would snatch other people's real power. General of Heavenly Strategies is an empty position. Li Qingqi could not help but ask. It was not an empty position. His great-grandfather, Emperor Taizong, was an official. I used it when I went out to sea. I can't continue it when I come back. I'll talk about it when I go out to sea next time. Li Yi looked at Li Qingqi with a look that said, do you really think I want to be General of Heavenly Strategies? When Tian, remember to write a resignation document for His Majesty. I want to resign from the Tang Dynasty's Overseas Pacification Envoy and General of Heavenly Strategies. I don't want it. Li Yi remembered his plan when he came back. I don't want it. I must throw it away. Otherwise, he would be used by people who would say that he was another Li Shimin who wanted to be the Tang emperors. If he instigated the people and some of them supported him, things would be troublesome. Okay. Princess Yongmu agreed with a smile. Xiao Yi, don't you know how to write it? You used to write a lot in the past. Bai Gu saw this and ridiculed. I didn't write it. I copied it from others. Li Yi did not care at all. I can copy it. What can you do about it? After saying that, he looked at Zhang Jiuling and felt embarrassed. He copied Zhang Jiuling's poem, The Bright Moon Shines Above the Sea. Li Yi immediately felt relieved. It did not matter. If Zhang Jiuling was willing to write it, he could write a good poem. If he did not copy it and wrote it himself, how tiring would it be? It was not that he could not write, but wouldn't it be better to use the time to improve the overall level of the Tang dynasty? Remember, don't copy this old man's. Bai Go warned. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. There was a saying among the literati, don't let Li Yi copy your work. If he does, you will be gone. Elder brother, I brought back a lot of cactus seeds, more than 10 kinds. They can grow very big in hot climates. In our capital government, the first generation of plants can grow in large greenhouses. But for the later generations, it won't be easy for them to grow any bigger. It could be used as medicine and could still be eaten. It would take many years for it to blossom and produce seeds. Once it blossoms, it can bloom every year. It's beautiful, but its flowering period is short, usually lasting less than a day. Li Yi listened to everyone's laughter and looked at their age. He lamented how quickly time passed. At the same time, he thought of the seeds he had brought back from various cacti. How is it compared to the pepper knot? Sago tree. Li Qingqi thought of the sago tree when he heard that it would take many years to bloom. There are years of pepper and years of iron trees. However, there was no need to use seeds to reproduce, just like willow trees, bamboos, and bamboo shoots. When it grew longer, it would branch out. When it was plucked off and placed in the soil, it would grow into a new stalk. It has sufficient nutrients and its growth speed is not slow. It can be eaten and used as medicine after a year. Li Yi did not expect the cacti to bloom. The flowers were indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that the time was too short. That was how the name epiphyllum came about. It prioritized survival in the desert and would not give the cacti too much time to bloom. Li Yi actually wanted to say that cacti also had fruits. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. In the Tang dynasty, cacti were grown for eating fruits. At that time, they should be able to get the fruits from other places. It was the same for the rubber trees. They should be planted first and then harvested from other places. Including the oil palm seeds that he needed to get in the future, it would still take many years to plant them. Unless they dug up ready-made seeds and transplanted them directly. If they were properly cultivated, it would take 5 years for oil to bloom. This oil would be easy to use. According to the unit area, the oil yield of the oil palm was 10 times that of the specially cultivated soybeans, not to mention the current soybeans. Of course, soybeans could still be used to make tofu, but oil palm fruits could not be used to make tofu. Also, soybeans contained a lot of protein. They were not the same thing and could not be compared. Li Qingqi took it seriously. Should we find a place to plant it? In the beginning, a part of it will be taken to Cheongzhou and we will plant the rest. Plant it for 2 years and give it to the people in the capital. Every family can have it. Li Yi was very clear about cacti. It was not easy to grow, and it was even more difficult to bloom and bear fruit. However, it had a strong reproductive ability. At that time, cacti were not worth much. He could get them easily by making a flower pot. There was no need to buy them. In some neighborhoods, they placed them in flower beds. He could go there and break off a branch and take it home to raise them. It would be immoral to not break the main stem. Li Qingqi had never seen such a thing. He sighed. There are really good things overseas. The world is so big. When the Tang dynasty stabilizes, if brother wants to go out to play, no, to collect information about the world's products and local customs, I am willing to sail a small boat and accompany you. Li Yi also sighed. It was not easy to be a member of the royal family in the Tang dynasty. He could not travel overseas for the rest of his life. What about me? My family and I want to go. Bai Gu yearned for it. Hurry up and build the Tang dynasty. It's good to go out for a month or 2 and bask in the sun on the beach. You don't know, but there are many interesting things outside. The sea breeze, the evening glow of the coconut forest, the golden sand print, the overlapping waves. Li Yi began to tempt them. Do you want to go somewhere else to play? Hurry up. When the people are better off, I will take you there. Send them away. Song Jing put down his brush and stamped. Hearing Li Yi's words, he felt angry. We are working so hard in the imperial court. How can we have time when you want to go out to play? Yao Chong and the others in the group were tempted. Yao Chong picked up a pig ear in front of Bai Gu and ate it. Xiao Yi, we want to see how corruption is dealt with overseas. Can you arrange it in the summer? Bai Gu turned his head and stared at Yao Chong. You want to go on a trip? You can go out and play as you wish after retiring. That's fine. After the summer harvest, everyone will go together. In a month, Zhuangzi will have oil that can be used on the yacht. That's simple. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Do you want to go out and play? You have nothing to do anyway. Princess Yongmu was indeed looking forward to it. Where is Li Lang going? I will grow seedlings first and then find someone to plant them in Cheongzhou. I won't arrange for people to go by land. I don't feel at ease with them handling the seeds. Li Yi wanted to go to Hainan to plant things first. Then he would go along the coast to East Asia, such as Luzon. He would plant the things under the canopy and then grow seedlings in the greenhouse. There would be no delay. He would send people to send things over by land. Growing seedlings there was not as scientific as growing seedlings here. The delay on the road would be even longer. Why didn't he think of this before? The main thing was to look at the sea and then enjoy on the beach. He would bring Li Longji and the others. The journey was short and there were many people. There was no need to prepare a lot of supplies. Okay. Princess Yongmu also wanted to go out with her family, including the little fellow, Bao Er, and Dudu. He should practice swimming and diving more so that he could go to the sea. He couldn't do it last time. Chapter 1554. Baigo and the other chancellors went downstairs with exhaustion and melancholy. Yao Chong and the others, on the other hand, walked with relaxed steps. Princess Yongmu continued to sell goods. Li Qingqi said that he would go to the Workers' Alliance to arrange the tools Li Yi asked and give the patent rights to the craftsmen. Zhang Sun Xian and the staff went back to arrange the cooperation with Li Yi. He didn't negotiate at all. Li Yi said that he wanted 70%, so 70%. Li Yi flew back and continued to find death row prisoners to practice. A large number of materials continued to be transported to the source of the Yellow River and the northwest. When the local construction was done, the source of the Yellow River could feed sheep, herbs, yaks, and horses. Further northwest was a large number of fruits, raisins, wine, dried cantaloupe, sheep, and dates. Jade had not been sold at a high price yet. The most expensive jade was in Lantian County, Lantian jade. Both were nephrite, including the other two famous jades. Nephrite was fine in texture, but the key was that it was easy to carve. Stones from other mountains that could be used to carve jade were not expensive and could be used as tools. Diamonds were too hard and difficult to process. Jadeite was hard jade, which the people of the Tang dynasty didn't like. The same was true for bloodstone. Even nephrite was not easy to process. When cutting it, it was obviously impossible to use a hammer to smash it. The craftsmen used rope, saw, and wet the hemp rope. Carving was even more difficult. They needed to find alloy metals and smelted meteorites. Li Yi was not interested in any jade. It could only be used as collateral for currency issues. He wanted Z beads. Did the exchange certificate have any credibility over there? If it could be exchanged for Z beads, then it would. But in the future, he wanted to change the beliefs there. Don't believe in other things, just believe in Chinese civilization. The capital government sent things to the northwest. The transport ships came. There were 60 transport ships of 1,000 stones. They were sent in the name of the governor's office of Guangzhou. They first looked for the imperial court and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. When the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue heard that it was from Guangzhou, he didn't dare to interfere and hurriedly looked for baigu. Grain? Rice? 60,000 stones of rice? Indica rice? Baigu asked. It's indica rice. It looks better than the indica rice that Dr. Li found. The grains are big. The assistant minister of revenue gestured with his finger. It was this big. It's not the time for the transport of grain. Guangzhou. Let's go find Shao Yi. Baigu did not want to ask about it himself. He would ask Li Yi about Guangzhou. 60 ships unloaded their goods at the docks. One by one, they were placed on a rotating track, increasing their efficiency and safety. The income of the people working at the docks also increased. The more prosperous the capital office was, the more the docks could handle. Another sack is missing. Where is the sack? It's too brittle. A person who was loading rice onto the boat grabbed the sack and missed it. Don't worry about it for now. Change to another bag and we'll deal with it later. Quick, efficiency. This is called efficiency. Don't waste time, the person beside him shouted. Bai Gu came over personally. He sent someone to look for Li Yi. When he came out, he used the cableway on the river to check on Li Yi's situation. Li Yi was in the operating room and did not want to see anyone. How did you find the rice? Bai Gu did not think there was a lot of rice. 60,000 stones of rice turned into 600,000 stones of rice. 600,000 stones of rice, 600,000 stones, 600,000 stones. He was the Minister of Revenue. When did he have money in the thousands? Wasn't it all 10,000 stones? Prime Minister Bai, I am Tsang Chao Si, Tsang Shin Jun Huangli, courtesy name Gang Chang. The person in charge raised his hand and spoke. As he spoke, he looked around. What are you looking for? Bai Gu was puzzled and looked around. Song Zaifu and Zhang Zaifu are not here. Huang Li was looking for Song Jing and Zhang Jiuling. Song Jing was a high-ranking official in Guangzhou's governor's office. He did not agree to erect a monument for him. Zhang Jiuling was familiar with Guangzhou's Department of Shipping. I am the Minister of Revenue. Why are you looking for them? You. I am familiar with Li Yi from the Li family Zhuangzi. Do you know anyone from the Li family Zhuangzi in Guangzhou? Bai Gu instantly understood that Huang Li wanted to see someone he knew. Yes, I don't know anyone better. Since that is the case, I will talk to Bai Zaifu. After that, there will be 5 batches of 60 boats each. We will take the land route to the Yangtze River and then transfer the boats from there. We do not have enough manpower, so we will take batches. This is the rent paid by Guangzhou's government for the aboriginals. The aboriginals are grateful for the imperial court's favor. They will barter for rice and ship it to Chang'an. Huang Li explained the situation. They took the land route built by Zhang Jiuling from Guangzhou and transported the rice all the way to the Yangtze River. They then found a boat and arrived here. They were the ones paying for the transportation. They probably used their connections to get the boats and had to pay extra. Bai Gu was moved. He did not care about the money. 6 batches would only cost 30,000 stones. He could not figure out how the aboriginals had the money to buy food and send it over. Were the aboriginals so good? They had just joined the Tang dynasty's official family and they wanted to carry things for their family and fulfill their obligations. If that was the case, the local officials. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi sent people over. The Li family Zhuangzi sent a team to take over the specific work of Guangzhou's governor's office. He looked at Huang Li and said in a gentle voice, "Are the local people doing well? The food is delivered. Do the people have enough to eat?" Huang Li took a step back. He was not used to it. "He's asking you a question." The person next to him reminded him. "Oh, it's enough. There is plenty of food. If we can't finish it, it's cheap. The aboriginals can get 20 stones for a rabbit skin and 10 stones for a chicken." Huang Li guaranteed that they would not starve. There was rice and meat. "Don't worry, we have enough food and clothing. We will be well off if we work hard. How many chickens can we raise with 10 stones of grain?" Bai Gu mumbled in surprise. 1 chicken could be exchanged for several sacks of rice. The chickens eat less grain. We raise them and let them live. They don't get sick easily. It's just that they are always stolen by wild beasts. We can hunt wild beasts later. Huang Li thought he was asking him and he would give an answer. Bai Gu narrowed his eyes. "Do you think that as a local official, you have made great contributions?" "It's all right. It turns out that the local people don't have such good lives." Huang Li nodded lightly. "If that's the case, why didn't you register the aboriginals and send them a large amount of rent?" Bai Gu did not want to give credit to the local officials. He thought that it had nothing to do with them. Huang Li was stunned. He then became angry and whispered, where did the Imperial Court's Ministry of Revenue get so much money? In the past, silk and copper coins were used as currency. There were even more places that bartered with other things. Baigu, after a few breaths, he took a deep breath and then another. He almost could not catch his breath. It was too uncomfortable to be rebuked. When he thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. Why did he bring up the past? Hurry up and rest. There's no rush to hand over your duties. Baigu chose to forgive him. It was not easy for everyone. We're going to stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. It's not a place arranged by the Imperial Court. We're going to eat at the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. We've already agreed on that. Huang Li refused to be arranged. He led the team himself and gave the other 3 Tsang officers some benefits. Otherwise, how could he snatch the position? I'm the one who arranged for you to stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. Baigu was tired. A mere Tsang officer dared to go against a Zaifu. Do you believe that if I get angry, I'll remove you from your 7th-ranked official position? Thank you, Bai Zaifu. Huang Li was satisfied and was no longer angry. He turned around and called for his men to hand over the counting duties. There was no need to wait for the number of people. Let's hurry up and go to the Li family Zhuangzi. It's a legendary place. Chapter 1555. A group of people gathered at the Li family Zhuangzi again before the sky turned dark. They brought a few sacks of rice and asked someone to remove the husks. Huang Li and his group of more than 300 officials actually didn't need too many people. They just wanted to experience it. Although they were officials, some of them were actually descendants of the Li family. They came to Chang'an to broaden their horizons and also to observe and learn from the Li family Zhuangzi. Not all of them were from the Huang family. The other big families also sent people. The next 5 groups all had the same situation. There were also the leaders and vice-leaders of the mountain people. When they arrived at Chang'an, they were like quails and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Longji met them while they were still in a state of shock and gave them encouragement. They were all very excited that they could meet the emperor himself. Moreover, the emperor lived in the Li family Zhuangzi. They also learned that when there was a lot of work, the officials worked in Xingqing Palace and didn't go to the imperial city unless there was a court meeting. When there was little work, the prime ministers also worked in the Li family Zhuangzi and sent letters back and forth through the cableway. It was no wonder that the Li family Zhuangzi's people were so powerful. They interacted and learned from the emperor and the prime ministers all day long. After Li Longji finished encouraging everyone, he called for Huang Li alone. The officials accompanied him and drank tea. It wasn't time yet. Moreover, Li Yi hadn't come out yet. They didn't know what happened in the operating room today. Where did the money and food come from? Baigu asked directly. The others stared at Huang Li. Huang Li felt that this was a joint trial. He was a little arrogant. With his rank, he didn't deserve to be questioned by the Censorate, Ministry of Justice, and Supreme Court. The current lineup was even more powerful than the joint trial. The most powerful people in the Tang dynasty were personally summoned by the emperor himself. The barbarians were willing to make the exchange. The exchange was huge. Ships of food were sent over as if they were free. There were also goods from the previous trade. Huang Li pushed the blame to the barbarian merchants. They had an agreement. He looked around and saw that no one said anything. He said again, they brought a lot of things, including food. Why didn't we make the exchange? Am I right? The officials, ha ha ha. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. He didn't believe that Huang Li didn't know what everyone wanted to ask. Huang Li was actually playing dumb. Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? You've committed a grave sin. Song Jing glared. Governor Song, what crime have I committed? Isn't it good to have a large trade volume? Huang Li insisted. We've sent someone to investigate, Su-yi said from the side. Oh, the investigation is good. It will prove our innocence. Huang Li was not afraid of this. He had seen the people who were investigating. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were in charge of receiving them. Afterwards, a group of people from the Li family Zhuangzi also went to attend to them. As he spoke, he looked at Li Longji. This was the most terrifying. Li Longji shook his head. It's just a rumor. They say that only 5 trading companies are allowed to work together, and whoever has more trade volume and more food will get extra points. He knew the situation. When Li Yi went out to sea, the Li family Zhuangzi's people in the Guangzhou prefecture received the news. The imperial court sent people to investigate, and they were bribed. The people sent by Gao Lisher told them the truth. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were afraid that someone from the imperial court would stir up trouble when Dong Zhu was not around. As expected, the officials were kept in the dark. They were a little sad and wanted to know more about the operation. This was too amazing. They could get money and food if they wanted. Your Majesty, can you elaborate? Song Jing asked Li Longji helplessly. About this, third brother, let me explain. Before Li Longji could finish, Li Yi appeared at the door with a tired expression. Brother Yi, did the surgery go well? Li Longji's heart ached. Brother Yi was tired. I almost died. Everyone's body structure is different. I have to rest for 2 months and can't do heavy work for half a year. Li Yi rubbed his face. The process of training did not go well. He said that it was okay for a death row inmate to die after signing the agreement, but he still wanted him to live. Sit down. Li Longji wanted to get up and move a chair. Gao Lisher jumped over and placed the chair beside Li Longji. Huang Li listened and watched, and finally understood. Li Dongzhu and His Majesty had such a relationship. The officials were indifferent. How did you, Li Yi, become Brother Yi? You have a different surname. Your surname is also Li Ha. Then you and His Majesty are you can be a Li. So that's how it is. You're amazing. The kind that can be said no matter what. Brother Yi, drink some tea and rest. There's no rush. Your medical skills have improved, and everyone will benefit. Li Longji pushed the teacup in front of him. The officials nodded. Yes, Xiao Yi, you're important. Practice well, we'll all support you. Thank you, third brother. Li Yi drank the tea and panted. Everyone, I'm the one who arranged this. Our Tang dynasty's food reserves are too low. Not to mention 9 years of food, half of the Tang dynasty will be affected by the disaster this year. All the grain stores will be opened, and it's not enough. Li Yi said the reality first. We don't have enough food. Everyone was still angry and did not say anything. Li Yi said himself, if a country doesn't have 9 years of food reserves, it's not enough. If it doesn't have 6 years of food reserves, it's urgent. If it doesn't have 3 years of food reserves, it's not a country. Do you understand the concept of food reserves here? 3 years of plowing, there will be food for 1 year, 9 years of plowing, there will be food for 3 years. With 30 years of plowing, although there will be fierce drought and overflowing water, and the people will have no food, the emperor will eat, and the sun will rise for joy. The group of officials spoke in unison, that was called neat. Huang Li said a few words and stopped. He forgot the content in the Book of Rights. Since everyone knows that food reserves are based on food reserves, does our Tang dynasty have 3 years of food? Don't I have to think of a way to get food? As for the specific operation, we will release the news first and use the business license to threaten. Li Yi explained his theory. This was how the barbarian merchants sold their goods. Because the great Tang was powerful, others could only do so. Xiao Yi, how high is the cost of buying food through this operation? Bai Gu understood. He was thinking about the long-term purchase. In the short term, the Tang dynasty was benefiting. But what about the future? All the costs are included in the profits. Without profits, how can there be costs? Even if there is a negative profit, it is based on the cost. The amount of food the barbarians are willing to provide depends on how much profit they make from the Tang dynasty. In the rules, the Tang dynasty is in the advantageous position of the seller. As long as the Tang dynasty offers enough profit, the barbarians are willing to do anything. Li Yi sat upright. He was asking about politics, so he had to follow the rules. Song Jing saw Li Yi's attitude and asked, "How much profit do you know?" "I am collecting data. I have a model. The more data there is, the more accurate the conclusion I get. There are many variables involved. Not only does it include the production and transportation costs, but it also includes the social status of the people who grow food in each area." Homesteaders sought higher profits to ensure their living standards. Slaves are unable to protect their other interests. Living is their goal. In addition, there are other factors such as distance, disaster impact, robbing, etc. Every variable has to be calculated, and the role of the mathematical model in the social economy will be reflected. Li Yi answered seriously and pushed mathematics to the front. It was clear that the subject of mathematics will be more important in the future. This year's imperial examination only added a little bit of mathematics. It was very simple. In the future, if you want to take the imperial examination, you must have a certain foundation in mathematics. Chapter 1556. Dr. Li, there's a limit to the grain production in the barren lands. How can the harvest last long? Zhang Jiling asked Li Yi. The industrial structure serves the supply and demand relationship to a certain extent. For example, the Tang dynasty guarantees the long-term purchase of grain, and people elsewhere can open up new land for planting. Li Yi explained to Zhang Jiling. Can the industrial structure of the barren lands be adjusted quickly to supply the Tang dynasty with goods in time? Su Yi asked. The speed of the industrial structure adjustment depends on politics, technology, and commodity profits. The simpler the technology, the faster the adjustment. The politics of the barren merchants serve the capital. As long as the capital has enough influence, politics is not a problem. Commodity profits include direct and indirect profits. The former is the purchase of grain, and the latter is the qualification to purchase other goods. Li Yi continued to answer. He did not hold back at all, nor did he say anything unnecessary. If the Tang dynasty increases the volume of foreign trade, will currency have its own place in it? Bai Gu narrowed his eyes. Anything acceptable to the other party can be called currency, including digital records. The status of the currency is not dependent on the status given by the barren merchants, but the status recognized by the people and the officials of the Tang dynasty. In the seller's market, the currency recognized by the Tang dynasty is the currency recognized by the buyer. And vice versa. Li Yi nodded to Bai Gu. The currency was strong. The so-called access permit mentioned in the rumors, is it true or false? Yuan Xianyao, who was the prime minister and was removed from his position together with Yao Chong, was not willing to fall behind. When the false is the true is also false. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. The so-called access permit should be used for the country. Soldiers are impermanent, and water is impermanent. Li Yi gave an ambiguous answer. In fact, he was very flexible. He could do whatever he wanted. What if the barren merchants cooperate because of the access permit? Lu Youqiu voiced his doubts. If they cooperate, they will be broken by force. The barren merchants cannot cooperate because they belong to different countries. Once they cooperate, it proves that they are powerful, and the navy will take action. What if a new barren merchant comes to the Tang dynasty and is ostracized? Li Riji considered from another perspective. Just send them some information. In the future, the Tang dynasty will set sail with local caravans. Li Yi answered their questions one by one. Huang Li was stunned. Why can't I understand a lot of things? What industrial structure? What currency position? No wonder he could only be a minor official of the 7th rank. The gap between them was too big. How was Li Dongzhu so busy? A person answering a bunch of questions, casually answering them. If he were to be questioned like this, he might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. Shao Yi, it's getting dark. Do you want to eat? Bai Gu rubbed his stomach. He was hungry. He had not eaten any staple food in the afternoon and had been drinking. Let's eat. Li Yi was also hungry. What do you want to eat? Bai Gu asked. Yeah, what do you want to eat? Songda, is there a cow? Li Yi shouted outside. Dongzhu has 2 cows that died of old age. They were not allowed to plow the fields anymore. For cows were watching other cows plow the fields and kept pushing forward. After a while, 2 of them collapsed. Songda's voice was heard. Is there a muscle head? Li Yi asked again. Yes. Everyone, can we eat a muscle head pot? Is there anything wrong with your body? Li Yi looked at everyone. Everyone looked at him. Shouldn't you be the one to decide if we are suitable or not? You will be responsible if we collapse after eating. Okay. Let's eat this. Don't touch the staple food. Cut some beef into it. Those who did not eat eggs today, add in a poached egg. Li Yi thought for a while and gave an affirmative answer. Let's all eat. I want to eat egg custard. Lu Chong requested. Egg custard contains too much water. If you eat it, you might wake up at night. Li Yi rejected. What if you wet the bed? Each person had a pot. There was alcohol burning under the pot, and the flame was not big. Huang Li followed and ate. The people who came with him were arranged to eat hot pot. It was a hot pot for 2 people, not a pot for 1 person. The room they were in was dry and comfortable. Guangzhou was close to the sea and it was humid. Living there every day did not mean it was comfortable. Just like the people in Alaska who lived in cold places. Did they really like it? If they liked it, why would they light a fire to keep warm? Traveling north from Guangzhou, the boat was still wet as the Yangtze River was the waterway. They entered Zhuangzi, took a bath, changed their clothes and blow-dried their hair. Why was the house so refreshing? It was not cold, not hot, and not humid. Brother Yi, how many months' worth of food will the merchants send over in the future? Li Longji was satisfied with the rice sent over. 60 ships, 600,000 dough of rice. As the staple food, it was enough for the entire capital government to eat for 5 days. In the past, with the same population and the same amount of food, it was enough to eat for a day and a half. Because there was no oil and water, they ate a lot but were not full. A half-grown child would wake up hungry in the middle of the night after eating 2 bowls of rice. Now, after eating a bowl, the rest was vegetables and a little meat. It was the same for every meal. Adding an egg was really economical. When it was his birthday, it was difficult to eat a bowl of noodles. Now, was it a problem for the capital government to eat noodles? Li Lang, don't forget to fix the tianshu. Princess Yongmu held half a pig's trotter and ate it. At noon, she felt that it was not as delicious as the Li family zhuangzi. She thought the same as her father. It was all Wu's fault. According to Li Lang's investiture of the gods, Wu Zetian was Su Daji, who wanted to destroy the Tang dynasty. Xiao, the souls of the Tang dynasty's soldiers will not become lonely ghosts. Li Yi knew Princess Yongmu's thoughts. He also disliked Wu Zetian and the Zhou dynasty. After the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty appeared. The Tang dynasty continued many of the Sui dynasty's systems, including the recognition of the Sui dynasty's civil and military officials. When it was Wu Zetian's time, she was too crazy. In some cases, she was a bit like Saint Joan of Arc. What she showed was her will. While accumulating the country's strength, she also consumed the foundation accumulated by the Tang dynasty. She beat the foreign races and the aristocratic families. Then she also built the internal structure and used the female officials. What she didn't consider was that the productivity of the Tang dynasty's society was actually dominated by men. Even if she strongly advocated Buddhism, how could Confucianism compromise? She was really powerful. A group of men, whether they were in charge of the army or in charge of politics, all surrounded her. She built the Zhou dynasty, but in the end, she didn't give it to the Li family. Otherwise, what could she do? Maybe she wanted to achieve a dream in life. In this life, she wanted to do something to prove herself. The Tianshu set up by her people was destroyed in Luoyang, but the people of the Tang dynasty didn't react. There was a lot of copper in the Tianshu, which was melted to make copper coins. When the Tianshu was destroyed, the Tang dynasty had too much evil money. In history, it was impossible to get rid of evil money. The circulation of evil money was prohibited, and no one bought or sold it. The imperial court also didn't use the money. In the end, they had no choice but to allow the evil money to be used. Shao Yi, the evil money is not in circulation now. The people can't spend it. Bai Gu mentioned the evil money while eating. In many places, let alone evil money, normal silk and copper coins were not in circulation. In the capital government, no one could see people using silk as currency. If they had copper coins, they would send them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for exchange vouchers. Chapter 1557. Is there still any man-made evil money nowadays? Li Yi took a sip of wine to wash away the unpleasantness from his practice. Even the imperial court doesn't give out copper coins, who would make evil money? Song Jing wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. It was too spicy. If not for Li Yi's permission, he would never dare to eat such spicy food. Huang Li ate casually. He didn't like spicy food. He was a native of Guangzhou. If not for the Li family Zhuangzi's people bringing him chili sauce, he wouldn't even know how spicy chili was. His attention was on everyone, including Princess Yongmu, who was munching on pig trotters. He knew about evil money, but it didn't circulate in Guangzhou. There was silver in Guangzhou, and large transactions were done with silver. It was said that evil money from other places usually circulated in the counties governed by the prefectures. Most of it was in the eastern capital of Luoyang and the western capital of Chang'an. He felt that evil money couldn't be eradicated. It was not something that could be done by humans. Li Yi lowered his head and thought. I don't want to accept iron, but tin is fine. Many of them are still iron and tin, and the cost of collecting them is high. Together with the copper coins from the shoddy work, what can we use to offset it? Gang Rou, think of a way. Zhang Jiuling gave Li Yi a look of encouragement. Okay. It needs to be operated. I can't lose money. Li Yi agreed. Huang Li, brother Yi, I've saved up some money. Why don't I make it up to you? Li Longji was afraid that Zhuangzi's currency would not be enough as collateral, so he was willing to pay. Li Yi waved his hand. It has nothing to do with the loss. I can't accept 1 copper coin worth of evil money. It depends on the degree of evil money. Many evil money appear to serve the trade. When it's manufactured, its value is lower than normal. Some of it has the purpose of fraud, and some of it is related to the lack of currency in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said that evil money was fake money. People used to need it. It was like the cents and cents in the current currency. 1 copper coin worth of coupons could buy an egg, and the egg seller needed change. Kaiyuan Tongbao was worth a lot. If you wanted to buy an egg, you couldn't get change. If she used silk to buy eggs, she would tear off a small strip and give it to the egg seller. The seller wouldn't want it. She wouldn't be able to use it when she returned. Evil money. 10 evil money is equal to 1 kai yuan tong bao. Buy eggs with 3 evil money, the egg seller will agree. Evil money was different. Sometimes, the people were unable to determine its value and had to ask others to determine the price. This was used to supplement the lack of currency circulation. Counterfeiting was called fraud. In that case, it would be feasible to throw out the exchange coupons and exchange them with others according to the ratio. How do I do it? Su Yi didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to get rid of the evil money as soon as possible. Print more small denomination exchange coupons and distribute them to the prefectures of the Tang dynasty along with other denominations. Li Yi looked at Yao Chong as he spoke. Yao Chong pursed his lips. This old man will send someone to keep an eye on it. What's the exchange rate? Different kinds of evil money will give different exchange rates, plus the weight. For example, 5 pieces of gusai money weighed the same as 1 piece of kai yuan tong bao. When exchanging, it would require 7 to 8 pieces of gusai money to exchange for 1 piece of exchange coupon. The exchange coupons have the advantage of naturally appreciating in local areas. At the same time, printing small amounts of money will cost more than the face value. The people are willing to make up for the loss by the exchange rate. Li Yi gave a solution. When exchanging, the value of the evil money would be lowered. How much evil money could the ordinary people have? They didn't care. Businessmen with a lot of evil money were willing to take a loss as long as they could exchange the evil money quickly. Okay. Li Longji nodded and made up his mind. Good idea. In this way, people won't think of making evil money to exchange. The production cost will be higher than the profit, and they will lose money. Lu Huaishan agreed. After collecting the evil money, transport it back and send it in. We don't want pure iron. Throw it to the local people to make ironware. We want copper and tin. Li Yi also talked about how to deal with the evil money. Copper could be used to make copper pads and other things, which could be used in steam engines and future circuits. He didn't need tin to make glass because he had enough reserves. He wanted to make canned food. The disadvantage was that tin would break if it was too cold. He had sent tin to the soldiers before. He wrapped the tin with a layer of other things to keep it warm and prevent it from being in the negative 30 degrees Celsius environment. Huang Li endured the spiciness and drank a mouthful of soup to calm himself down. It was solved. The evil money problem was solved during the meal. Was the Tang dynasty's politics so fast? It was time for him to participate in the small court meeting, right? Princess Yongmu was tired from eating pork trotters. She spat out a bone and wiped her mouth. Li Lang's trip to the sea made me think of many things. I'll remember them one by one and show them to everyone later. Including the rewards for the top talents in various industries, the laws of the Tang dynasty that everyone must agree with, the reform of the slavery system, the new methods of fruit preservation and deep processing. Brother Yi. Li Longji was in a good mood. You went to the sea to collect seeds for the Tang dynasty. It must have been hard on you. It's okay. Don't I need to come up with ideas if I don't go out? I think there will be more trouble. Li Yi didn't provoke the officials anymore. Everyone blushed slightly. Li Yi was angry as soon as he came back. Li Yi, on the other hand, was still worried about the domestic affairs. Change the pot often. The people over there are not used to spicy food. Li Yi turned his head and saw Huang Li in a daze. His face was red and he hurriedly ordered. Huang Li's pot was removed. He poured it into the big soup pot at the bridgehead. The soup was spicy. No, ah. Huang Li was in a daze. It was not because of the spiciness, but because of surprise. He found that he couldn't figure out where to start. Even if someone told him how to do it, he still had to think hard. The pot was changed. It was a hot pot with vegetables and beef slices. He wanted to explain, but he found that it was still delicious and not spicy. The 300 people who came with him were eating the Mandarin duck hot pot elsewhere. They couldn't eat spicy food, but they still dipped their heads in the spicy food and stuck their tongues out. They had never been to Chang'an before. Compared to the hot weather in Guangzhou, Chang'an was relatively cool. At least, it was cool in the house. The palace maids carried the food around and added meat for others. They didn't let them eat mutton or beef. There were two types of palace maids that could exist in the Li family's manor. One type was capable and beautiful, while the other was not too beautiful but extremely capable. But at this moment, none of them were ordinary. They were all beautiful because they could put on makeup. The training the palace maids received was stricter than Li Yi's celebrities and mistresses. The palace maids worked hard to learn. The celebrities and mistresses worked hard to make a living, while the palace maids worked hard to survive. The leader of the mountain people and the deputy leader of the second-in-command appeared to be at a loss of what to do. Huang Li couldn't care about the others. He wanted to ask about Li Yi's affairs. They had agreed before he came. He thought it would be easy, but now he understood. Was he qualified to ask about politics? Brother Gang Cheng, is there something wrong? Li Yi kept looking at Huang Li. He was familiar with the others, but not Huang Li. No, it's the withholding of taxes. The governor's office of Guangzhou wants to withhold taxes. We agreed to pay the local taxes. Huang Li paused and hesitated several times before he finally spoke. He put on an expression that said, "You can beat me or kill me at will." Chapter 1558. Where's the money? Before Li Yi could say anything, Bai Gu stood up. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and clenched his fists. Huang Li's face turned pale. Bai Zaifu, it's the local tax. It's Guangzhou's tax, not the city's tax. Ah. Guangzhou's governor's office wants to pay the tax? Bai Gu asked. Huang Li nodded vigorously. Yes, we pay the imperial court and keep a portion of it. Oh. Bai Gu sat back down. Your Majesty, Guangzhou wants to pay the imperial court extra tax. Ha. Aha. Li Longji frowned. We should congratulate your Majesty on this matter. Bai Gu quickly added, and cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace. Li Dongzhu, what do you think? Huang Li wiped his sweat with his sleeve and asked Li Yi. I'm in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Tell me. Bai Gu pointed to himself. The consumption tax for the foreign merchants and merchants from the Tang dynasty in Guangzhou? 1/10 of the tax. How much is left? What's the use of it? Li Yi ignored Bai Gu. What's the use of telling you? You don't know anything. So it's the consumption tax. Bai Gu said. Huang Li once again confirmed that his words carried the most weight in the entire restaurant. Only Li Yi could tell him how the money was earned and how the tax was paid. Li Dongzhu, it's 1/10 of the tax. The profits are too high. Keep 30% and use it mainly for infrastructure. It's, the original place. How should I put it? Huang Li was so anxious that he forgot about the things he memorized in Guangzhou. He wanted to take out his sleeve. There was a piece of paper in his sleeve pocket. But when he took it out, he was stunned. He had changed his clothes, but the paper was not in his new clothes. Further increase the accommodation, improve the quality of service, perfect the hardware requirements, and carry out industrial and large-scale upgrades. Li Yi said when he saw Huang Li's anxious expression. Huang Li was stunned again. He looked at Li Yi with admiration. Li Dongzhu, you are indeed the most capable minister in the world. Yes, that's right. Then the retained money continues to burn cement, make concrete, and pave a better pier. The roadside drainage channel leading to the mountain had to be strengthened. Otherwise, the heavy rain would bring sand down and block it, flooding the road and obstructing traffic. The thick trees were to be used to build ships. They could not be used to burn cement. As for fuel, they had to buy coal from Luzhou. Did the people spread out from the docks to repair their houses? What's the follow-up plan? Li Yi held the wine cup and said calmly. Li Dongzhu, how did you know? Huang Li's body trembled slightly. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or fear. I'm asking you a question, Su Yi said. It was normal for Li Yi to guess. Why would I need to explain to you? Oh. They were all right. Then, there's the mountain people. They live in the mountains. When the rain is heavy, the village will be destroyed. They're most afraid of water. When Song Zaifu was the commander-in-chief of Guangzhou, he taught the locals to build houses with stones to prevent fire. We're all grateful for Song Zaifu's kindness. So, we're going to build brick houses for the mountain people, pave the ground with cement, and clear the ground for drying grains. Then, he looked at Song Jing and smiled. Song Zaifu is amazing. Song Jing felt as though he had been slapped in the face. It stung. Back then, he had asked the people to build houses with stones. How were they going to build houses? It was impossible for the mountain people to gather stones to build a village. It would take too much labor. Now, he was praised because the locals were rich. Moreover, they could burn cement and bricks. The goal was the same, and the result was the same. The only difference was that when he was the commander-in-chief of Guangzhou, the economy did not keep up. Back then, he was like a castle in the air, a moon in the water. It was out of touch with reality. Now that Guangzhou was building houses again, it was the right thing to do. They were rich and had technical support. The mountain people trusted the imperial court. Keep all of it. The imperial court does not need Guangzhou's taxes. We need to use the abundant funds reasonably and speed up the transformation of the Tang dynasty people living in the mountains. Strengthen health promotion, follow up on water and sewage technology, and implement the relevant policies of the imperial court. Promote the spread of education and information among the special living groups living in the villages and villages on the mountains. Increase communication between the people living in and out of the mountains. Create unique industries in the villages and integrate them with the ecological environment of the docks. Make use of the border trade policy and rely on the tertiary industry to help the first and second industries improve their own skills. Li Yi's answer was that there was no need to hand it over. Keep it all. Then, he would use it for the rest of his words. Huang Li wiped his sweat with his sleeve again. This time, it was not because of the spiciness, but because he was anxious. Li Dongzhu, I don't understand. I'll explain it to you later. You have to learn more about such simple things. The imperial court can't collect taxes anymore. Sigh. Baigu understood and knew how to implement it. Everyone, including Princess Yongmu, understood and was used to it. In the beginning, it was just a bunch of useless words. Now, they understood that every sentence was crucial. Can I not hand it over? Huang Li was happy. He had completed his task. Baigu glanced at him. If you don't hand it over now, you'll have to hand it over in the future. Build a solid foundation. It's just like raising chickens. Whether they eat eggs or hatch eggs, they eat more food. Huang Li knew that there were limits to raising poultry. Song Jing spoke. Let's say that we'll expand the scale of trade in the future. You'll only see more barbarian merchants, so we'll have to build more inns and restaurants. Li Yi is thinking of finding more barbarian merchants and arranging the infrastructure in advance. You're all passive, but Li Yi's is active. Why don't you understand? Everyone, please eat. Li Longji saw that Bai Gu was still confused. He didn't want to find someone to explain it to him now. After they finished eating, didn't Bai Gu want to explain it to him personally? Not long after, Li Longji finished eating and put down his chopsticks. Everyone else finished eating as well. It was such a coincidence that none of the food was wasted. The leftover soup from the hot pot was brought to the hut at the bridgehead to cook together. Li Yi strolled alone in Zhuangzi. He wanted to practice his skills. Li Longji happily went for a bath and a massage. He had solved another important problem today. Bai Gu followed Bai Gu to his office in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu wanted to explain to him what Li Yi was talking about. It was even more difficult to understand if it was translated into classical Chinese. The others looked for books to read. It was still early, so they couldn't sleep. In the past, they had to wake up early for court meetings. Those who lived far away had to leave early. There were food stalls at the entrance of the imperial city. If they were afraid of death, they didn't have to buy anything. Yao Chong used to have a large group of bodyguards. Now that the Prime Minister was out, there were only a dozen people. Tell others who I am and I'll be strolling outside. If you want to assassinate me, you can do it. If you want to kill me and disrupt the Tang dynasty's politics, you're definitely thinking too much. You should have killed that coward who risked his life flying around. Killing him would have worked. If the group was small, things would be easier. If they didn't want to go out, they would work in Zhuangzi. It was like living in the company. The company's conditions were good. Princess Yongmu finished arranging tomorrow's business and went out to find Li Yi. After a while, she couldn't find him. She went into the surveillance room and caught him. Li Yi sat not far from the artificial beach and watched a few children play in the sand. The boys were still wearing open-crotch pants, but the girls weren't allowed to wear them. When Princess Yongmu brought Xiao Lan to the place, Bai Gu and the others arrived first. Xiao Yi, Huang Li is smart. He understood after a few pointers. It's best to work in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu walked slowly with a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Is that so? Li Yi looked at Bai Gu. What's wrong? Bai Gu felt a little guilty. Chapter 1559. Normal recruitment. Work starts at 9 in the morning and ends at 5 in the evening. If I provide accommodation and cafeteria at the workplace, will it be harmful to the employees? Li Yi asked everyone according to the normal working hours. How can it be harmful? You are a good Dongzhu. Just like your Li family Zhuangzi, the villagers are living a happy life. Huang Li, who was learning from Feng Yu, felt better. He envied the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers. Work starts at 9 in the morning and ends at 5 in the evening. How can there be such a good thing? Yao Chong mumbled. Then, he realized he had said something wrong. Farmers usually worked for 8 hours a day, and that included time for meals. Some jobs are only allowed to work for 6 hours a day. If the work is not allowed for too long, accidents will happen. If they are distracted, they will either die or be injured. Li Yi nodded. You all know that villagers will find relaxing things to do when they are resting. For example, cleaning. The more comfortable the working environment is, the more willing the employees will be to work. On the other hand, you are depriving the employees of their own time. Their wages are calculated according to the day. Although they earn the same amount of money by working for 8 hours, because they stay at the workplace, they have to work overtime. You all can see each other in Zhuangzi. Do you all think about work? Li Yi had done this before. He renovated the workplace to the point that people do not want to go home. The employees were playing billiards together and chatting about the situation at work. This was the company's most important employee interaction. The company put the interaction after work. Some of them chatted and played, and they quickly went to their own place to deal with it. It was another type of corporate community. Or rather, it was an extension of the corporate community. The family of the employees worked in the corporate community, and the children studied in the community school. The house was rented to the company, and the shopping was done in the company's supermarket. Everything revolved around the company, and the employees were restricted. During non-working hours, the employees worked overtime for the company. Everyone looked at each other and thought about it. It made sense. For example, they themselves. When they ate, bathed, and massaged together, they would talk about administrative matters. What was wrong? They did not feel oppressed. Instead, they felt happy. Li Lang, is this the wrong thing to do? Princess Yongmu saw the staff, no, the students' family members, pruning the branches of the shrubs with kerosene lamps, which was exactly what Li Yi had said. Not only the villagers, but the students' families were also helping. Li Yi looked at the children playing. Right now, because the people have no other entertainment outside of work. It took a lot of effort for them to take a shower, see a doctor, cook for themselves, and spend a lot of money. All these aspects added up to more than what they could earn from normal work. If he didn't enjoy his work environment, he wouldn't be able to earn money if he went out. Most importantly, what was he going out for? When society develops to a certain extent, those with strong abilities will not be willing to be restrained. Li Yi knew that many people in his time liked this kind of company. As long as the salary was comparable to other companies in the same industry, it was not a problem to bring their families to live in the company. There were all kinds of entertainment facilities. Wouldn't that save him money? However, some people from the developed countries objected. Did I sell it to you? Sigh. Zhang Jiuling sighed. If only that day had come. I am an important official of the imperial court. I have to think about the affairs of the imperial court every day. This is what I want. Me too. A few people said at the same time. I will work hard too. Huang Li was excited. All the important officials in the imperial court were like this. What are they playing? Lu Chong was not excited. He noticed that the lights were suddenly turned on and shone on the artificial beach. There was a group of children of all sizes. The girls were busy, and the boys were playing with the dolls. There were knives, spears, bows. They took away some of the dolls and placed them on the beach again. He was curious. The dolls did not sleep and looked very energetic. He was about to walk over when Li Yi stopped him. Don't go over. If the adults go, the children will stop. When the adults leave, the children will not be as happy as they are now. Why? Lu Chong could not think of a reason. It is a cognitive problem. The children know that they are not as good as the adults. They can communicate with each other. If they meet the adults, they are afraid that the adults will say something is wrong with them. Cognitive problems depend on education. School education and family education. The school education is still okay. At least the teachers are encouraged to think from the perspective of the children. The family education cannot be changed. The children are not willing to reveal their inner secrets. If you go, the children will think that you are mocking them, even if you don't say anything. Li Yi explained from the perspective of children's education and children's behavioral psychology. Oh, adults can't go. Lu Chong nodded. What are they playing? I can go. I know what they are playing. In the war, the girls are in charge of medical care and logistics, and the boys command the soldiers. One side represents other places, such as the Tubo Empire or the later Turks. The other side must represent the Tang dynasty. The final result is clear. The Tang dynasty will win. In the past, I would lower my IQ to the same level as the children, and they would accept me. Li Yi already knew what the children were playing. Sand castles and walls. The red dolls were the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, and the messy colors represented the enemy. Ordinary adults would find it funny, but the children were serious. If the adults could not understand, they should not disturb them. The Tang dynasty is guaranteed to win. Huang Li thought the children were cute. They must win. The generals of the Tang dynasty can die in battle, but they can't be captured. If they are captured, they will still die. As long as the commander's flag does not fall, we will fight to the death. Li Yi was sure that they would not be captured. In history, 2 years ago, Chan Yu and Vice Protector General Zhang Zhiyun ordered people to give weapons to the surrendered soldiers because Jiang Hui went to see them. Then, the surrendered soldiers rebelled and captured Zhang Zhiyun. Zhang Zhiyun was rescued, but he died. Jiang Hui, who tricked the frontline generals, was not harmed at all, so Li Yi found an opportunity to deal with him. He could forget about being an official for the rest of his life. Now, Zhang Zhiyun was alive and continued to lead the troops in Hedong. As long as people like Jiang Hui did not harm him, he was strong. During this period, the generals of the Tang dynasty were very powerful, and they always played tricks. They always analyzed the situation of both sides and led the troops to fight when they saw an opportunity. Song Jing opposed, but Li Yi supported. We won. We won. Suddenly, there was a cheerful shout from the children. They even clapped and celebrated, as if they had really helped the Tang dynasty kill someone. Li Yi smiled knowingly. Patriotism education starts from a child. There is only an incompetent imperial court, and there are no people who do not dare to fight. The most chilling thing is not the lack of supplies, but the fact that they are blamed and punished even though they won the battle. The most terrible thing is that after the soldiers won, the imperial court bowed to the enemy. Li Yi looked around as he spoke, and his gaze lingered on Song Jing's face for a moment. Luggage is enough. The others are not a problem. Song Jing said. He did not want to join the Tuan Air now, and he was more afraid that he could not even join the Tuan Air. Chapter 1560. The children began to pack up their toys and put them in toy boxes. Then, 2 or 3 children pulled the strings on the boxes and walked. As they walked, some of the children tripped over their own feet and fell on the sand. Some of them looked like they should fall forward, but they ended up sitting on the ground, which seemed to violate the laws of physics. As they left, the lights on the artificial beach gradually went out and finally fell into darkness. The children dragged the toy boxes into the big house where the toys were kept and patted their butts to go home. Some adults poured out the toys and carefully cleaned up the sand. Why don't you let the children see the sand in their toys after daybreak? Song Jing watched the children play at a close distance for the first time. The children have done their best. They were very serious when they cleaned up, so this is the best they can do. My requirement for them is not to get full marks in every exam, but to study hard. Ability depends on innate factors and nurturing, but attitude is more important. Selecting a small number of talents depends on ability. Cherishing the Tang dynasty depends on attitude. The ability of the Prime Minister is to have foresight, the strength of the minor officials is more important than the trivial matters. The foundation of a country is stable, the needs of the people are respected. A steed can't leap 10 steps, a poor horse can't ride 10 times, its merit is not to give up. If you give up, rotten wood will not break, if you persevere, you can carve gold and stone. Li Yi talked about the children's affairs and the strategy of the Tang dynasty. Worms have sharp claws and teeth, strong muscles and bones. They eat the earth above and drink the yellow springs below. Ah! I talked too much. Xiaolan followed and recited it loudly. She found that her status was too low, so she stuck out her tongue and hid behind Princess Yongmu. No one was angry at her. Su Yi continued, therefore, the so-called persuasion is not only about learning. It's about getting involved in politics. A voice came from afar. Therefore, those who don't have the will of the underworld, those who don't have the bright light, those who don't have the ambition, those who don't have the outstanding merit. More voices joined in, those who walk the path do not come, those who do not have the two monarchs do not tolerate each other. They were the villagers who packed up the toys for the children just now. They were all studying and never slacked off. The Li family Zhuangzi could now be said, there are scholars coming and going, no one is an amateur. However, the Li family Zhuangzi was definitely not some shabby house. Spiritual civilization alone was not enough. Material civilization was the foundation. Li Yi did not count on the Confucian scholars, it was enough for him to have no white hands. Actually, he hated Hongru. Whatever Hongru could do, he could easily do. He liked craftsmen. There were many things that craftsmen could do that he couldn't. If only the mountain people could be like this. Oh, they are called the new people who have just moved to their hometown. How great would it be if everyone was like this? Once again, Huang Li felt the power of the Li family Zhuangzi. The adults took care of the children while they played. None of the Guangzhou Huang family could do that. The sky had darkened, and a group of little fellows were playing there. Not only did the adults not bring them home, they hid and waited. Afraid that the babies couldn't see clearly, she slowly turned on the lights. How did you adjust the lights? What light? Li Dongzhu, what's wrong with the lights? Huang Li didn't understand, so he asked. Now was not the time to be reserved. A set of iron wires and gears. The kerosene lamp has a flint, an adjustment valve, and a spring. The place where the lamp is hung is connected to a few iron wires. It can be used to ignite and adjust the oil supply. Without the oil supply, it will naturally go out. If it doesn't ignite, it can be loosened, and the spring will return to its original position. Then, it can be ignited again. If it doesn't ignite multiple times, it has to be repaired. Li Yi explained the technology again. The lamp was not a secondary light-emitting tube. It was just an ordinary kerosene lamp. The design inside was slightly more complicated. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't say anything. The craftsmen figured it out themselves. Many of the automatic devices in Zhuangzi were completed by the craftsmen. It didn't matter how many materials were used. The craftsmen were free to do whatever they wanted. This was the cost of research and development. Craftsmen from other places had to consider the supply of materials. If they had no money to buy, and no one to invest, they could only watch helplessly. If they tried their best and used money to fill in the blanks, their families wouldn't be able to live well. After filling in the blanks, others would casually copy them. Therefore, all the craftsmen were willing to join the Workers' Alliance. They proposed their ideas, the Workers' Alliance would pay for them, and when they produced results, the Workers' Alliance would reward them. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't need to mention the cost of the research. They found the materials themselves and asked others to help them. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi didn't care about the reward. They just wanted to make Zhuangzi better. If the technology they researched was beneficial to the Tang dynasty, it would be a supreme glory. It was the kind of glory that could wake them up with a smile. It's made by Li Dongzhu. This was the first time Huang Li knew that the same kerosene lamp in Li family Zhuangzi was different from his. The craftsman figured it out. Whoever figured out the details of the part will name it. Li Yi shook his head. Will they be rewarded with money? Huang Li felt that Li Yi shouldn't give the name to the craftsman. Reward? Money is useless. It will be recorded. When the children in the family get married, Zhuangzi will arrange it. They don't need to pay for it. If they want to go out to buy things, they will tell the stewards first. The stewards will ask how many people want to buy the same thing. When the time comes, they will buy it together. It will be cheaper. Li Yi didn't hide the way Zhuangzi operated. The villagers didn't have freedom. If they ran out, they would die. The imperial court would not let them go. More importantly, there was no freedom. Even if the imperial court of the Tang dynasty didn't do anything, they would still be captured. If they were captured, they wouldn't be able to escape. If they were captured by the Tubo envoy, they would be transferred immediately. The Tang dynasty would directly ask the Tubo envoy for them alive. If they didn't, they would be beaten. If they died, they would be beaten. Huang Li didn't know that the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were fixed. He thought about other aspects. Li Dongzhu, there are many craftsmen in Guangzhou. If they make good things, can we reward them? Huang Li realized that the craftsmen were very useful. Report it. We will verify it. There were two problems. First, they falsely reported the technology. It was not a new technology, but they insisted on saying it was a new technology in exchange for rewards. Second, they stole other people's credit and hid the truth. They must spread the news and tell the craftsmen and other people who can develop new tools, crops, livestock breeding technology, and poultry breeding technology. Justice is the most important thing in a place. Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. Don't worry about poverty, but worry about insecurity. The officials are not afraid of my strictness, but fear my integrity. The people are not convinced of my ability, but submit to my authority. If I'm honest, the officials won't dare to be slow. If I'm honest, the people won't dare to bully me. If I'm honest, I'm honest. This saying is about governance. It's not completely correct, but it's a social phenomenon. When it comes to scarcity and poverty, we can't be careless and slack off. Those who have permanent property have perseverance. Once the problem of scarcity and poverty is solved, it'll be easy to deal with honesty and justice. Li Yi was very patient. He spoke to Huang Li and the Huang family in Guangzhou. When Tian, write down the conversation between brother Gang Chang and us and publish it in the newspaper. You can write it in installments or selectively, but don't leak the secret. Apart from discussing politics, we'll mainly publicize the economic development strategies and results of Guangzhou. You can do it in Guangzhou, Luzhou, Quanzhou, and Hai Province. If the coastal provinces have the heart, why can't they achieve their goals? At this moment, Li Yi had transformed into an important official of the imperial court. He talked to the local officials, and his actions were flawless. Chapter 1561. Li Yi and the others went back to rest. They still had to practice tomorrow. Bai Gu, Yao Chong, and the others slept soundly. They were used to not being excited, even if they couldn't help it sometimes. When they found it difficult to sleep and their thoughts ran wild, they would often self-hypnotize themselves. Don't worry about anything, Xiao Yi is here. Huang Li was even more energetic. He couldn't rest at all. He went to find the others who followed him. The 300 people were as excited as Huang Li. When they were in Guangzhou, they only knew that the Li family Zhuangzi was powerful, rich, and could mobilize the winged knights. They didn't have a clear idea of what the Li family Zhuangzi looked like. They had a family, so they could only imagine the situation of the main family. The family had corridors, pavilions, fish swimming in the water, large plots of land, and enclosed lakes. The slaves and servants in the family had rules. A banquet could cost a few hundred taels. The Li family Zhuangzi's place was bigger and had a few more buildings. When they arrived, they finally knew what the Li family Zhuangzi looked like. The southwest barbarian captives and their families lived in a place more than 10 li south of the city. A third of the area was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi. After crossing the Tyrant Bridge, the imperial plantation was to the north. The mountains to the east were also owned by the Li family Zhuangzi. In Zhuangzi, it was hard to tell who was a servant, but there were many palace maids and eunuchs jumping around. There was a place for people to play, and it felt like there was a new scenery with every step. Other places were workshops where people were allowed to see, but there were many other places where people weren't allowed to enter. Even more frightening were the water screens where people watched movies. At night, the villagers and the people at the bridgehead watched all kinds of introductions. There were craftsmen who taught them how to make simple household tools. It was convenient and practical. There were also people who taught them how to grow seeds. It was said that it would be shown once in a while, and many people watched it. There were also advertisements. It was unknown how much the merchants would pay for advertisements. There should be slaves in the family, right? How come they couldn't tell who was the slave? The roads in Zhuangzi were well built. There were flowers and grass beside them. It seemed that walking from one side of Zhuangzi to the other was even farther than walking from the west to the east of Chang'an. This is Chang'an, next to the Ba River. Can rich people be so rich? Many officials of the 5th rank and above were still living in the houses provided by the imperial court in the south of the city. They couldn't afford to buy a house at all, nor could those outside the city. What was even more frightening was that according to the layout of Zhuangzi, there were many offices for the various departments of the imperial court. Are you sure this is Zhuangzi and not the imperial city? Xingxing Palace? The thing docked at the pier by the river was a boat? Some of the farmers rode 3-wheeled bicycles to store their goods, while others rode 2-wheeled bicycles to and fro. Hot air balloons floated in the sky, and teams of winged knights patrolled the area. When it was time to eat, there was a cafeteria. There were dozens of dishes to choose from and eat as they pleased. The little dolls were all clean and fresh, and they always had smiles on their faces. In Zhuangzi, not a single trace of sadness could be seen. When the villagers saw the officials, they didn't bow or make way for them. Everyone walked to one side and passed by the right side. On the other hand, if the officials wanted to enter, they had to report and be inspected. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cross the bridge. Today, I'll teach you how to make a simple jig for taking plates and bowls out of the pot. It's made of bamboo. The structure is simple, but it's very practical. The water screen was explaining how to place hot jig on the bamboo plates and bowls. The people's living standards had improved, and there were more pots and bowls. This was especially so for the people outside Chang'an. In the past, they used to use their hands to hold the pots and bowls. When Huangli found the crowd, they were all looking at the water screen. To them, the water screen was too magical. The water sprayed upwards, and then a picture appeared. It was a picture with color. The people in the picture could move and speak. There were a total of 3 water screens. One was moved to the east gate of Chang'an, and the other was at the north gate of the imperial plantation. The other one was at the Ba River Bridge. From Zhuangzi, he could see that the people outside were gathered, eating, drinking, and learning. The people selling food were happy. With so many people, it was easier to do business. The people on the water screen moved very slowly, teaching the details bit by bit. After teaching once, they repeated the process. The shape of the jig was slightly different. The farmers didn't look, but some people read books under the light. They practiced meditation in places with movement. More than 300 people sat on the folding stools, concentrating. Huang Li looked at the crowd and was about to speak when the program ended and a new one appeared. There was a very high mountain with snow on it. A person stood there. The voice said, "At the top of the world." The scene changed. The cavalry was charging. At the border of the country. The waves were turbulent, and the wind was howling. Someone at the bow of the ship looked into the distance. At the shore of the East Sea. Amidst the sound of the harp, a group of shepherd dogs cooperated with their master to drive the sheep. At the boundless grassland. Swoosh. 4 scenes appeared at the same time. Each person held a jar in his hand. He used his chopsticks to pick something from the jar and smiled. The taste of home has never changed. Grandma Tian's stinky tofu is by your side. It's rich and will stay with you for a long time. Huang Li was dumbfounded. When the scene changed to introducing how to feed the hatched chicks, he came to his senses. How much does this stinky tofu have to be sold to earn back the advertising fees? Can the stinky tofu be compared with the Li family zhuangzi? Huang Li mumbled. He felt that this stinky tofu should not be sold. It was not worth it. It was expensive because of the advertising fees. Huang Kenjun, are you done talking to the Li Dongzhu? Someone noticed that there was a shadow around him. He looked up and saw Huang Li. The farmer next to him gave Huang Li a stool. Huang Li thanked him and sat down. Now you know how powerful the Li family zhuangzi is, right? Yes. Big, the place is too big. Those mountains all belong to the Li family zhuangzi. I heard that there are also mountains in other places, such as Tongzhou, Huazhou, and Puzhou. The person who greeted him replied. Is there anything else? Huang Li did not seem to care. The farmers wear good clothes and live in better buildings. The children are running around and don't seem to follow etiquette. However, they are sensible. They know that when the adults are working, they will make way for them. They even think of ways to help. The person thought for a while and gave a different opinion. Is there anything else? Huang Li still did not care. The farmers seem to be literate. This is amazing. Anything else? How did you make the water screen? If our Huang family has one, it will definitely become a prominent family. Anything else? The canteen is good. We found that there are always people working 24 hours a day. We can eat at any time. Anything else? Is this not enough? Who do you think is in the zhuangzi? Your Majesty, do you know where they live? Huang Li asked. Don't tell me they live in the zhuangzi. And, the Empress? The retired Emperor, noble consort Lu, the Empress, Jiayu, the eldest prince, and the 5 princes. When I was talking about this, Bai Zaifu wanted to ask. Li Dongzhu took over and said that he did not want to pay taxes. No one objected. Huang Li patted his chest as he spoke. He still had a lingering fear. Your Majesty did not say anything. Your Majesty kept calling him Brother Yi. Li Dongzhu answered questions and answers with the officials. It was as if the entire Tang dynasty revolved around him. What you have seen is only the surface. The power of the Li family zhuangzi lies in Li Dongzhu's position. Huang Li let out a long breath. He felt much better after sharing the pressure. Chapter 1562. A group of people from Guangzhou were called away by Huang Li. Stop looking around, we are going to stay here for a few days. The boats were hired, so they couldn't travel for nothing. They had to buy some things and bring them back. Didn't this mean that they didn't have to pay taxes? They still had the tax money. They had already brought money with them and were prepared to buy some things. Now that they could buy more, they could use the tax money to buy them first. After that, they could use the tax money to pay for the construction of the area. Owner Li told him how to operate it, even though it felt like he was shrouded in fog when he spoke. However, Bai Zaifu translated it and was very specific. Everyone gathered together to discuss. They needed to redefine the position of the Li family zhuangzi in the governor's manor of Guangzhou. Zhuangzi was the royal court. No one could refute the words of Dongzhu, from the emperor to the chancellors. Yes, from the chancellors to the chancellors, the assistant ministers weren't qualified to listen. However, there was a minister, the Minister of Works, who was once a chancellor. Looking at the other people in the group, the worst was Lu Chong, who specialized in studying the aristocratic families. Lu Chong came from the Hedong Lu clan. He had been the crown prince's guest, Song Wangshi, and Zhao Wenhal's scholar. The crown prince's guest was easy to understand. He had the title of Shaowen Hall's scholar. He could find out the rank of Shaowen Hall's scholar. What was Song Wangshi? Even if he were to tire himself to death, he wouldn't be able to find out what it was for. It referred to the rank one crown prince's imperial tutor. King Song was Li Qingqi, while he was the crown prince. Together with the crown prince's guest, they understood the situation of the Tang dynasty and knew that Song Wangshi was the crown prince's imperial tutor. It was a rank one crown prince's official position. Even though it was an official position, it was still paid. The other person, Yin Xizhen, who hadn't been a chancellor before, was a minister. She was just a step away from being a minister under the secretariat. The people in the group were all such existences. The assistant ministers and physicians could forget about asking Li Dongzhu about politics. Without such a foundation, what was the use of having money and land? What do you mean by having a lot of people? Have 100,000 people under you? Why don't we deal with you directly? Or should we wait for you to rebel? As such, Li Dongzhu is now, Aya. After explaining the situation, Huang Li wanted to summarize the situation, but he couldn't give a specific position. What happened to the 300-plus people who had followed them in a state of confusion? Li Dongzhu doesn't have an official position. How could he? In any case, I'll take note of the specifics and follow them when I get back. No one is allowed to be greedy or slack off. Huang Li didn't say anything about Li Yi. His gaze swept across the faces of Guangzhou's various clans as a warning. Who is that beautiful woman with Li Dongzhu? I heard that the Pyongkang Square's Nankou Great Master admires Li Dongzhu. Which famous master is he? Some people cared about women. Princess Yongmu was beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. Stop talking, Princess Yongmu, Wen Tian. Huang Li glared at the person who asked. Isn't Princess Yongmu called Li Yuanshu? Another person wondered. Wen Tian is Wen Tian. Is it important what her name is? Bai Zaifu told me that Princess Yongmu was shocked by Li Dongzhu's talent. Therefore, she used the name, Wentian, to get in touch with Li Dongzhu. She asked him, but he didn't answer. However, if there was anything he didn't understand, he would ask Master Li. Master Li would answer all of his questions and tell him everything he knew. The height of the heavens is unknown. Li Dongzhu's wisdom is unfathomable. Oh, Li Dongzhu knows the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. How many li was it again? Bai Zaifu said it before, but I didn't remember. Huang Li explained why Princess Yongmu was called Li Wentian. This was definitely a huge secret. Wentian. The group of people were shocked. At the same time, they were happy that they could understand such a secret. The people who were shocked did not know that their actions had frightened others, such as Buzhu and Isinba. All the envoys of the Honglu Temple had received the news that 60,000 sure boats came from the governor's office in Guangzhou. When did Guangzhou directly send grain to Chang'an? Basically, it was a tribute. After the rent was collected, it was not enough for the journey. Usually, the rent was converted into other things, such as silver ingots. What was the meaning of using ships to send grain? Where did Guangzhou get the grain from? It's thousands of li away, people eat and horses chew. Buzhu was confused as to how the 60,000 sure of grain was transported to Chang'an. There was not much grain. It was only enough for the people of the governor's office to eat for 3 to 5 days. The hidden meaning behind this was definitely not a small matter. If Guangzhou could send grain to Chang'an, what about other places? The governor's office proved that there was no shortage of grain. They were still sending baggage to Tubo. Isinba was looking at the water screen. The water screen explained how to use furnace ash. It could be used to make bricks. It had nothing to do with the ordinary people. They could not bake bricks. It could also be used to build roads. It had something to do with the ordinary people. The roads outside Chang'an were not easy to walk on. It was better to use furnace ash than yellow sand. Ordinary people planted vegetables in their yards. Turning over the furnace ash was good for the roots of the plants. When the rain was heavy, it could be permeated. If it was pressed with a stone roller, it would be slightly crushed. On the ground of the yard, free-range chickens liked to peck at it. Because it was suitable for the reproduction of insects in the soil, such as small snails, earthworms, black beetles, and so on. At the same time, the furnace ash could help the chickens to grind other things. There was always sand in the chicken's stomach. Because the composition of the furnace ash was not clear, it contained calcium. The chickens ate it to lay eggs. Otherwise, they would have to feed more bone powder. Isinba was engrossed. The screen was not written with words. It was a combination of pictures, sounds, and words. In fact, the sound had nothing to do with the screen. There was sound. It was written in today's newspaper. There is a special water screen at night. If this water screen is released by a monk in Tubo, God. He watched with relish. The technical guidance video for the ordinary people used the most simple language and the most direct operation. When listening, it made people forget the words and language. They only remembered the content. Li Yi taught writing and explanation. He avoided using combinations such as, because, so, although, but, and so on. He did not like to say again and again in the process of explanation, everyone can see that there is a lot of furnace ash. It is very helpless for us. Then we really want to know, in terms of literary foundation and literacy, Li Yi had high standards. When a paragraph was close, he tried his best not to repeat the same word. Unless it was to show the beauty of the words, such as writing poetry, people should automatically ignore the combination of words and maintain the flow. From simplicity to complexity, from complexity to simplicity, that was it. The Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of the production, so they naturally listened to Li Yi. They worked very hard, were very serious, and were very persistent. They were quite appropriate and perfect. I'm talking about the Guangzhou prefecture. Did they lose any of the food they transported along the way? Boxy was worried. Did you hear me? Zhang Jiling used Li Yi's money to repair the road. The road from Guangzhou to the Yangtze River has been repaired. Along the way, there will be trade and exchange of goods from various places to make up for the cost. To the riverside, they only need to hire boats. How can the cost of water transport compare to land transport? If you don't believe me, look at the return journey. I guarantee that 60 boats will be full. The goods on board can be used as tradable goods on the return journey. Isinba thought further than Boxy and guessed it. He had no choice. He wanted to learn more. He wanted to draw the knowledge in front of him and give it to his tubo. Chapter 1563. Buqiao glanced at Isinba. Everyone is anxious. What are you doing? Sigh. Isinba said helplessly, I've sent a letter to Tubo. Since India is weak, we should attack them. This way, Tubo will have a way out. It seems that they've been planning for Tubo to have a son. Is he going to be a full moon soon? Buqiao talked about Princess Jincheng and the child. Princess Jincheng gave birth to a son. He was born prematurely, but the child did not die. He was small when he was born. Later on, he was nourished and had oxygen. The Tang dynasty sent oxygen machines and things that could make oxygen. The little guy was lucky. In Tubo, there were only a few babies born prematurely that could survive. The two looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. The news arrived the day before yesterday. Let's keep it a secret for 2 days. Do you want to tell me? Buqiao wanted the child to die. Princess Jincheng gave birth to him. Her status depended on her son. The situation now is not about the child. It's about national strength. With this child, we may be able to persuade the Tang dynasty to give in. Isinba was talking about national affairs, but his heart was as sad as it could get. The Tang dynasty was suppressing Tubo. To what extent, it depended on Li Yi's idea. They had already sent troops to the Tang dynasty for a long time, so they needed to estimate the cost. Usually, when they sent troops, they would use the method of ending the war quickly. They would suddenly start the war and withdraw after the war. When Li Yi appeared, there would be no problem with logistics. They could fight however they wanted. They had just transferred 30,000 recruits trained in Taibai Mountain to Chang and ordered Chang and to send out 30,000 soldiers to replace the winged knights at the front. They felt that Li Yi was skillful in mobilizing troops. He could mobilize all sides as he pleased. The most annoying thing was that Li Yi was clearly very good at fighting, but he was so timid that it made people speechless. His ambulance was taken by Princess Yongmu to Wentianlan Xiang Pavilion. He couldn't trust other cars and flew there to deliver food. He cooked for a woman and delivered food. Did he have a little backbone? He was also worried about assassination. He flew here and there without the slightest courage. It was this thing that supported the internal stability of the Tang dynasty and the external wars. How could the common people understand the hardships of the Tubo envoys? The 20 counties outside the capital government received the news that the government of Guangzhou had sent over 60,000 shur of grain. They knew how to calculate and understood that they would not be able to eat for more than a few days. They were even more aware of the significance. The remote areas of the Tang dynasty had the ability to support Chang'an, and the only place further away than Guangzhou was Cheongzhou. Cheongzhou is said to have been planted with a lot of crops that can only grow in hot places, like pepper. The Li family Zhuangzi's people went to Guangzhou, and then Guangzhou had a grain delivery trip. The cultured commoners did not expect the price of grain to fall. Low grain prices hurt farmers. The newly delivered grain can be put into Chongping warehouse. In the future, if there is a drought or flood, it will be taken out for use. In any case, it wasn't expensive to buy grain now. When it came to eating meat, the amount of rice, wheat flour, millet, sorghum rice, big yellow rice, and highland barley was very little. Highland barley was used to adjust the taste. It wasn't eaten often and wasn't delicious. Cook it with other things, feed it to the pigs, or sprinkle a few extra handfuls of it when the chickens are about to lay eggs to make them lay eggs faster. The importance of teaching the commoners to read and understand was highlighted. The commoners would analyze it themselves. They would be happy and satisfy their needs. Since midnight last night, there was no wind at all. In the morning, the sun jumped out. There were no clouds, and the sun seemed lonely. Buetao and Isinba tidied up. They didn't eat breakfast at all. They planned to eat Li family Zhuangzi's food and scare Li Yi to see if Li Yi dared to see them. Today was not a court meeting. Bai Gu and the others continued to work in Li family Zhuangzi. They ate first. Where's Xiao Yi? Bai Gu was very uncomfortable. He couldn't see Li Yi, so he looked at Princess Yongmu. I'm not with Li Lang. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips. Find the nurses to look at the radiographic films before dawn and prepare to practice. Look at it first, then discuss it when we eat. When Li Longji came in, he knew Li Yi's every move. Your Majesty, Tubo envoys Buetao and Isinba have come out to lead the team. They seem to have an important matter and are about to reach the bridge. Guozi had just received the news and came to report. Ignore it. Everyone, eat. We haven't eaten beef stuffed shumai and mutton soup for a month. Cows don't always die. Li Longji was calm. Why would he care about Tubo? Did they dare to hit or scold him? If they dared to hit him, hit him. If they dared to talk, hit him. Tubo envoys didn't know that they were in a state of being beaten. They came to the bridge excitedly. Tell your Li Yi that there's an important matter. We can only tell him when he sees us. If there's a delay, don't blame us for not warning you in advance. Butao thought that he had the upper hand, at least in this matter. Dongzhu is not free. Tell him the matter first and then wait. The villager at the bridge was not used to Butao's illness and was arrogant. Can you bear the responsibility for what you said? Butao's face became serious. Bullshit. Can the sky fall because of your tubo? It's nothing more than you want to go to war, or give benefits to the Tang dynasty, or something happened to Princess Jincheng. We're not afraid of war. Give benefits and you'll correct your attitude. As for Princess Jincheng, if she's wronged, do you believe that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty will flatten Tubo? The villager said as he took a bite of his jianbing. He came to take over the shift early in the morning and hadn't eaten. There was a free soup beside him. He put some chopped green onions in it and boiled it for a while. If he ate it now, it would irritate his nose. Butao put his hands on his left chest and took a deep breath. He didn't know why, but he was worried that Li Yi had not woken up yet. If he fell down and needed Li Yi to save him, he would be angered to death by the villager. What a pity. Drink the soup. Who are you trying to scare? You didn't even drink a sip of water when you woke up this morning, right? You probably lost too much fluid, and your blood is sticky. Drink. The villager kindly passed the bowl of soup to him. Another villager next to him scooped a ladle of cold water. Drink this. Don't drink it hot. Your body is dehydrated and your body temperature is rising. If you're not feeling well, drink cold water to help lower your body temperature. Yes, yes, yes. Drink a cup of cold water when you wake up in the morning. The first villager took the bowl back. Butao didn't have time to argue. He quickly drank it. Indeed, he should drink cold water. The other Tubo envoys quickly looked for water to drink. They were all afraid of death. Okay, tell your Dongzhu, just say. Simba drank the water and wanted to talk about something important. Report urgent report Princess Jincheng gave birth to a son. Report urgent report. A group of cavalry rushed over and threw a sign. Quick, go in. The villager received the sign and asked them to go to the bridge. There were people on the bridge in charge of the second, third, and fourth inspection. We want to say that Princess Jincheng gave birth to a boy. Butao shouted. No one paid attention to him. It was too late. He turned to Simba and said, we came first, didn't we? Simba put his hands on his left chest and took a deep breath. Someone reported that someone in Tubo leaked the news. Ah. Oh. Yes, yes. They came later than us by a day. Butao reacted. The person who reported the news went in. They were inspected, but the news was passed inside. Li Sholi, who was eating, stood up and flipped the table in front of him. Quick, ask how is my Nunu. He was the father of Princess Jincheng, Li Nunu. He was afraid that something would happen to his daughter. Chapter 1564. The entire cafeteria seemed to be quiet. The ministers and kings looked at the four skinny messengers and were extremely nervous. Replying, Huqi, replying to Yu Wang's words, the princess and her son, are safe. The leading messenger first revealed a happy expression and then his expression darkened. The other three were the same. Another person took out a lacquered box from his bosom and knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands. Li Sholi took the box and was about to open it when he suddenly reacted and handed it to Li Longji. Li Longji was not in a hurry to open it. He looked at the four of them and asked, who are you? Princess Jincheng's personal guards. The four of them answered at the same time. How did you get out? How many people were there when you came out? Li Longji asked again. Steal, run out, 10 people. Those 6 people. Zhang Jiling closed his eyes. Injured and rescued, first. The messenger began to gasp for breath, and the people beside him quickly handed him a clean wet handkerchief. The four of them drank water with their mouths, and a little water entered their mouths. After a while, their breathing evened out. We ran from the tunnel that we secretly dug earlier, led the horses, and rode 2 horses each. We ran wildly under the cover of the night, and on the 4th night, we were caught up by the pursuers. There were only 12 experts who caught up, and they were more tired than us. They wanted to capture us alive and go back to question the princess, but we killed them. We stole their horses and continued to run. After running for another 2 days, more Tubo people caught up. We ran like crazy, and we didn't know where we were. Both sides shot at each other, and 3 of us were injured. Seeing that we were about to be surrounded, a lot of winged knights suddenly appeared. Both sides fought, and we followed. The winged knights' arrows were fast, accurate, and far. If it weren't for protecting us, they wouldn't have been injured. A total of 6 of us were injured and stayed in the city. 100 winged knights protected us back. The messenger made it clear that no one died. The first group of experts didn't kill them and were dealt with by them. When the second group wanted to make a move, they entered the territory patrolled by the Tang dynasty. The hot air balloon saw the horses first, and the winged knights came to help. Oh my god, why are you guys acting like this when no one died? Bai Gu patted his chest. He could feel the danger, but he thought that everything was safe. We married the princess, brought our wives, and had children there. We ran out to report the news and were discovered. The messenger stopped at this point. His meaning was self-evident. Bang! The sound of someone slamming the table was heard. Empress Wang was furious. How dare they? Go and ask uncle to come here. Sister-in-law, why are you looking for me? Li Yi happened to appear at the door. He had rushed over as soon as he received the news. Princess Jincheng secretly sent someone to report that she gave birth to a boy. Out of 10 people, 6 of them were injured and are recuperating in the city of Yellow River. The person who reported the news is there. Empress Wang explained everything clearly in one sentence. Oh. Don't worry. We have Qin Li, Zhang Xiaosong, and Hao Lingquan, Li Yi said confidently. They dare to send troops. Song Jing thought of the key point. Why not? They will probably say that they want to see the child. Hao Lingquan is a smart person. Li Yi was not worried. Qin Li was a general trained by him and knew what he was thinking. He was protective of his own people. Only when the 2 sides were equal in strength could he reason with them. The Tang dynasty was powerful. Why should they explain to Tubo why someone sneaked out to report the news? Why did they send troops to kill them? Didn't they want to share the good news with the Tang dynasty? Don't worry. Stand and walk slowly. Drink the soup in small sips. Drink the warm soup. You are hot now. Don't drink cold water. Li Yi turned to the 4 non-commissioned officer who reported the news. You are Li Dongzhu. The 4 of them looked much better. I have 2 official positions, Jinziguang Lu, the great general of the army. Before that, I also had the Tang dynasty's overseas pacification envoy and the general of heavenly strategies. I resigned. Li Yi said as he stepped aside. The nurses came in from behind and examined the 4 of them. Li Longji opened the box and took out a jade pendant and a roll of yellow silk. There were small handprints and footprints in red ink on the handkerchief, which obviously belonged to the child. The child's date of birth was written on it. The 6th year of the Kaiyuan era, the 23rd day of the 3rd month, the 3rd quarter of the 5th day of the 5th month 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 of the 5th. Month of the fifth 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 month. She was born prematurely. She was very weak when she was born. She was placed in the incubator that was sent to her when she knew she was pregnant. The temperature was adjusted and oxygen was supplied. Presumably, he wanted the Tang dynasty to help his child survive. There was a paragraph at the end. Li Longji read, Tang Tu's uncle and nephew are willing to marry and govern. The weak woman is unable to stop the troops, the warhorses neighing at the border. When a child is born this year, is it possible for the disturbance to be settled? Guarding the west of Fan, thinking of the east, day and night of peace. After Li Longji finished reading, the large single room fell silent again. Li Shouli's tears flowed down his cheeks. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood dripped down. Li Dan couldn't help but wipe away his tears. The royal family of the Tang dynasty is incompetent. Using a woman to seek peace. Shao Yi, I order you to bring Princess Jincheng back. We can't stay there anymore. Mr. Mu, wake up. Don't talk nonsense all day. Li Yi helplessly said to Li Dan. He was out of character. Oh. It's mainly because I've been reading some romance novels you've written recently and thought of myself as the emperor. I'm so anxious. Li Dan quickly adjusted his mood. His excuses were ready-made. Li Yi automatically ignored him and didn't continue the conversation. This child is the key. We must protect it. We need 4 nurses to bring simple instruments, generators, and medicine. I'm willing to go. All the nurses shouted together. They wanted to protect the child and serve the country and the people. Select the villagers. Bring pigeons. Every 10 days, write a secret letter to me and send it to me on a fast horse. The pigeons will fly once every half a month. Tell them that the Prime Minister of Tubo is called Deluan. If my people are wronged, I promise to use the power of the entire Li family Zhuangzi to destroy Tubo. Li Yi decided on the candidates and brought them to warn them. Use the power of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji touched the small hands and footprints on the ink pad. Yes, third brother will speak to His Majesty. Li Yi asked, what do you want to do today? Stop acting. Can't you be a little more professional? The 4 non-commissioned officers inexplicably felt relieved. They drank a few mouthfuls of hot soup. Even if they were tired, they still wanted to eat. Each of you bring a bowl of bone broth and meat bird's nest. Fry a big goose egg with garlic chili sauce. No soy products as side dishes. Li Yi looked at the 4 people and thought for a while. Then he gave them a menu. He was not worried about the lack of oxygen. They came down from the plateau. It was good enough that they did not get drunk on oxygen. Dongzhu, Tubo's envoys Buizhu and Isinba are at the bridge. They want to see you about the birth of Princess Jincheng. Songda saw that things were almost done and remembered that there were 2 more people. Ask them if there's anything else. If not, don't come. Give each of you 2 caddies of chili sauce. In the future, we have to hope that Tubo will sell more chili sauce. Li Yi did not care about the 2 envoys. Why do they want to see me? I'm not an official with real power. They can eat spicy food. In Bhutan, where he was, eating chili was a daily thing. People ate chili peppers like carrots, cabbages, potatoes, and eggplants. There seemed to be chili peppers in Bhutan now. It was not the American chili that came from the Ming dynasty. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Chidian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 1565. The four of them sat at a square table, scooping and blowing on the broth with spoons. It took less than 3 minutes for Li Yi to eat the broth. They ate cold noodles, shaved noodles, steamed noodles, and wontons at the cafeteria at the same speed. The food was always prepared, and the broth was always watery. The food was cooked in 2 minutes. Each of them had a spicy chicken rack, grabbed a piece of broth, and gnawed on it. The chicken rack was braised in advance, and the sauce was added to the pot when frying. It was ready after a few flips. Li Yi also ate the broth, but it was cold and had little broth. He still had to practice later. If he drank too much water and suddenly wanted to pee, what would happen to the death row prisoners lying on the operating table? The wontons were stuffed, and the broth was peeled. In fact, both of them ate the broth, including the wontons and wontons. They looked the same, but the details were different. Li Dongzhu, is our family really okay? The non-commissioned officer who ate a mouthful of oil asked Li Yi embarrassedly. He felt that they did not have the spirit of sacrifice. For the Tang dynasty, it would not matter even if their whole family died. Facing Li Yi, he spoke his mind. He really did care. Li Yi stopped and said solemnly, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." The stronger the Tang dynasty's military strength, the more the Tubo people will not dare to make a move. Princess Jincheng will not allow anyone to understand her. She is very smart and has been educated in the palace since she was young. That child is her support. Although it is wrong to favor boys over girls, the heir of the country is very important. Li Yi recognized Tubo as a country and faced them head-on. In the future, they could invade and annex the country. He believed that Princess Jincheng was not an idiot and understood the current situation. The Tang dynasty had hundreds of thousands of soldiers watching from the sidelines. The logistical supplies could send her to the seaside, such as oxygen tanks, newspapers, kerosene, diesel, alcohol, and so on. Last summer, they sent her fruits. In the winter, she used the glass greenhouse that was transported to her palace. The glass was fragile, but she made it into modules that she could put together. Mirrors, thermos bottles, bicycles, cement, canned food, cotton clothes, and quilts were all hers. Zampu did not have any. Zemp wants to enjoy, gets her place, enjoys her things, and enjoys each other. When she was happy, she would give something to the other women in Zampu, and no one would dare to snatch it from her. It was not how powerful she was, but how powerful the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were. This year, it was clearly Su Lu who led the assault cavalry and joined forces with the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack the Tang dynasty. In the end, the white-clothed Abbasid had been forced to kneel, and the cavalry had suffered heavy losses. They couldn't even run back and had to suffer another beating. Tubo had used the 9 Ben's land, the dowry given to her by the Tang dynasty, to launch an attack. Now that the 9 Ben's land was lost, the Tang dynasty's army continued to push forward. They used sky-piercing monkeys, explosives, hot air balloons, and flintlocks. The entire sister lake at the source of the Yellow River was given away. The Great Tang army built cities along the Yellow River, attracting a large number of tribes. If she didn't know how to make use of this situation, she wouldn't have grown up in the palace. They didn't know why, but after hearing Li Yi's words, the 4 of them immediately relaxed. The others also returned to normal. Li Sholi took the letter written by his daughter and put it away with a smile. He could only keep it for a while. It did not belong to him. How rude. I'm so angry. Buju carried his 2 jin of chili sauce and cursed as he looked for a place to eat at the bridgehead. He and Isinba only had this one matter. They wanted to make use of it, but someone else beat them to it. Li family Zhuangzi's chili sauce is different from the one made with chili powder. Let's keep 2 jin and send the other 2 back. Isinba was more sensible. He had obtained important information, and Princess Jincheng was able to send someone out alone. Normally, they would have sneaked out, which meant that there was a loophole in the Tubo royal court. 2 bowls of knife-shaved noodles. Make it bigger. Add a braised egg. Add more green onions and coriander. Add more meat sauce too. Buju sat at the knife-shaved noodles stall and told the stall owner. He turned around and said, immediately write a letter back and tell Daluan that Princess Jincheng has her own channels to secretly send information. Okay. Add 1 gene of noodles, 1 gene of braised egg, 1 gene of green onions and coriander, and 1 gene of meat sauce. The stall owner shouted and went to work. The waiter next to him was puzzled. 1 gene of green onions and coriander. Can't you be full with green onions and coriander? Boss, 1 gene of braised egg, green onions, coriander, and meat sauce, right? The waiter reminded him. Quickly go and report. These 2 are Tubo envoys. They want to send a message back to Tubo. It's not good for Princess Jincheng. Go quickly. The stall owner lowered his voice and spoke urgently. His face was full of anxiety. Oh, got it. I'll go. The waiter ran away. The waiter came to the bridge and explained the situation. The guards guarding the bridge and the Li family Zhuangzi's people all knew the waiter. They didn't dare to delay and let him inside. The waiter took off his clothes as he walked. He took off his shoes, leaving only his boxers. Hurry, don't waste time searching me. I can even take off these. Why do I feel that the price is wrong? Just now, he was thinking about the Tubo incident. When he thought about it, he realized what went wrong. Isinba reacted. How much green onions and coriander can 1 gene buy? It depends on the season. In winter, a handful of coriander is 1 gene. Green onions are more expensive. Among the vegetables in the greenhouse, only coriander and green onions were expensive. Green onions were not. What about the braised egg? Isinba asked about the price of the egg. At first, the Li family Zhuangzi sold it as 100 boiled round egg. It's a scam. Later, it was not worth much. Everyone raised chickens. Give me the recipe. Boxy had been in the Great Tang since the beginning, and Isinba had come later. He felt that he had a good understanding of the various operations of the Li family's farmstead. What about the meat sauce? Isinba continued to ask. The Li family Zhuangzi wrote about the meat sauce in the newspaper. They didn't keep it a secret. It's just that the meat sauce sold by the Li family Zhuangzi is more expensive than others. Li Yi kept it a secret. Isinba suddenly realized. No, the Li family Zhuangzi's braised noodles, knife-shaved noodles, handmade noodles, and soy sauce taste better. How much is a bowl of knife-shaved noodles? Isinba looked at the stall owner who was slowly shaving noodles. 1 RMB. Didn't you add something? The stall owner turned his head and said. He did not delay his action of shaving noodles. How much is your cost? Isinba stared at him and asked. Someone told me to sell knife-shaved noodles. If I sell 100 kilograms of noodles, they will give me 100 renminbi. What's wrong with that? I'm better than those free people. I'll sell it to you for this amount. What do you think? The stall owner retorted. Why do you care about my cost? If I'm bearing the cost, I'll charge you more. Don't eat it if you dare. Nothing. Pay up. We suddenly have something to do. We'll give you the money first. Let's go. Isinba took out a 10 renminbi coupon and put it on the table. He pulled Isinba and was about to leave. He felt that something was wrong. It was his sixth sense. This stall owner was hostile. Wasn't it scary? Go. They reneged on their debt. These 2 are reneging on their debt. Everyone, please be reasonable. They said they wanted 20 bowls of noodles and packed them up. In the end, they only paid 10 yuan and wanted to leave. They even added sauce. How could the stall owner let his enemies go? He made up a reason to make them stay. What's going on? Isinba was not stupid. He knew that the situation was not good. You're talking too much. They heard you. Where did the waiter who helped you go? Li Yi, why don't you become the emperor? Isinba understood everything. He was not afraid. He just felt sad. Chapter 1566. Li Dongzhu, someone wants to harm Princess Jincheng. The shop assistant finally rushed to Li Yi, wearing a new set of clothes. The village owner couldn't have asked him to come in just his boxers, so he gave him the new set of clothes. As he spoke, the shop assistant touched his clothes and looked down at his new shoes. Who? Li Sholi stood up again. Buju and Isinba, I know them. They are Tubo's envoys. They said that there is a loophole in Tubo, and the news came out, so they want to write a letter back. The shop assistant turned to look at the direction he came from, filled with righteous indignation. I'll kill them both. Li Sholi was really angry. His own daughter wrote a letter, as if she was sacrificing her life for the Tang dynasty. Now, someone wants to deal with her. Do you think I'm a pushover? Sit down first. Call them in. I want to meet them. Nurses, get ready to leave. Winged knights will escort them. It will be hard to travel by land. Li Yi hurriedly made arrangements, racing against time. Li Yi, they want to deal with. Li Sholi was anxious. I'm here. See how I'll trick them. I'll talk to them alone. You can eavesdrop. Li Yi promised. I haven't seen Xiao Yi play tricks for a long time. Yao Chong was the most excited. He had been harmed by Li Yi many times, at least that was what he thought. The truth was that Li Yi didn't consider him at all when he was developing the industry. He was the one who wanted to compete. In the end, all the craftsmen were given to Li Yi. At that time, what he cared about was his right to speak. Li Yi was anxious to improve the development of society and increase his lifespan. In his heart, he regarded Li Yi as his opponent, but Li Yi didn't care about him. He was ignored. This was the biggest sorrow in life. Buju and Isinba were surrounded outside and couldn't leave. I didn't buy 20 bowls. There are only 2 of us. What's the use of buying 20 bowls? Buju tried to explain. You said you want to take it away. Of course, you want to give it to others. Am I right, everyone? The person selling shaved noodles shouted, and at the same time, he winked at the others. That's right. You can take as many as you want. I sell steamed buns. Someone can pack 100 steamed buns. If you wrap them well, you won't get cold. Since when did we say that we won't pay? If we go in, we'll lose money if we can't sell it. Where are they from? He's so unreasonable. The people around them began to talk one after another, accusing Bo Xia and Zhang Wuji one after another. Shu shaved noodles. Can I still eat if I walk back? Boxy was furious. You can even separate the soup from the noodles now. You can just shake the noodles in the soup when you go back. The bubbles won't be big. You're clearly looking for an excuse. Do you think it's easy to sell knife-shaved noodles? There were also people criticizing him. There was still a way. Separating the noodle soup was the same as scooping it directly. The bowl was made of bamboo and there was a deposit of 2 jiao. If he didn't want to return the money, he would buy it for 20 cents. It wasn't a loss. There was a secret mark on the bowls that forbade anyone from returning their bowls. The noodles were separated and the noodles were wrapped in lotus leaves. If you want to buy 20 servings, you need to leave a deposit for the basket. I'll buy it. Here you are. But I don't want it. You can keep it for others. Boxy took out the money. You still want to add eggs, green onions, coriander, and meat sauce. The stall owner shook his head and refused. Boxy nodded and patted an exchange voucher worth 100 renminbi. Here you are. Is this enough? Let's go. Go. You gave me a fake exchange voucher. Do you want to run away? The stall owner didn't even look at the exchange voucher and directly finished the appraisal. How can such a dignified person use fake money? He doesn't look like a person from the Tang dynasty. Our exchange voucher has been copied. This is not good. Catch them and ask where they made it. The exchange voucher has something as collateral. It can be exchanged for gold, silver, copper, and other things at any time. They want to empty the Li family Zhuangzi. Report to the government. Who goes to the government office? Wanyan County is in the east. Find Wanyan County. The people surrounding them continued to talk without looking at the exchange voucher. Boxy opened his eyes wide and was stunned. He took a deep breath and took out an irregular piece of gold from his sleeve. This should be enough, right? I'll use gold. Boxy's hands were trembling. It's fake. The gold is fake. Whether the gold is real or fake, the exchange voucher is fake, we have to ask clearly. That's right. How did you make it? You want to harm the Tang dynasty, don't you? You. Boxy pointed in a circle. Don't say any more. It's useless. The noodle seller will stop you. The people around will take the hint. Wait for the Li family Zhuangzi to come out. Isimba stopped Boxy from continuing to explain. He was not afraid of others knowing. Tubo did have a loophole. Otherwise, why would Princess Jincheng send someone alone? Could it be that he was not allowed to mention it? Sigh. Boxy sighed heavily and sat down again. Let's eat the noodles. I bought them with money. You, hurry up. Fake money? What noodles? The gold is fake too. It looks fake. The stall owner picked up the exchange vouchers and gold and put them in his pocket. It seemed that he was not going to return them. It should be a reward for delivering the message. Anyway, it was not Li Dongzhu who paid for it. You. Boxy looked at the empty bowl in front of him. He was not hungry anymore. He was full of anger. Old 7, treat me. I'll eat noodles here later. Give me 3 spoonfuls of meat sauce. It's not salty. I'll drink more soup. I'll add 5 eggs. You're making a lot of money. I saw the gold. It's worth at least 200 yuan. The helpers discussed their gains in front of the 2 suspected counterfeiters and prepared to divide the spoils. Give us some soup. We'll drink it. Boxy accepted his fate. He should not have talked too much just now. Where's the soup? Is the soup free? The stall owner retorted. Isimba got up himself and went to the shed to get 2.5 bowls of free soup. You're going too far. Boxy was aggrieved. It's okay. Zhanpu has a son after all. Isimba was open-minded. The 2 sipped the soup. Not long after, a group of people arrived from the other side of the bridge. 2 envoys, my Dongzhu invites you. Songda came over personally. Let's go. Thank you, Steward Song. Boxy did not look at the stall owner who snatched his money. He went in with Songda and the others. He had to change his clothes first. It was standard procedure. When meeting important people, one had to bathe and change clothes at the designated place. There were also people to serve and help. Other than the important items that had been checked, everything else that looked like it could hurt people was forbidden. The stall owner smiled and nodded at Songda. He did not mention anything about the counterfeit money after greeting them. How could the exchange coupons be counterfeited? Even paper could not do the same. After they left, he called out to everyone, "Everyone, let's eat noodles. I'm only in charge of shaving the noodles. You can fish it when it's cooked. Don't look for me if you need anything." Everyone did not stand on ceremony. They took boxy and waited. Someone put the soup in a bowl in advance and added meat sauce and aged vinegar. They did not touch the braised eggs. They left some for others. Eggs were not cheap. The stall owner cut the noodles happily and hummed a tune. On the other side, Boxy and Songda took a simple bath and changed into Zhuangzi's clothes. They met Li Yi. Li Yi received the two of them alone. There were surveillance cameras in the house, so others could see them. "Please take a seat. I'm inviting the two of you. It's not a matter of state. I have a business deal. Look at this big glass pot. Isn't it beautiful?" Li Yi set up a transparent glass pot with patterns in front of him. There was a fire under it, and something was cooking inside. It was a hot pot. The fire was naturally an alcohol lamp. The flame was not bad. Boxy frowned. He did not want to see alcohol. It would bring back memories of being cheated. He did not want to look back. Chapter 1567. When ordinary people heard that Li Yi wanted to sell glassware, and such a big one at that, they would definitely be overjoyed. However, Buqiao and Isinba simultaneously revealed vigilant expressions, and even seemed a little frightened. "It's too expensive, we can't afford it." Buqiao's eyes glanced at the alcohol stove from time to time. He wanted to change it to kerosene, gasoline, or diesel. Isinba nodded at the side. Yes, it was expensive. He had long seen that Li family Zhuangzi knew how to bake glass. Glass from other places was expensive, and it was usually used as an object, such as a cup. Glass sold from other places was transparent, but it was not as transparent as Li family Zhuangzi's. The cup's shape was not good, and the wall was thick. It should be cast, and there were bubbles inside. Li family Zhuangzi's glass cups were sparkling and translucent. There were various shapes, and they looked better than crystal. The most impressive was the big glass. It was such a big piece, and it was flat. Look at Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Someone accidentally bumped into it, but it did not break. Including this room, the big glass door. If one were to be sold, how much would it cost? It looked like it was cast. Why was there not a single bubble in such a big door? The big glass pot in front of them was the same. Li Yi put mutton slices into the pot. "I have a new business model. You can use your reputation as a guarantee. I will give you the item first, and you will sell it. After you sell it, we will split the money." "What if you can't sell it?" Buqiao was very cautious. He did not ask about the proportion of the money. "If you can't sell it, you can return it. I will give you dozens of glassware. Some people like it, so you can sell it in large quantities. Some are not popular, so you can't sell it. You can buy more of the kind that sells well. If you can't sell it, you can send it back to Li family Zhuangzi. You are the sales staff responsible for opening up new markets. For example, India. Don't you want to fight there?" Li Yi pointed to the west and said calmly. "What do you mean? We don't fight India." Buqiao was shocked. "How do you know we are moving west? Don't be agitated. The fight I mentioned is to open up the market, not to fight." Li Yi said. "Yes. Open up the market." Isinba's forehead was covered in sweat. "How much is the wholesale price? How much should we sell for?" Li Yi tapped the glass pot twice. "Wholesale price. Now, the pot costs 2,000 cubes per pot. The sales price is 3,000 cubes per pot. For sales promotion, the price is 2,300 cubes. The wholesale price is expensive. Isinba didn't even think before lowering the price. 1,800 carvings. Don't worry, there's naturally a wholesale price. Since we're cooperating, I'll give you the price of the goods. 1,200 taels for a set, not a pot. Men, bring the things. Li Yi waved his hand. You guys really don't know how to bargain. As soon as the door opened, the 4 princesses entered with trays in their hands. There was 1 glass tray, 4 glass plates, 4 glass bowls, 4 glass chopstick holders, 4 glass wine glasses, and 4 glass soup bowls. After putting down the things, they went out in an orderly manner. How much you can sell them for will depend on your ability. You can put patterns on them. What patterns do others like? We'll be responsible for customizing them. The price must be high, 50% higher. As Li Yi spoke, he picked up a wine glass and showed the 2 of them the words on it. It's hard to say goodbye, but we drink to our heart's content. Words are made by pouring water. Can glass be burned into paste? Bourgeois saw the problem. Yes. Li Yi admitted. Aren't you afraid that we'll learn? Burn things and turn them into glass. Try more, you'll find out. Bourgeois stared into Li Yi's eyes and asked. Exchange coupons are made of paper and ink. Have there been any fake coupons? Li Yi said calmly. If I tell you, will you know? Bourgeois showed a pained expression. Who said that the coupons weren't fake? Didn't I just take out 100 taels and get surrounded? And it was confiscated along with the gold. Isinba went straight to the point. 1,200 cubes per pot. How much for one? It depends on what it is. It's a big pot, so it's guaranteed to be expensive. If you buy it separately and put together a set, 5,000 cubes won't be enough. I'll give you the price list later. Li Yi said casually, as if the matter was settled. We don't have to pay. 1,000 sets. 1,200,000 cubes. You don't want to pay? Bourgeois probed. How can there be 1,000 sets? I'll give you 10 sets first. You can go and advertise. If someone wants to buy it, pre-order it and I'll send it out. When you get the money, you can give me the money for the goods. It'll take at least 3 months. The longer the time, the more valuable it will be. Ask them if they want the bicycles. Pre-order the bicycles half a year in advance. They'll be made by hand. Li Yi was very familiar with this. He could take the goods at any time and couldn't show the value. Bourgeois and Isinba looked at each other. Bourgeois asked, Li Dongzhu, aren't you afraid that we won't pay after taking 10 sets? Sigh. It's a lie to say that I'm not afraid. This is because the money earned from this will be used on the families of the soldiers at the front lines. If you don't pay, you will lose your reputation. The soldiers' families will have a hard time, and it will affect the morale of the soldiers at the front lines. They are fighting outside because they want their families to have a better life. If they lack money, they can even destroy a country, let alone kill people. Li Yi complained to the 2 of them. It's not easy for me, but it's even harder for the soldiers. Bourgeois and Isinba, the 2 of them understood. If we don't pay, you'll beat us, right? Beat us until our country is destroyed. Just because of 10 sets of glassware. Li Dongzhu, congratulations. Princess Jincheng has given birth to a boy. Although he's not even a month old, he's well taken care of. The heavens are really blessing our Tubo and the Tang dynasty. Isinba took this opportunity to congratulate Li Yi. No, Tubo is not a country. When your Tubo made peace with our Tang dynasty, it was on the basis of uncle and nephew. Therefore, the soldiers at the front lines have the heart to fight to the death. They won't go against the orders of the imperial court. Li Yi shook his head. Don't look at how I treat your Tubo as a country. You're not a country. Prime Minister Shu, no, Or I'll beat you. Buzhu and Isinba looked at each other helplessly. Facing this young Li Dongzhu, they couldn't take advantage of him at all. Even if it's just words, as long as it's related to national affairs, the other party will not give them a chance. Since it's a happy event, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Princess Jincheng sent someone to report to the Tang dynasty. Buzhu began to target. Who? Princess Jincheng sent someone to report the good news to her family. Does she need someone else to report it? 4 people came, a total of 10. 6 of them were probably killed by someone. They are also worried that if they come out, there will be people hostile to the Tang dynasty who want to kill their relatives, the relatives of Princess Jincheng. This is equivalent to the relatives of the soldiers at the front lines being killed. If they know. Oh. Not to mention killing people, they can even destroy a country. Li Yi didn't give in at all. What you can't get on the battlefield, you can't get on the negotiation table. Isinba and Buzhu were a little dazed. They felt that the last sentence Li Yi said was very familiar. Men, prepare 10 million baggage and send it to the source of the Yellow River. It seems that there are bad people who want to harm Tubo, Zanpu, and Princess Jincheng. Dang, Li Dongzhu, don't. Li Dongzhu, will write a letter immediately. We promise not to let the bad people succeed. Buzhu felt that Li Yi was just scaring him, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Yes, Li Dongzhu, tell us about the glass set. We'll sell it. We'll give you the money first. Don't worry about our reputation. Give us the money. Isinba was tired. There was no other way. His military strength was inferior to the other party. What else could he do other than compromise? Chapter 1568. I've dipped too much. Let's eat vegetables. We shouldn't eat meat for breakfast, but we're not in Chuyang anymore. Li Yi picked up the serving chopsticks with his left hand and placed the meat on the dipping plate in front of them. The two were physically and mentally exhausted, but they couldn't do anything about it. Even if there were only 3 people here, they wouldn't dare to assassinate him. They were sitting on chairs, big chairs that were heavy and difficult to move. Li Yi was sitting on a stool. It was a tall stool without a backrest or armrests. At the same time, Li Yi's back was facing the door, which was open. The table was bigger and heavier, but the stone slab couldn't be moved. Li Dongzhu, someone said that you should drink cold water in the morning. Is it bad to drink hot soup? Isinba changed the topic. It depends on the situation. Regardless of the season, people with a lot of phlegm shouldn't drink hot soup. In summer, people with yin deficiency shouldn't drink hot water. In winter, people with yin deficiency should drink normal water. For example, people with yang deficiency should drink warm water in all seasons. If there are other symptoms, it depends on the body and the time. Li Yi guessed that the 2 people at the bridgehead were told what to drink in the morning by the villagers. That was because the villagers guarding the bridge had good physiques. They exercised a lot and perspired a lot, so they were told to drink cold water in the morning. Even if it was cold water, they couldn't drink hot water. If they encountered people with irregular bowel movements, drinking cold water in the morning would be smooth and go down smoothly. Generally, when constipated people had no problems with their other organs, they were told to drink cold water if they had the conditions, mainly for diarrhea. It was a temporary treatment, but the root of the problem should be slowly recuperated. Li Yi could fool the 2 Tubo envoys about other things, but he didn't care about their health. Whether they could eat or drink depended on the actual situation. Otherwise, he couldn't make a conclusion. Li Dongzhu, what about us? Isinba knew Li Yi well and pointed at himself and Boxy. Didn't the Imperial Medical Department treat you? Li Yi put the mushrooms he was cooking on the plate. Imperial Medical Department? Do you think the people in Zhuangzi would ask the Imperial Medical Department to treat them if they're not feeling well? Buqiao said with a look that said, "You're playing dumb with us." Among the nurses in Zhuangzi Hospital, there are people from the Imperial Medical Department. They take the pulse first, then put the equipment on. How about this? You two eat now. After you're done, tell the other side to get rid of the bad guys. Don't eat lunch or dinner. I'll check you both at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. You must eat on an empty stomach. As a doctor, Li Yi was a very upright person. Just do a checkup. It wasn't easy for the two of them to be deceived. Let's write first. We'll eat after we're done, Bo Xie said. Simba echoed, yes, I can only feel at ease after I finish writing. Someone came to deliver things, and the two of them began to write letters, telling their family not to touch anyone from the capital's princess. Firstly, the Tang dynasty was not short of food and fodder, so they were transporting a large amount of supplies to the front. Secondly, Li Yi returned with a large amount of blood corals, which could be used as collateral to issue exchange coupons. Xiao Yi said that she was scheming against others. How is that scheming? You even gave me such a low price. Bai Gu looked at the screen and ate slowly. If you're anxious, you can just scam others. Princess Yongmu's period was not over yet. She and Xiao Lan were eating date lotus seed porridge. Hearing Bai Gu's complaints, she was a little unhappy. Glass is different from glass. There are many kinds of glass. It depends on what is added. What is added? Bai Gu asked casually. Added, it's a secret. The craftsmanship is also very important. Princess Yongmu was very smart. She would not tell him her family's secret to making money. What's the craftsmanship? Wei Zhigu was very interested. It's still a secret. Your family makes glass windows and adds screen windows. There's sunlight in summer, and you're not afraid of mosquitoes and flies. Princess Yongmu still did not say anything. She knew that Li Yi would not keep secrets from her. Different things were added, and the glass produced would be different. For example, the large floor-to-ceiling glass in her fragrant orchid pavilion was very different from ordinary glass. There were also several craftsmanship. The ordinary process required annealing. She remembered that the glass that Li Lang wanted to sell to others had not been annealed, let alone tempered. If this glass pot was not annealed when it was made, it was very likely that it would explode. There were also plates and bowls. If they were used many times to hold cold and hot food, they would definitely spoil in no time. When others bought them, Tubo would sell them. Tubo would earn a lot of money and expand the market at the same time. When there was a need, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide good products and tell the people over there that Tubo's products were inferior. The Li family Zhuangzi would directly take over those sales. Tubo would lose its economic channel and even more so, its reputation. At the same price, the Li family Zhuangzi's products would dominate the market. When they sold in Tubo, they could still make money. As for whether Tubo could make more money, it was impossible. Glass that had not been processed, no matter how good the packaging was, would still spoil after a long journey. If it spoiled, it would have nothing to do with the Li family Zhuangzi. Tubo would bear the responsibility. Princess Yongmu knew that it was all agreed upon. Her Li Lang was always so good. He could actually make people feel refreshed and refined. The officials could not force Princess Yongmu. Looking at Li Yi talking and laughing with others on the screen, they were anxious. Li Yi on the screen spoke again, in addition to glass products, how about we cooperate to sell seasonings? Seasonings? Bo Xia was alert again. Is it 5-spice powder? Isinbo was cautious. Curry powder. Sell it to India. They should like it very much. I've already prepared it. The people of the Tang dynasty also eat it. It's quite delicious. Curry powder is a general term. The specific formula is different, but the main effect is the same. It's like popcorn. Do you know what kind of rice I'm popping? It's called popcorn, even if I'm popping soybeans. Li Yi suddenly remembered that India liked to look for spicy things to eat. In order to survive, they relied on spicy things to stimulate the body and promote blood circulation, just like in Sichuan, Tubo, and other places. It was too humid. There had to be a way to deal with it. Guangzhou was also humid. The difference was that the average temperature in Guangzhou was high. When it was 5 or 6 degrees above zero in Sichuan, it was more than 20 degrees above zero in Guangzhou. It was all humid. The humidity in Sichuan was bone-chilling. Compared to the dry and cold in the northeast, north, and northwest, the humid and cold were the most deadly. After the fire Kong was installed in the north, the most terrible season was spring. For example, in the northeast, where it was 30 degrees below zero, one could cut the ice and jump in for a winter swim. There were also men wearing boxers and shoes running in the snow. When spring came, how many of those winter swimmers dared to go into the water? It was easy to fall sick. Li Yi was not willing to accept the high price of imported seasonings. He wanted to process it, add chili, and sell it back. He wanted to earn back the import cost by selling curry powder. This was called technological advantage. In Li Yi's time, many countries exported iron ore, copper ore, and crude oil. Then, they imported steel, copper, and refined oil. They also exported cotton and imported cotton fabrics, exported soybeans and imported soybean products, exported logs and imported toilet paper. What was more interesting was that in the Northeast, he exported Korean spicy cabbage to South Korea. It was branded in South Korea and sold to many of his countrymen who were not aware of the situation. It was called kimchi. It showed the place of origin. Where was it sold shadily? 8 times the price. Indeed, it was sold shadily and underhandedly. Guess where? The Northeast. Was there a need to guess? Why didn't they buy it from the Northeast? How much would it cost if they added the shipping cost? Why spend 8 times the price to buy spicy cabbage? They even had to invest foreign exchange. Why bother? Was it discrimination against their own country or sucking up to South Korea? Chapter 1569. After Buju and Isinba finished writing the letter, they asked the Li family Zhuangzi's men to send it back to the Honglu temple and quickly spread the news. They told their allies to not bully Princess Jincheng while Zhanpu was still young. Li Yi was ready to start a war at any time. If the Tang emperors wanted to start a war, they might be able to resolve it through diplomatic channels. For example, Song Jing didn't like war. If Li Yi wanted to fight, the outcome would be different. He was simply a madman, and no one could stop him. Both of you, try the different curry sauces. Li Yi didn't care what the Tubo envoy wrote back. He wanted to make money. The source of the Yellow River gave Tubo face and said cooperation, but there was a scheme behind it. Tubo promised to go to India in the west, so they could open up the Silk Road. Tubo didn't need to climb Mount Everest to go to India. There was another way. Unfortunately, the key area in the northwest was occupied by the commandos and there were also white-clothed Arabs. Otherwise, they could go directly through the Wakhan corridor. The curry powder was sent over. It was like putting in 13 spices. It had a unique taste, mainly because there was a lot of ginger powder. Li Yi made 4 kinds. There was very spicy, normal spicy, not spicy but rich, and not spicy. The spicier it was, the more expensive it was. Buju and Isinba tasted it separately. It was their first time eating it. How should they put it? It was quite novel. The taste was good, and it was edible. Li Dongzhu, how much is it? Isinba thought that the Tubo people would like it. The Indians seem to eat a lot of random spices now. 1 bag for 1 chien, which is 4 grams. The 4 kinds are according to the degree of light, rich, and spicy. They are 20 chien, 40 chien, 60 chien, and 100 chien respectively. Li Yi gave a sky-high price. Who asked others to sell pepper to him at such a high price? In the Tang dynasty, those who could afford pepper didn't eat pork. They always ate mutton. Mutton was mutton, so pepper could suppress it. It was like selling black tea in the Tang dynasty. It was fermented. People usually ate meat. If they ate too much, their stomachs wouldn't be able to take it. They needed to drink tea. Buozhu frowned. Li Dongzhu, you're talking about the retail price, right? What's the price? He quickly learned how to use new terms. You're a regional first-class agent. You're responsible for transportation and promotion. I'll give you a discount based on the actual retail sales price. 60 points. Li Yi began to talk about business. 60 points was not a lot. In the past, he could get more than 70 points as a first-class agent selling medical supplies. There was no helping it. The market they were opening up was very expensive. Buozhu and Isinba looked at each other and smiled at Li Yi as if they were students. It was a teacher's lecture, the kind that they did not understand. Li Yi understood and explained, the cheapest guide price is 20 renminbi. In fact, you guys are selling it in bulk. There are secondary distributors in the local area, and you pay them 12 renminbi. If you sell these 12 coins, you will get 7 coins and 20 cents. Give me 4 coins and 80 cents. If you want to look for a secondary distributor, if the sales can't go up, I will change to another distributor. You should have given me a deposit, but I believe in your credibility. Is there a third-level agent below the second-level agent? Boxy understood now and felt that he had learned something new. Yes, but the final retail price may exceed the guide price. Li Yi nodded. He was implying that Boxy was very good at this. We want glass and this. Isinba felt that there was no risk and did not even need to give a deposit. There's a condition. You can't sell it back to the Tang dynasty. I'll only give you tubo. I don't agree with anything beyond that, but I'll still supply you guys. It's written in the contract. Li Yi raised the condition and set a trap for them. Boxy and Isinba did not know about the scheme behind their backs. They smiled and prepared to make money. Perhaps they were too happy and ate too much. They said that they would not come to check at night and would go to Zhuangzi tomorrow morning. Li Yi enthusiastically asked Songde to send them off the bridge. Boxy went to the shaved noodles stall and looked at the stall owner. The stall owner smiled as if he did not know them. You two look familiar. Have you eaten noodles before? If you eat again today, I'll give you a braised egg. Let's go. Isinba was afraid that Boxy would cause trouble again and be cheated by the stall owner. He hurried back to discuss how to make money and be a good agent. Did he not see that the other people around him were eager and looking forward to it? Boxy was not convinced. Li Dongzhu asked us to discuss something just now. Aren't you afraid that Li Dongzhu will punish you for what you did? Ha! The stall owner sneered. I'm from the Tang dynasty. I'm loyal to the Tang dynasty. I'm willing to donate half of my wealth to the Tang dynasty's soldiers. Why would Li Dongzhu blame me? Because you may have ruined the country's affairs. Boxy thought that he was a business partner and had a high status. What's more important than the people supporting the imperial court? A person came over and said. Third steward, you're back. How's the south of the city? Third steward, were you there last night? Third steward, this person was the third steward of Zhuangzi. His words showed his attitude. Let's go. Isinba ran with Boxy. The people around them puffed out their chests. They looked solemn and determined. Shao Yi, it's not that I want to scold you, but how can you give the benefits to others? 60 points, and you can't even collect taxes. Xiao Yi, don't go. Bai Gu went to Li Yi with a drooping face and began to complain. Old Bai, arrange people to sell things outside the Tang dynasty. I'll give you 70 points. Think about it more. I'll go practice first. If you don't think it through tonight, I'll tell you. Li Yi shook his head and went to the hospital. He had to take a shower and change his clothes. This was a job that required him to eat radiation. How can it be like this? Is there something else? Shu Yi. Bai Go's heart was on tenterhooks. Grandpa Bai, Master did it to save me. It's my fault. I delayed your serious business. The little girl, Qing Dai, looked up and said to Bai Gu. Bai Gu, oh, our Qing Dai is here. Grandpa is anxious. Have you eaten? He quickly tried to salvage the situation. When the little girl knew that she didn't have much time left, she still worked hard to learn and help more patients. Now, her master finally found a way to increase the little girl's lifespan. Whoever dared to stop her would be a bad person. I'll eat a bowl of braised egg soup and a beef and onion pie. I've been eating onion recently. Master said that it's good for my health. Qing Dai smiled and nodded. Obviously, she liked to eat breakfast. Yes, yes, yes. Listen to your master. Take good care of your body. Bai Gu smiled and patted the little girl's head. He turned around and went to the office. His footsteps were very fast, as if he was running away. Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi enter the hospital and took Xiaolan to the fragrance pavilion in the ambulance. It was still open today. Because they had seen the film in advance and studied it carefully, the operation today was very smooth. Before noon, Li Yi and the nurses came out. He took a shower and hurried to the small kitchen to cook yam roast beef with onions and carrots. At around 12:20, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the aircraft, Li Yi brought food to the place. Princess Yongmu didn't eat. She was waiting. She was going to wait until 1 o'clock. If he didn't send the food, it meant that Li Lang was too busy. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.